to educate people.
Hello, can
Hi,
I just
Daph.
get your age for TikTok terms of service reasons?
I'm sorry?
Could I get your age for TikTok terms of service reasons?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So
Yeah,
why have you
so
requested to join?
personally-
What do you disagree with?
Yeah, personally, I've been just listening on and off for like the past 40 minutes or something.
Have we been live for 40 minutes already?
I've been requesting to join. I think for about 40 minutes or something.
Yeah, you were here pretty early on, I think.
Okay, I apologize. I've not been keeping track of that, Stoke 10. I'm sorry that you haven't been brought up.
Yeah, it's no worries. I kind of understand how the TikTok thing goes. I'm not a proficient TikToker myself. I don't do lives consistently or anything, and so I understand how that works.
I think Live
really
Studio actually gives me like a proper ordered list of who requested to join first, thankfully. So
So we'll come up.
personally,
Can we call you Daphne? Is that okay?
yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, you can just refer to me by my name.
Okay. Is there a reason you requested?
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, I personally believe that, well, scientifically speaking, that people are born, male or female, as you were saying, people are either born with XX chromosomes or XY chromosomes.
No, that's
I-
actually. I'm just gonna quickly stop you there. This is very common. This is fed to people. There's not just XX and XY. There are.
I'm aware there's not just XX and XY. There's also something where you have both the female and male genitalia, or you
that's
have
called
nothing at
intersex.
all.
Yes.
and that's intersex
So
is
there-
incredibly common compared to what people think.
There's
Intersex
more
conditions-
intersex people than there are ginger people.
Yeah, so if you're gonna be like, oh well, I don't want these people to have rights, it's like, well, you just don't want genders to have right, and like that would be like an insane thing to say. I think I would just take that as reductive in your view that you're just have a bigoted view, but I'm not saying that you do, but continue.
Yes,
Yeah,
sorry
so
for interrupting you.
no, you're okay. I'm glad you guys are getting your points out and across, because I believe everyone at least in the United States, based on our Western culture and the rights that we have as a society here, that we should all be able to speak our opinions. It's not the fact that people have to agree with them.
Well, I think with
It's
those,
more or less. Oh, go ahead.
the difference here is that we're actually citing medical and like
Yeah.
medical expertise. Like this is actually just what we know for a fact. This is like the same reason why the microchip inside your phone works is that we use the same process to determine that no, gender is a spectrum, that no, these are like expected things, and it's not like a mental health issue. It's for the same. We use the same processes to determine these things, and there's like literally mountains of evidence at this point to suggest this is the case. So when people say that they have an opinion, it's like, okay, who cares? Like, you're just spitting in the face of science. I can say that, like, I don't think the Earth is round, but that's just spitting in the face of like the huge piles of empirical evidence that we have that's just otherwise.
Personally speaking, I commonly think that this thing with gender is not really like. I think it's more like an individual thing that affects people.
Yeah, we agree.
Because of the fact that it's not just about traumatic experiences or things that can. I'm trying to think of like the right words because I'm not trying to be rude.
Oh, no
or
way.
any
You're being very
capacity.
respectful. No worries.
I'm a person. I live with mental disabilities, mental illnesses.
Yeah, me too.
So,
Same here.
I apologize. I'm a terrible speaker.
Oh,
Oh,
worries,
it's all
me too.
good. Where we all are.
Baby, relax, honey. I know it's a squirrel.
You need a weasel to go chase that squirrel.
So, do you disagree that gender should be validated? Like, the reason I agree with the fact that gender is very much a social construct and an individual thing, but just because it's an individual thing doesn't mean it shouldn't be recognized.
I believe that it should be recognized, although maybe not in the construct that we have it currently. A lot of people, I'm not going to account for everyone and say that this is everyone's opinion, but personally speaking, I firmly believe that a lot of the people in the transgender community won't take other people's opinions.
Well, but those people aren't us. If you want to request and complain about transgender people, we can't account for them.
No, yeah, of course. And I'm not saying that that's everyone. I'm not even saying that's you. I'm saying that that's, in my personal opinion, I think that's the majority of the people that are in the transgender community is that they can't handle someone disagreeing with them.
I think that's not relevant to this conversation.
Well, and
Like,
you also,
you know,
you're kind of kicking
first
the
of all,
hornet's
we don't
nest
have
at this
evidence
point.
to represent this idea. This is just based off trans people you've met.
And second,
I
this is expected reaction. If I told you that you were a guy, and you didn't think that you're a guy, and everybody kept trying to force it down your throat, you too would get very upset, likely.
Okay, so here's a personal experience based on something you were just bringing up.
But
We don't really like
yeah,
personal
but
experiences
personal
here.
experience just doesn't really matter
Yeah.
because it's,
It's not.
the problem is that it
Okay,
doesn't
I mean,
actually
personal
like give.
experience would matter because that's what determines if you're a transgender person or not.
Sorry, we don't mean personal experiences, Dominic. We mean anecdotal evidence in this live.
Yeah.
We're not therapists. We're not here to talk about your personal life. We're here to talk about your opinions. And if a personal experience has shaped your opinion, fine. But we don't really like storytelling up here because we can't handle it that much.
And they shouldn't really. What the science shows is that personal, or like even just it's not even science. It's just statistical. Is that like a personal opinion or that like anecdotal evidence isn't representative, is often not representative of the overall picture. So it's really bad to draw conclusions based off of that. It's really bad to like. This is why like prejudice exists a lot of the times. Is because they people don't understand things. And they freak out about it, and then they have a bad interaction, and it causes them to just, it gives them kind of like a justification to feel this way. And if we don't address this as a society, these issues just keep spiraling, and this leads to people like just, bad outcomes to what they do with their own lives because society has forced
Babe,
like,
that's enough. I think she understands.
Yeah.
It's okay, let her talk.
Yeah, I mean, no, I definitely get where you're coming from. I guess I was more trying to give like a analogy to
Okay, that's
like
fine. You can continue. Yeah, we're happy for analogies. Yeah.
for example, if a person was a schizophrenic person, would
Why
you
do people
give
keep
them
doing
that?
this?
Would I'm not saying you're schizophrenic or that
No,
anyone
I'm
in
not.
this
I have
live is
BPD,
schizophrenic.
so it's kind of similar. I experience schizophrenic episodes.
I have BPD too. I mean, I understand.
We're kind of a discriminated against minority. There's no reason to keep bringing up schizophrenic people in trans spaces. But go ahead.
All I'm saying in an analogy, okay, something that's relatable to it, okay, is if a person that is schizophrenic has episodes that are not within reality, okay, would you allow that person to carry a gun?
Of course not. No,
No,
I
of
don't
course.
believe in gun violence. Full stop. So I don't have a good reason to say anyone should have a gun ever. But I realize people in chat are going to get really mad at that, so I'll shut up. But no, I don't. I don't.
Second
Think,
Amendment right.
I don't think if you have a mental illness that gives you episodes, you should be able to carry a gun. It's not good, and it will cause unnecessary violence.
In the analogy of this, okay, I was going to relate that people that are typically transgender or having even just mental illness in that factor, okay, they I'm no doctor, okay, so I'm not a psychologist, no psychiatrist, but statistically speaking, the reason why that you're feeling that particular way isn't just because it randomly pops up out of the blue, okay? It's because you have a certain amount instead of hormones in your brain that make you feel like the opposing or opposite gender.
So there's a number of factors that actually play into it based off of.
I actually have some sources to cite, if you'd like. So neuroimaging techniques have been consistently utilized to explore, differences in gender divergence in cerebral structure. For example, one study in 1995, Zhou et al., analyzed a part of the hypothalamus called the stria terminalis, which is the BSTC. The BSTC is sexually dimorphic. It contains more neurons than it is in men and in women. And even before hormone therapy, it was found that transgender women have a more feminine BSTC than a man. This was confirmed by Kruger et al. The difference between, it's not really a hormone imbalance as it is for mental illness. There are people who are just born with, for example, different sized cerebral structures, or, it's not a conscious choice or a product of social conditioning. It's neurologically determined. The reason that people don't like run like neurological tests on every trans person ever is because first of all you wouldn't be able to afford it, and second of all because it can be easier identified by their struggles more than what's going on in their brain.
Yeah,
It's not a
I
hormone
guess
imbalance. I promise.
I
It's
see
more
what you're
neurological
saying.
than that.
I'm a little skeptical about the transgender scientific information that's come out because
The
most of
study
that
I
stuff has
cited,
come
would
out
you
within
like, would you
the.
like a link to it or something?
Well, I was going to say that the studies for transgender to support transgender people and how their brains work and how it physically affects them within society and things like that. Those kinds of things have only come out within the last 40 years.
Well, yeah, just
Because
because we have
trans people were hiding before then because they'd be burned at
That's
stake.
incorrect.
So we know for a fact that these
Greece
things
had a
haven't-
lot of transgender people.
Oh no,
before
I know
collapse.
transgender history, but
And,
people
I
are
mean,
going to
they
be
were-
discriminated against. Okay, and the
Well, they
reason
weren't
there's not been much
discriminated
study
against. It was in their society.
But the problem
I
is
know.
that
I mean,
you're still saying
in,
that
like-
like microchips didn't exist until the last like 60 years. So like, what's the point here?
That it's something that's actually physical that exists within the world.
Yeah. So the thing
Yeah.
is that like just because we didn't have science about these things didn't mean that they weren't the fact. The case.
Yeah, like autism has existed forever, but wasn't like researched because people were stigmatizing it. Same with transgender people stigmatize it, so don't look into it.
Yeah. Like there's a huge spike in autism rates right now just due to the fact that, you know, we have better diagnosis. Like I was diagnosed when I was 23. I went 23 years of my life without being diagnosed by a medical professional. I didn't even think I had it until I was 23. And it's just, we just have more information about it because we have spent money to like research these things. A lot of people say that, oh, well, we're researching stuff that doesn't matter. But in fact, it's the research that doesn't seem like it matters that actually makes a huge impact in our world.
And trans people have existed for a long time. I mean, I researched transgender history. I mean, like they existed in Mesopotamia. Like that's like
Of course,
4,500 BCE. Like transgender people have existed forever, but same way as autistic people have existed forever, but only recently started getting research because of the stigmatization.
Now, not to be rude, but would you say that an autistic person has a normally functioning brain?
I don't think there's such thing as a normally functioning
you're
brain.
assigning,
I
like,
think
a
all
normative
brains function
value.
differently.
I think that if you're going to
Well,
say that...
because there's a definition to normative. It would be a generalized based on the population that is quote unquote healthy, or a certain percentage of people that display characteristics within each other that they can group together and say that this is the majority of what's going on.
Okay, I would say a very
they're not-
okay, fine, a very small amount of people have a normal brain then.
Yeah, so, like, I would say that they have, like, they're not neurotypical.
Why do you think that is?
Why do you think a minority of people have normal brains? Because normal is a social construct, babe.
And we have a huge variety of genetic conditions that exist. And developmental conditions. Autism is a neurological condition.
Yeah,
It's-
typical and atypical is the correct term. Thank you, Cole. We can proceed with typical. I'd say no.
Because
Autistic brains aren't typical. No.
It's because typical and atypical aren't normative values. So, like, when you
Yeah.
say it's, like, normal, what you're saying is that, like, this is right or wrong. And that's the
Normal
problem,
has
is
far too
that,
many
like,
conversations to be used in this conversation.
Normal isn't saying right or wrong. That's a moral thing. That
It's the
normal is
connotation
not
of the word we're
moral.
disagreeing with. We would prefer to stick with atypical or typical for this conversation, just to move forward.
Because you know what happens if you use the word normal? People start using it as justifications for eugenics.
Yeah, and we're not eugenic supporters here.
No, we're not.
I'm not either.
But so you shouldn't use the word normal is what we're saying.
Yeah,
That's
normal
the
is
reason why.
a good choice. We can proceed with atypical and typical. I would agree that autistic people's brains aren't typical now.
If you're using the word in the word normal as in like typical, yeah, we agree with you that, you know, there's, you know, it's not, somebody with autism doesn't have a typical like brain structure. But it's
Neither
better
do
to-
some transgender people. It depends.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and of course
technically
there can be versions of healthy normal people and unhealthy normal people, and then there's versions of healthy autistic people and unhealthy autistic people. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, it is neurodivergent, not atypical. But
Yeah.
the scientific phrasing, Bambi, is typical and atypical.
Yeah.
That's why we have
So, like,
neurotypical.
If I had an extra,
That's why the phrase neurotypical exists.
If I was
Divergent and typical are an exact opposite, so we'd use atypical and typical.
if I was born with an extra fully functioning finger, it would be atypical, not unnormal. That would be the scientific way to like describe that. Like an abnormality is going to be atypical. It's just not typical to see it. But normal implies a normative value, which that becomes like a moral claim at that point, which is the problem. That's the reason why we don't like the word normal, in terms of like at least that's my understanding of why the medical field doesn't use it either, because you can't really say like you run into this is-ought problem, where like you're trying to say that things are right for being.
Babe, that's enough. You can continue now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't typically use the atypical, typical terminology for things of this matter, so I'll
We
try
would.
to.
So it would be better if you didn't use the word normal, just because of its connotations and how it differs scientifically. If that's the issue here, we can move on and talk about a different talking point. But I wouldn't like
Yeah,
to just
do you
keep...
guys have anything else that's like you want to bring up?
No, it's more of a we talk about what the person wants to talk about, because, I have a lot of opinions, and, some of them aren't necessary.
And Bambi does say
Alright.
that anyone who calls it atypical, or he doesn't, they don't know anybody who calls it atypical. In the medical field, they call it neurodivergent. And that's what I've seen from what I've seen of like medical stuff and medical research. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
I'm trying to just scatter through my brain right now and just see if I got any other talking points. If
No
not, I'll
worries, you
probably
can
just
always
hop
come
off.
back down and then come back up when you have a better idea.
Yeah, I'll probably just head out for a minute and try to
course.
gather some talking points while you guys talk.
To someone else, yeah. That's awesome. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for being respectful, unlike some other people.
Of course. Yeah, you have a great day.
You too.
Thank you, you too. Okay, there we go.
I'll bring up the next person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
it looks like TikTok Live actually does keep it in order.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Hello,
which is great.
can we call you Alan?
Yeah, that's cool.
How you
Okay,
doing
perfect.
today?
Is there anything in particular you want to talk about? Any talking points you would like us to refute?
Well, I've been listening for a while, and I heard you say something that it just kind of caught my attention.
Me
You
or
said the
Stowe?
rest. I think it was you, the host. I think it was no, actually, I think it was the host. I'm sorry.
Me?
No worries.
Well, either way, you guys can clarify whoever said it, but someone said that the rest of the world agrees that transgender, like, is not.
That was probably
transgender.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably me.
So
So,
we're talking at like a medical
had said-
expertise level.
So you're telling me in like Afghanistan they don't consider?
there probably aren't many studies in Afghanistan about transgender people because they're too worried about their social issues. I look at a wide range of studies when I talk about these issues, and not all of them are from Western countries. That's what I was basically trying to say. A lot of people, when referencing transgender issues, say it's a Western construct, which is why I jumped in there, presumably, because a lot of people say that there are only trans people in Western countries, when that's not true. It's a global thing. It's not because of social conditioning, and that's probably why I brought it up. But yeah, it's not. That's probably why I said, in the South and the East and the North, there's also studies on transgender people and the existence of transgender people. But the difference is that through these different places, societally, like socially, there is a different concept of gender. Like, for example, in Spain, for example, there is a very rich history of transgender people, but in the UK, there's not. It just probably brought it up because different countries, just because they have different ideas of gender, doesn't mean there's no transgender people.
Yeah, but like it just sounded like you said like the whole world was basically on agreement that. Like,
Oh no, of course they don't
transgender-
agree. If I said that, I was completely just not saying what I was trying to say. I wasn't getting my words across correctly. No, people aren't agreeing across the world. In fact, the majority of the world doesn't agree with transgender people's existence. But when I'm saying globally, I'm talking about the studies I'm citing, and the studies I'm
So, like, the
citing being
doctors
not
and
just from the
stuff?
West.
So you're talking about like studies like done by doctors and stuff like that.
Yeah, my source is PubMed most usually, but things studied by doctors looking at neuroimaging, stuff like that. They're not just from America or the UK. There are different places.
And generally, also, we're not going to be saying that, like, even if it was the case that, like, the majority of doctors globally, or even the majority of people globally thought this was the case, we wouldn't appeal to that because that's not logically consistent. It
I'm not
doesn't
appealing to
necessarily-
authority, I'm appealing to expertise.
Oh,
There's
would that
difference.
be appealing to a majority of authority at that point?
Also,
So
quickly,
it's doubly
chat, listen to
logically.
Cole. Cole's a moderator for a reason. If you're gonna threaten to dox people, please shut up.
We
That's
love
not nice.
Cole. Cole is awesome.
So don't threaten to dox me, please. Don't comment on my followers. I made this account like 3 months ago to debate on here, okay? If it's not that big of a deal.
You could follow her too, because she'll be. I don't
Okay.
know. You don't really
Sorry,
go live as
Alan,
much,
for interrupting you, but that's what I meant by what, for example, the West versus the South and transgender issues.
Okay, I get what you mean now.
Okay,
So
perfect.
on the prompt, so
Hi,
what do
Lise.
you guys consider like trans rights? Because if you ask me, I'm pretty sure like everyone has their human rights. Like no
Oh,
one's enslaved or anything.
So
So
trans rights being, not publicly discriminated against, not being denied because of their identity. For example, I have a few, not to bring up anecdotal stuff, but I have a few transgender friends who have, been, transgender and been denied certain places because they're trans. Just transgender rights being someone should respect, someone's identity. They don't have to agree with it, but they should respect it.
well, that's not a right for people to respect your identity.
Why would you say that?
it is a right
Well,
for them
because
not to like
How would you
encroach on
define a
your
right?
freedoms.
Maybe let's start there.
a right, an entitlement, absent a duty. But I don't really believe like, never mind. But yeah, an entitlement like absent any duty.
Okay. So you think people shouldn't try and protect trans people? Like, I think it's a duty to try and respect and care for minorities that get beat up and discriminated against a lot. I think when I'm saying
Bro,
trans
why do you
rights and
guys
human rights,
do this? No one's beating up trans people.
They are.
They are.
they are
That's the
very
problem.
much doing so.
All right, let me rephrase. No one's beating up trans people simply for being trans.
Yes, they are.
That's the problem.
The
Well,
same
I-
way people are beat up for being gay. If you would like examples of it, I can bring up
Oh my
anecdotal
gosh.
evidence, but that's not usually things I would do here.
People will go out in the street and just like scream at
They
people.
literally,
They're
people
not
are being
treated as-
actively. There are a lot
What
of.
is this
there
fear
is a whole-
mongering?
It's
Excuse
not
me, let me bring up
fear-mongering.
an
This is
example.
just we're just
There was a
referring to
teenager
statistics.
recently in the UK called Brianna J. And she was killed because she was trans, because she was out publicly as a transgender woman, and 2 of her friends plotted to kill her, and she died. Just to bring up one
Well,
example.
So her friends plotted to kill.
Yeah,
the
because she was
person-
transgender.
They
name's
specifically
Brianna
said
J,
because she
Brianna,
was
and then
transgender.
GHY.
So why were they friends with her? If it was
No,
because she
okay,
was-
first of all, if you're going to debate a story, I don't want you up here, because this isn't what we're talking about. We are just bringing up an example of this
well,
happening.
because the story
her
doesn't make
situation-
sense. So I was just asking. I'm not trying to
That's
debate
okay.
the
There were
story.
they were like, I don't know, that she moved to a new school, and there were just people that she hung around with, who pretended to be her friend to know more about trans people. They were quite fucked up kids. But yeah, just from a side point, there are people being beat up for being trans. There are still people being out for being gay, for being black, for being a person of color.
What? No
Like,
one's
these-
getting beat up for being black. Like, what are you
Yes,
talking
they are.
about?
Just
They
because it's
still
not
are.
happening to you or in
Bro,
your
this
country
is
doesn't
ridiculous.
mean it's not a
Like,
problem.
Have
stop trying to
you-
impose this victim mentality on the people. Like, no one's going out and just beating up gay people because they're gay. Like,
They are.
this isn't the 50s.
They are. I'm
Like,
a
what are you
victim of it
talking
myself.
It's
I'm
not,
a victim of it myself.
It's not super
I
common.
got beat up
but
for
it
being
still
lesbian in high
happens.
school.
So it's not super common. Like, you don't see it out on the streets, but it still happens across society.
It still
and that's the
happens, and it's still a
problem.
problem. And if you're
like-
gonna deny that, I would not like you to leave, but I would like you to try and be more open-minded, please, because just because it's not happening to you or you're not seeing it happen doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
No, I'm not saying, oh, it's never happened before, it can't happen. But you're talking as if this is on a wide, like this is a wide scale. Like, people are just,
It is.
they're out here hunting
It is.
for trans and gay people. Like, come
If
on,
someone
bro.
goes out with a
Have you ever-
transgender flag, they will get spat on. they will get like aggressive threats, they will get hurt. Like, it's not safe for trans people. Not maybe in America, it's better. I don't know where you
Sometimes
live.
it's just people are disrespectful.
Oh,
to
you're
them.
in the
Yeah.
UK. This makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I live in the UK. Yeah.
I'm
Bro,
in
you
America.
guys got other issues you need to worry about.
I know okay, first of all, this is not relevant to the transgender conversation about where I live. I don't like where I live either. I hate my country. I would like to leave. So if we're going to talk about my country, I'd rather we not, because this
Wait,
isn't
I'm
relevant.
sorry. Okay, we don't have
Thank
to
you.
talk about your country, but did you also say that you don't believe like in the Second Amendment, basically?
I don't know what the Second Amendment is.
Oh, okay, so that must
My
have been,
guns. I want my gun. It's good. It's what gives American citizens the quote unquote
Okay.
right to possess
I
arms.
probably said something about mentally ill people who experience psychosis and episodes shouldn't be allowed guns.
Yeah, that's generally consistent with
I
the
probably
laws
said
too,
that.
So
And
yeah,
I
would
agree with that.
Yeah.
okay.
As a mentally ill person myself, I think that was the conversation. I think that's what I said.
Yeah, I think that like if you have serious mental health issues that like you might it's very reasonable that you might take your own life, and that's just as a tool to do that.
But again,
You should
this
have-
isn't about
Well,
this
so you
isn't
don't
about gun
think-
violence. This is about trans people. Do you have another point to bring up?
Yeah, like, like I said before, being people like confirming your delusion. That's not a right. Like,
Okay,
um,
I've explained this before. Transgender people aren't delusional. I experience delusions as a person. Delusion refers to something that isn't real and it isn't happening. Transgender people experience what's called gender dysphoria. That is real. It's diagnosable by people.
Not-
It's
sure, it's
definitely
real. Sure, but gender dysphoria, if you're a male and you're suffering gender dysphoria, that doesn't make you not a male anymore and you're a
No,
woman.
it definitely doesn't. People can suffer from gender dysphoria and not be trans, but suffering from gender dysphoria, something that will help it is presenting more with the gender that you feel like.
So
Yeah, but that's not reality.
so there's
It is a
common-
reality.
No,
at
it's
least
not.
in 2022 there are 2,500 I think I think it was males who had or people who identified as males had breast tissue removed
Who identified
because
as
they
men.
were
Sorry,
who
not males.
identify as men. Sorry, my bad. They had breast tissue removed because they were growing breast tissue as when that doesn't like generally align with what society views as being a man or being a man. And there were XY
So when you
chromosomes.
say identify as men, I mean you guys think trans men are men. So are you talking about trans men or like
this is
cis
just
men?
No,
This
this
is
is
cis
cisgender men. These are biological men that have grown breast tissue for whatever reason and have removed it to feel more comfortable in their body. This is the exact same thing that trans men are doing.
Okay, that's fine, but like even with like if straight
What's
men are
different?
doing that,
Sorry.
that's not a right. That's not
The
a
difference
right.
between males and men is a male is a biological category and man is a social category. Just sorry to interrupt you, but someone in the chat said that. There's a difference between males and men. Male, female is a biological category. Men, women, social category.
Yes, the social category that categorizes sex and age.
No, women like categorizing sex is is male and female. Categorizing gender is
I said that's what gender is. It's describing
gender
the
and
sex
sex
and
are different.
age.
Gender and
No.
sex are they affect each other, of course. No one's denying that, but
but they're not.
they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
I never said they were. I said again, gender is describing the age and sex of a human being.
No, it's not. Gender is a
Yes, it
social
is.
construct that reflects the norms of a typical society.
Okay, so
So gender refers to socially
what is a
constructed
girl?
roles, behaviors, and tributes that are given to a certain society based appropriate on someone's.
okay,
perceived-
I have a question. So say
Yeah.
there's a male, right? And instead of identifying as a trans woman, he identifies as a trans girl, but he's over the age of 18. Is that
no one,
valid?
okay, first of all, this is not the issue we're talking about.
I'm just asking if it's valid.
No, because they're not a girl, they're a woman. That's just an age thing.
Like, I guess you could
Age
internally.
isn't a social construct.
So
Gender is.
again, like I said, gender describes the age and sex of human
Gender
beings.
has no bearing on age whatsoever. That's
Yeah.
completely
And
separate.
also, like, you can have like an eternal idea.
So is girl and woman both genders?
A girl and a woman both represent the feminine gender, but they don't represent the same age.
Feminine
No.
gender. I never said they represent the same age. I'm saying gender describes the age and sex of a
No, it
human
doesn't.
being.
No,
Yes,
gender
it
does not.
does.
Does
Okay.
not involve age.
If you're gonna, would you mind just quieting down for a second? No,
Because
it
this is
doesn't.
ridiculous.
Gender has absolutely. Excuse me.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, people say that, but what definition of gender do you identify with? I mean, I can give you, I don't know, an Oxford definition or something. It doesn't mean age whatsoever.
Well, the definition that I've known all my life to be is describing the age and sex of a human being.
Okay, so first of all, gender isn't a definition defining sex. Gender, I mean, for example, just to bring up linguistics, in a sense to language, for example, in Spanish, there is a gender of different words. That doesn't mean the words have an age, do they?
That's
Do you think the
that's
words have an age?
that's completely different.
No, it all
You're
uses the same word, gender.
No, because you're trying to misconstrue what I'm saying.
I'm not. Gender has no bearing on age.
It absolutely does.
Okay,
Okay,
is that your
so
only point? I mean, we're gonna have to agree to disagree here. Because we disagree, but you agree with someone. That's not what we're up here to debate. This isn't about age at all. Do you have anything else to say? If not, we have other
well,
people that want to come
well,
up.
yeah, you could drop me. I'll just say one last thing that
Yeah, of course.
trans people have all their rights. They have their human rights. That's all.
Okay, that's your opinion. Bye now.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, I got the next one.
I mean, at least they were respectful. I don't know where they got the idea that gender had a bearing on age. If anyone else agrees with that, feel free to join. Yeah, W guest. Thank you for being respectful. But gender
Maglev
doesn't have a bearing on age. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Maglev had a really good way of saying why anecdotal evidence is bad. He said that my dog is nice to me, therefore all animals are nice to me.
Very brilliant.
Two
Would you
she
mind
bears
inviting
come out of
the
the
guest?
wood. Yeah.
Babe, would you mind requesting
Yep.
the guest that joined the first so we can,
I got it.
look at them?
Yeah.
How is
the
the untalented?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Okay, do you have anything to bring up? And can we refer to you as the untalented, or would you prefer a name?
Yeah, you can say untalented. You can say the
Okay, brilliant.
either way.
Thank you. Is there any points you have
Um,
to bring up? Why did you request?
yeah. I guess. So I definitely don't disagree with the prompt. I think that should go without saying. Unfortunately, for some people, it doesn't. For some reason, I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I also kind of disagreed with the previous speaker about how T people aren't being bullied and
Yeah, no,
um,
I think he was probably he probably lived in America and didn't experience it firsthand, so he doesn't think it happens in different countries. For example, it's illegal in many countries to be trans, as it's still illegal in many countries to be gay. Just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean, just because he doesn't see it happen doesn't mean it doesn't happen at all.
well, the thing is, I'm from the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
and I mean that it's really common here too, and
Yeah, no,
I
I
feel
would,
like
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
no, I would
But why
agree.
do you disagree that
Do, do
trans
you
rights
do
are
you
human
disagree
rights?
with anything? Is that why do you agree with us mainly? Because I'm glad that you agree. Don't get me wrong, but there are people that disagree would want to join up.
yeah, the only thing that I had trouble with
Hmm.
is like I don't like I didn't like being called. I'm just being transparent. I
Hmm.
didn't like being called cis or having to change how I addressed myself
Oh, of course.
to
So
be better understood.
okay, perfect. So the classification of the word cisgender emerged when the main word transgender became mainstream. When you have a word that comes up, you usually have an opposite, just so you can refer to something that is and something that isn't. You can identify as a man. Only in transgender context are you going to be called a cisgender man. It's not because it changes the way that you view yourself. It just means that you just are a cisgender, but you're still a man. I'm trying to think of something I can compare it to. For example, when autism
It
became
could just be
mainstream, the
like
word
sexuality too.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean for the example I was going to use, when neurotypical and neurodivergent, the word neurodivergent came mainstream, the antithesis, which neurotypical, became mainstream. Someone can be a person and still be a person, but they're a neurotypical person. It just means they're not like autistic or
Neurodivergent.
don't have ADHD.
Yeah.
Yeah, with transgender, the word cisgender just means that you're not trans. It's not something you have to constantly identify with. It's not an identification thing. It's a classification thing. The same way that I would say I'm not a man, there would be an adjective which means not man that I would apply to me. Just because I have the word not man that applies to me doesn't mean I'm not a woman. I'm just there simultaneously and at the same time.
That makes sense.
So the word
Tracks.
cisgender, I completely understand people's like you know,
It's something
cis,
new.
like the words I understand people not using the word cis, but it's just a characteristic of one's gender. It's not a gender in itself. Just the word cis when talking about trans people, to like look at the difference between a cis man and a trans man, it's just useful. It doesn't change one's identity at all.
And I think it's
Exactly. I agree with Effie on that last part, especially too. We only really expect for cis people to use the label cis when we're either A, discussing trans topics, or B, if you're in a space that has a lot of trans people in it.
Yeah, it's like how you wouldn't self-identify as neurotypical when you're not talking about neurodivergent people. It's not something like you have to carry around a list of things that you're not.
Exactly.
It's just another thing that you're not. You don't have to people brand it with you. It's not something that you have to like identify with. It's just a classification.
And I don't think that it's wrong to be like initially like have like this like, you know, be kind of cautious about accepting the labels
aversion.
on
It's
yourself.
normal.
This is normal. Like humans are, there's this very strong intuition to be scared, deeply scared of things that we do not know. But what we should do is we should explore these ideas and then, you know, learn about them, not run away and hide away from
In
them,
Latin, cis is just the opposite of trans. Like cis doesn't necessarily mean gender. Like trans, for example, trans fats, like the food thing. There could be cis fats, which just means that they're not trans fats. It doesn't mean we're saying all fats are cis or something. It's just a term in Latin, and it's been used for that a long time.
cis means on the side of or on the same side as in
Yeah.
Latin. So that's just meaning that you're on the same size as your like sexual or not your
Sex
son-
and gender
yeah.
identity align versus not aligning.
Yes,
I think
thank
is what
you.
you're trying to say.
Sorry, my brain had a.
I mean,
it just went out there.
when like gay people first started coming out, and the word straight emerged, people hated the word straight. They didn't want to use it, but over time, as in now, people can happily refer to themselves as straight because they're just they appeal to the normal sexuality that society is. And when I say normal, I'm referring to majority. Like we had the atypical and typical discussion earlier.
The last thing I want to say on that too is that a lot of people will be like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know where this term came from," and people didn't start using it until the '90s. I don't want to use a term that was made by some scientists to label
woke
me.
liberals.
So, yes, it was created in the '90s. The word transgender, specifically, not trans, which we were talking about being a Latin prefix used for a lot of different
Prefix, yeah.
reasons over a lot of time. So, yeah, it is relatively recent within the scientific community for that word to be used. But a cisgender person created the term cisgender and the term transgender. So, like, someone in your own community is the person who was like, yeah, this makes sense, let's use it this way. And then people will, not you specifically, the untalented, but people will be like, I don't want to use some term that some tranny made up for me, excuse my freaking slurs. I'm a trans person, by the way.
Yeah, Cole is trans. So
to be
Cole
saying
can
that.
completely use that slur.
Cole is
that yes, and that is that's kind of where that last point comes in. Is in like it was a scientist, but it was a cisgender scientist. So yeah.
Is there anything
That's
else you'd
very
like
sad.
to bring up, or is that okay?
I guess the last thing I wanted to point out is I realize, I wish more people realize that trans people have existed like
Forever.
before
Yeah, the first
yeah,
noted
really.
existence of a trans person was in Mesopotamia, which was 3,500 years ago.
I haven't looked up in the science too much about this, but my cursory kind of just like surface level looking at it seems that like animals too have like this idea of like not super relying on like gender identities aligning with sex. But so like this almost seems like this is something that happened like with our common ancestors, like going way back, like millions of years.
Yeah,
at
I
that
mean,
point.
I think the earliest written is in ancient Egyptian pottery shards found in ancient Thebes. There it illustrates three genders: male, sekhet, and female. Although people translate sekhet as like, you know, a eunuch, it actually meant like non-binary. Like the transgender people and, you know, that community have existed for a long time. But they were just so stigmatized, people didn't want to come out and talk about it.
I did have a question,
Of course.
since you're probably from the UK or something
I am
like
from
that.
the UK, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
So I saw that you kind of said that the US is a little more ahead, but I don't know about that. Like, where do you think is
Ahead?
the
What did I say? Sorry, I say a lot, so I forget.
Sorry, I thought you implied like the US in your previous conversation with the other person. that the U.S. is like he didn't notice
So
transphobia.
what I was gonna say is mainly in response to that that there are more places which are like on a scale more discriminatory than the US. Doesn't mean the US is perfect. I agree there was a lot of transphobia in the US. Given it's such a big place, of course it's gonna be transphobia. But there are other places which are much more discriminatory just based off like the traditions of a certain country. I completely agree that, like we have not reached like the place in the US or the UK where trans people are being legally recognized. I don't know too much about the laws in the US as much as I know about the laws in the UK, but I know that President Donald Trump doesn't like trans people, so that's obviously going to make the society not like trans people as well.
And if he
So,
doesn't, he definitely acts that way, at least.
Yeah.
I think okay. I want to say this. I don't know if you guys know this, but they took away healthcare and all these protections for them very
Oh yeah,
rapidly.
Stoat is
So I'm kind of
American.
afraid.
Host
But
is
I was
American.
hoping
So
I
yeah.
was hoping that this was just a U.S. thing and that we weren't the catalyst for it going on all over everywhere else. I was hoping like the UK was a better.
No,
Oh,
unfortunately.
oh, okay. Well,
Not
that's
really.
all right. Well, thanks.
Thank you
That's
so
pretty
much for
depressing.
coming up. It's nice to have someone that isn't so transphobic coming up. That's very kind of you. Thank you for helping us, and thank you for your questions. Thank you for being extremely respectful. Have a lovely day.
You too.
Thank you. Okay, just for chat quickly, I've seen a few questions which I just want to address quickly. A lot of people have been saying, science disagrees with you, there's only men and women. So there's not only male and female. There are intersex people, there are a lot of intersex people. Oh, thank you for the roses, what the hell? There are a lot of intersex people, first of all, and I know you're being disingenuous when you say there's only man and woman, because your correction would be there's only male and female, and even that's incorrect. There are more intersex people than there are ginger people in the earth, and there will probably be more that are identified if people didn't just identify using genitalia. In most countries, sex at birth is identified using genitalia alone, but genitalia alone doesn't reflect gender. It's usually some homomorphism with chromosomes, but it's not actually chromosomes. It's a lot of different things which merge into one's sexual identity. It is typically recognized as one's phenotype, and it's not true. There is something called androgen insensitivity, which let me just get up the proper term for it so I
think
can
it's
define.
androgen
Just for the
insensitivity
people with androgen insensitivity syndrome possess XY chromosomes, which obviously people know is typically male. But these people that have completely male presenting, like they have the P word and no boobs. They develop female phenotypes given their body's inability to respond to the male hormones, and as they grow up, they will be more female presenting. So there are a lot of the scientific community specifically. They're not like there's man and woman. There's not just man and woman. There is male, female, and intersex. So first of all, just to address that. And also, the term man and woman, they are social categories, not biology. No trans person ever is going to say that a trans woman identifies as being female. They don't. They identify as male biologically, but socially, they're not. So just to quickly bring that up for the person in the comments if they're still here. If they're not here, whatever. It was still something that I thought needed to be bring up because there might be a few questions in the future about that if anyone's listening. But next guest, please, Lev.
Yep, got it.
Don't bring up capable.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I wasn't going to.
Well,
How are you
Hi.
doing today?
How can we refer to you?
you could call me Nessie. That's fine.
Hey, Nessie, thank you. Thanks
So-
for coming up. Do you have
it's a
any
nice name.
issues with the prompt?
Yeah, I kind of agree, but at the same time, like I want to refute it a little bit because,
Of course.
like, I believe like there's a general human law, at least here in the States. Like, and I don't know why I was blocked because I wrote it on the comments, and I don't think it came out as transphobic or disrespectful.
It's
It was
okay.
like,
We're not moderating the chat, and
Alright,
if Cole
alright.
blocked it, then Cole can explain why. But it
Alright.
might have just been blocked by TikTok's automatic moderation.
Okay, I see.
They do get blocked sometimes as well.
All right, no worries then. But I hope that I could bring my point across now.
Of course you can.
So
Feel free to restate it now.
So my thing is, there's already a lot of human rights in place. Like, as if you want to diversify it by the names and like tailor it to like a certain demographic, that's okay. But I think it's unnecessary. Like if something happens to any human being on the street, like they get assaulted, like you could easily call the police, like before
Yeah,
saying that
I
you're,
agree.
and you know what I'm saying. So that's kind of like my thing. Like I agree with the
I
prompt.
think the reason we brought it up is because the person at the time was denying the fact that transgender people are discriminated against.
Right. No,
And
definitely.
I
Yeah, I
brought it
agree
up
with that.
mainly because they are discriminated against. I brought up an example. Her name's Brianna J.
Right.
I think all discrimination against anyone is bad. I'm not
Yeah.
anti-violence, but I would consider myself fascist. Fuck my life now, fascist, pacifist. I'm completely anti-fascist.
Fascist
I call
effing.
myself
What?
pacifist for for a long time.
Yeah.
And I disagree with any violence, any discrimination on any basis. The reason we bring up transgender violence is because
Right.
of what the guest said. But yeah, no, any violence is bad. I
Yeah.
think saying that only trans violence is bad is something that I don't think any transgender person would say.
Right.
And if they
Right.
do, I would definitely like to have a conversation with about them. Because I have a
Right.
conversation with it about them.
Yeah, and you probably
Yeah.
Before you
disagree with them.
okay, guys, I'm actually not going to bring it up here, but I'm a socialist, so I would never be a fascist. But that's not what the debate topic is about today.
Yeah. That's another topic for some other time, perhaps.
That's a conversation for another day.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree. There's a lot of discrimination and stuff, but at the same time, like I also have a point to bring up, which is um the more options we create in life, like haven't you noticed that like it just creates a lot of like I don't know, like confusion and it's okay to be what you feel and are, but I, like most of the people I see that try to adhere to like either two things, like not too many, like quote unquote the norm. You know what I mean? So I've noticed a pattern.
So a lot of people bring this up when referencing children. Do you think like transgender identities are confusing children? Is that kind of the backing we're bringing up here?
No, not at all.
No, okay.
Like, because yeah, like you could be of age and like you're a kid and you're discovering yourself and you just notice that
Yeah.
you have a different preference. I completely agree with that. The only thing that I don't agree is like the pressured or like for example, there's a child, right? Let's say 5 years old, 6 years old. Like I don't see I have a 9-year-old actually. Like I do not bring anything related to like sexuality like to her. Like I just leave her.
Oh, completely. I have an 8-year-old brother. I don't bring up sexuality with him yet.
Yeah, you
He's
know
too
what I'm
young.
saying? Like, and I don't mean like sexuality, like in a vulgar way, but like anything that, like, I let her discover herself. You know what I mean? Of course, that's gonna happen behind.
Completely.
So the only thing that I don't agree is like I see my child wearing a dress from her sister, and then like automatically like I make I deduce that like he is going that way. You know, as a child, like you could be, you want to be anything. Like when I was a kid, like I wanted shoes that flew. Like you know what I mean? It's this is exaggerated, but like it's just to give you kind of like an example. And I feel that there's a lot of parents here in the States, at least, that kind of push for that. Right? There was like a trend to push for that. I feel.
Push for educating kids about trans people. I do
Not,
think that's very much.
So
No,
I actually
listen,
was
it's
on a
not
panel.
educated.
Hold on. So I was on a panel yesterday, and we were talking about when it's appropriate to bring up these discussions and what like actually
Right.
is what should be done. The general consensus from what I've seen is that people want at least in schools for people to be taught, hey, all families might not look the same, and it's okay if you don't feel that you identify along these like
Right.
these general social boundaries that we've kind of put
Right,
in place.
right.
That's all we really want to say.
Yeah, I
But
agree. I totally agree with that because I know that there's families like you might have like a gay couple, and there's got to be an explanation, for them
Yeah,
to
of
kind of
course.
like make sense of it. So I
Kids are
completely
curious.
agree.
Kids want to know. I mean, my
Yeah,
brother's 8. He asks questions all the time. He just wants to know. But there are things you don't like. He doesn't know about the SEX yet because we won't tell him because he's too young and he doesn't need to know about
right,
it.
and that's kind of like where I'm leaning towards. Like
hmm
that's completely different. Like if a child has like for example, I want to bring examples that
Of
are
course.
like very vague. They're not like
No
you know.
worries. Of course. There's no worries. You can say what you
So
like. You're being respectful.
so like let's say there's a couple of two males, they're gay, and like I could see where the child needs this explanation. You know what I mean? Like he deserves to like not feel like he's like alienated. You know what I mean from
Yeah, no,
society.
completely.
So I completely get it. So my point is totally different from that. It's bringing up like automatically saying, okay, this child is leaning towards this sexuality. You know what I mean? Without letting the child kind of explore
Yeah,
that on
I
their own.
think putting definitions on kids about their sexual or like gender
Right,
identity
right, right.
is
That's
wrong. We don't agree with that. I think a lot of people don't agree with that. I think there is a lot of fear mongering going around. I think a lot of people will say that that's what the majority of trans people are doing. They're like saying, "Oh my god, my son dresses in dresses. He's a woman. He's trans."
yeah, it's not a majority. I doubt it.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people in the world, and as a matter of fact, like the percentage of transsexuals, like compared to like the general population, is not
Tiny.
that
They're
high.
like 0.01.
Exactly. So to say that it's a very big
Yeah,
generalization.
I like to leave kids out of it because, like, even with gay people and sexuality, I like to leave kids out of it because even when I was a kid, I mean, I'm 19, right? Like, I was a kid maybe 5 years ago,
Right.
and I was like, I was in my, obviously being on the internet,
Yeah.
you get faced with a lot of things.
Yes, I
Being on the
agree.
internet, especially too young, you get faced with a lot of things.
Right.
And your brain is very malleable as a kid.
I agree.
When I was
totally
younger,
agree.
I was like extremely prone to like propaganda.
Yes.
And I'm not saying like that like transgender people are propaganda, but an example of that would be, for example, I supported, like as a kid, I supported political parties that I wouldn't dream of supporting now. For example,
Right.
like I liked Rishi Sunak. Like, come on now. Like, I would never like Rishi Sunak now, but because there was a lot of media pushed at me in favor of Rishi Sunak, I
Right.
liked him.
I mean, and like I mean, you're supposed to have like your mentality without having a group of people like telling you that you're wrong and you're like scum. Like that's there's a lot of that going on also here in the United States. It's not only like sexual, it's political,
Yeah.
it's everything. Like there's
Oh,
a lot of
completely.
So another thing
100%.
too is that like I think that like when we have like a kid who's like, oh, I like dressing up a lot, and you know this is not just a 1 or 2 time thing, but it's like often that they do it. You know, maybe we should approach them
Right.
and like the parents should say, hey, you know, what are your thoughts? Like, do you feel like you're a guy? Like, just bring it up, like, and not
I
like,
wouldn't do
Right.
that. I disagree.
oh, really, or but like
Yeah.
it really depends.
My
on
brother's
age,
favorite
too.
color is pink, and he wanted to dress for his
Yeah,
birthday.
so,
I haven't spoken to him
yeah.
about gender yet. That's a conversation for me.
So my point, yeah, that's kind of like my point. Like I get what you're saying,
But there is
it's
a time
like
for this conversation. Is the key point.
Yeah,
oh,
there is
absolutely.
definitely, like what Jarrett said in the comments. Thank you for bringing this up. I don't think there is a line, like they said. I don't think there is a line like when they turn 16, you can talk to them about it. I think
Right.
kids are very different. Some kids are, you know, very inquisitive, and some kids aren't.
Yes, some kids are not
Yeah,
exactly.
you don't need to if there's not a need to bring it up, and there's nothing, you know, there's nothing like point like my brother's favorite color is pink and he likes wearing dresses. I've not talked to him about being transgender because I don't think he is. If he comes to me one day and says he's transgender, okay, I will talk to him about it and we can have that conversation, but I don't think it's helpful to plant
Yeah.
seeds.
And
But
also
that doesn't mean that
is
any
there
conversations about transgender people are planting seeds. I mean, my brother kind of knows that I've dated a woman before. That doesn't
right,
mean he's gonna go and date a man. I mean, he's 8; he shouldn't be dating anyway.
right, right.
But he like he
Shouldn't even
knows
be
these
thinking.
things.
He shouldn't even
Planting
be
the
thinking.
seeds isn't the same as enforcing a kid to do these things. But I think it depends on the
Right.
kid. I think if you
I
have a kid
absolutely
that wants to
agree.
copy the things that they're doing around them, like a kid that like, you know, wants to fit in, saying
Right.
talking about like these things, yeah, they could, but that's a part of growing up, and I think a part of
Right.
identity is exploration. And I think if someone's like 11 and you don't want to talk to them about sex or gender, it's a part of
Right.
exploration and growing up. The problem with
Yeah.
not talking
Yeah.
about it to kids is that you're gonna like deny them, and they might like repress it and think it's something taboo, and that is not a good idea.
Right. Right. And not
So
only that,
kids
like if you
naturally,
agree that there's something such as
sorry, real quick.
go ahead,
Okay,
no
let
problem.
Kelsey.
Kids naturally, so when you're in utero, when you're a fetus, you're going through a lot of different hormone washes, and one of them is
Yes,
actually
thank you for bringing this up.
responsible for helping predetermine what gender and what sexuality you will grow up to have. You aren't born transgender, you are not born gay because you haven't developed those things, but your brain is prepped. So between the ages of 3 and 7, you're going to develop a gender identity. Part
Cole
of
Owen
this
is an
is
adult.
social
Cole
because
is
you're
an
going to
adult.
look at like your parents and your friends' parents and your aunts and uncles and all that and see certain dynamics. So part of it is social, and it does need to, like, your brain needs to catch up and develop some. But even like, and this isn't to say that your little brother is trans, Effie, but even him exploring his gender identity
Is good,
just
and I'm
through
glad he
color
does.
and dresses or whatever it is, it's great. It's going to help him have a better idea later on of what gender he is. So I think it's really important to, and again, you don't have to push it on to kids, but there was someone in the comments who said their kids learned from their trans friends and that it wasn't
That's not true.
like abnormal or like, if let's say like as I'm growing up there's someone trans in my school, like I think it's really important that kids know that other trans kids exist, because this can start to happen. Like social transition can happen pretty young, like elementary school, but social
Yeah.
transition is just name, pronouns, and clothes you wear. So it's not gonna like permanently harm anybody or anything like that. So
It teaches kids to be respectful, I think.
exactly. So I do think it's important to know that transgender people exist when you're young, but that doesn't mean that they're telling you you are transgender. It's just saying you're going to see some people who are transgender, and maybe
Okay.
you do end up being, and that's when you start asking more specific questions about it and what have you.
Right,
But yeah,
right.
The guy
I
with the
shouldn't,
emoji in his name in the comments, I did not say trans people can't be kids. They said, and I quote, "You just said a kid can't be trans." No, we didn't say that at all. Kids are open and allowed to explore their identity. And when I'm talking of kids, I'm talking about maybe up to about 11 years old, 10 years old, maybe. Past that point, you're a teenager. There's a difference between a kid and a teenager. I think it's rare for someone as a kid to like openly talk about transgenderism,
I agree.
transgender identity, because obviously it's not something that's talked about, first of all, and it's not something that you can identify with.
To me, as an opinion, like based on my experience, like when I started exploring my sexuality, I don't think it diverse. Like I don't think it's any different.
Not
for
an
everybody.
ism.
Yeah.
It
I
slips out
believe.
sometimes. I apologize, but not an ism. No, we're not an ism. We're not an ideology.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
No worry, I'm responding to someone in the comments. I said transgenderism.
Okay.
It should be transgender people. Just sometimes there's a shortened way to refer to transgender people. It slips out.
Got it. I was just referring to the comment that the gentleman, or I don't know what you prefer to be called. I'm not.
Yeah,
trying
I have no idea. Your name is an emoji. Like I have no idea.
So he was speaking about like 3 to 7 years old. Like I don't know if that's a statistic or like a study.
Then I mean, I'd love a citation if that is a statistic.
Yeah, but then again, like I just want to say, like I never had explorations where like I'm straight, right? I never had explorations with like the opposite sex. What would happen if I did and I liked it? Like I believe that comes from your exploration. Like you know what I mean? Like when you start exploring like sexuality, like I believe it comes from there, because at the end of the day, it's just you are a human being. You just have different preferences when it comes to your sexuality.
Yeah.
So to say from 3 to 7, I believe that's a vague statement, and I mean that as respectful as I can come out with it. You know what I mean?
That's okay. I just think it's kind of funny. I think my computer's dead, so I can't get my notes up right now. But
Right.
next time we're on here for sure. It is definitely something that's studied, especially by like psychologists that work with kids who are trans. And if like you're kind of talking about it being like a phase, like if you did like it, and I think that's kind of the difference between like for example, boys who are more feminine versus trans women. That's
Yeah,
kind of the difference. Like
but you
boys
have
that play with dolls and like pink and wear dresses, they don't think that
Right.
they're girls just because they like pink and dolls and wear dresses. That doesn't
Right.
make them trans. So
Anyway,
Yeah, you have
just
males
quickly,
like in society that are
Nessie,
very
it kind
feminine.
of seems that we agree at the moment. We're pretty much in
Yeah.
line. Is there
Yeah,
is there
I
anything
guess
else
so.
like you disagree with us on, or
Well, the only thing that I disagree was it's a given that everybody should have like regular human rights like
yeah?
everybody else. So I believe that the statement is kind of like generalized. Everybody does have like if I'm sure that if a transsexual gets assaulted or gets discriminated against and you call the police, I'm sure that they will do a report and do what they do for like a person that is cis. You know what I mean?
I
unfortunately,
don't
not
like the
always.
police full
Yeah.
stop, so I can't comment on that.
And I think that the big
All
thing that
right.
we're really fighting for is that like if we're gonna allow like kids under the age of 18 to have surgeries for gender affirming reasons, we should allow trans kids given the same medical expertise that say, hey, this is going to be beneficial to them and not harmful to them. And actually, if we don't let them do this, it's going to harm them mentally and lead to worse
Yeah,
outcomes.
if I tell you
So-
that I've observed like what happens to them and observed their process, I'll be lying to you. But in my opinion, I disagree with that. So
That's okay. I mean, mainly the prompt is for people that, are really transphobic and don't think trans people deserve to be seen as humans. That's
all right, I
mainly
guess
what the
so.
prompt
Yeah.
is about, to be
Yeah.
honest.
So with all respect, like I'll retire myself. You guys have a great day.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being kind and respectful, and I'm glad we had this discussion.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
And just quickly, yes, I admit I used the word transgenderism, and that was bad. The thing with me is when I'm talking, I talk very fast. There is a term for gay people which is called homosexuality. That's not a bad term. It has an ity on the end. For trans people, there is no ity version that I can refer to in shorthand. And I used to think that that correct term was ism. It's not. I used that habit for a long time, thinking it was okay, but if not, it's not. It implies that trans people are an ideology and they're not an ideology, but there isn't an ity word for trans people. And when I'm talking, I talk quite fast and I struggle with that. So I apologize for using the word for any trans people here. It slipped out, and it's definitely not a term that I agree with. But there is no ity word. If there is an ity word that I can use about trans people, I would love to start using it.
Would,
But
like,
just force of
transgenic
habit, it's a word.
Work?
That sounds wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does.
But
But-
Asmo, thank you for critiquing me. I am definitely open to critique, and thank you for pointing that out. Just because the man was talking, I didn't want to interrupt him and say that. I did see your comment as soon as you sent it, and I wanted to say what I was saying now. As soon as I
We
saw the
love
comment.
that about you, Effie. We love that you're A, open to criticism, but B, I just wanted to say real quick, we all slip up sometimes.
Yeah.
Like,
You
English
do.
is...
I mean, I said fascism
is not-
instead of fucking instead of fascism. I did it again. See, I said fascism instead of pacifism earlier. I have a stutter. It's really bad, and I get words mixed up sometimes. So
Effie
I
the
apologize for
fascist.
using the word.
Effie has
I'm not
denounced
fascist. I'm
communism.
literally socialist.
Come back to
I'm
communism.
I'm not transphobic. I'm literally agender. But again, I don't want to bring that up here because it's not a discussion for today. But yes, I use that word. I used to use it a lot, thinking it wasn't a bad word to use, and out of force of habit, it slipped out. I apologize for anyone that I offended in the comment section. I vehemently agree that it's not a word that should be used because it's not an ideology. It will be equivocating to saying it's a delusion, and I disagree with that. So thank you for pointing that out. If it happens again, please let it know. Usually it's not a conscious choice. I'm just trying to shorthand myself so I can get my words out before I forget them. But thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate you very much if you're still in the chat right now.
I'm trying to get.
Yeah, the guy with the
lasagna up.
emoji is the face. We see you. We were just
Yeah.
talking. I've already sent you a request to join, but
Yeah.
you haven't accepted it. We're not ignoring you. When we're talking, we don't usually request someone else. Also, for the people saying God in the comment section, we usually do an anti-theist live. So if you want to join, like follow Stoat and join back when we're discussing God, you can. But this isn't a place for God right now. It won't let me accept you. That's not a problem on our end. Yeah, that's not a problem on our end. That's probably a problem on your end. Can you leave the live and join back and then re-request?
It says you have no live access.
Have you got like maybe you're
Yes.
you've like had a strike on your account, which means you can't go live. That's not a problem on our end. That's a problem on your end. If you have an alt account, maybe rejoin and
Well,
you know,
the live
try again.
access is different than like being able to join as a guest generally.
Okay. Well, maybe rejoin an alt account if you have one.
Kilo, join for the cute little guy. I want to hear their opinions. He's a little cute little guy.
There you go.
He's just a little weasel.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a Stoat in the background. Thank you,
We love Stoats.
Nessie, for being so respectful. And I'm sorry for kind of cutting you short. I just really wanted to say what I was saying before I forget. For the transgender people in the comments that pointed out my mistake, thank you. It unfortunately, I didn't know it was offensive until about a few months ago, and realized it was offensive, but I was just using it as shorthand. Okay, so if there's any people that disagree with the prompt, say in the comments that you disagree with it or request to join. We can try and bring you up. I'm not sure how reliable that is, but we can definitely try. Sometimes it just doesn't come up on either end.
Yeah, it's saying that Lasagna
Ivy
declined
cheese.
it, but
I hate it.
I don't know.
Ivy cheese? Oh, hello, Ivy Cheese. Would you like to join up? I'll try and request you, but we'd love to have a chat. Come back tomorrow and I'll join. Okay. We'll probably, I don't know, maybe we'll be live tomorrow, but you disagree? You want to join?
Nope, you invited them. I was gonna invite them.
I'm spamming these. Yeah, usually spamming doesn't really help. If you have an alt account, I would definitely come back on that. Maybe it's a problem with your account. Maybe
We
you
have a
commented something mean and it's not letting you up.
request.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Stizzy.
Stizzy.
Hello,
You'll never
Stizzy.
be a woman, you fucking nigger. Go kill yourself.
Okay, so no slurs on this live, please.
We love
that
the
is horrible
TikTok
that you
live
say
shop.
that.
No.
Yeah. Also, you had a boy kisser, like the boy kisser meme, as your profile picture. So you're either LARPing as a gay person or don't know that profile picture is like a gay dog whistle. So please don't say the N word. Even
don't
if you're
think they
black,
care.
it's not very good for live.
I don't think they care.
Yeah, I know, but just for other people that might want to do the same thing.
I think the live algorithm
Don't say any
actually-
slurs on the stream. And we're Stoat is cisgender. Stoat is a man, so I don't know who you were talking
What are you
to.
talking about?
Hopefully not Cole, because Cole
anything-
doesn't want to be a woman.
Yeah.
Cole doesn't want to be a woman. Cole's not a woman. And I'm agender. So I for anyone interested, I disconnect from the concept of gender because of its colonial history. But I don't usually say that because it's too complex for some people to understand, and I appreciate that.
We have
Hello.
another request.
Booger sweat. Is that how we can refer to you? Agender. The first option. Thank you, agender. Was he just trolling?
Yeah, he was just trolling.
For the guy with the emoji, agender, as in one word, it just means that I don't really identify with concepts of gender because I've relentlessly looked into the history of gender and its colonial history, and the gender binary is a white settler system, and it makes me very upset, and I don't like thinking about it. But I present typically feminine, so I don't mind being called a woman. It's just not a big deal for me.
Molly's in the chat.
Hello, Molly. If anyone else would like to come up, I'm gonna try and sorry, Nessie,
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
invited
you
you again, I'm
just-
really sorry I misclicked, but I'm gonna keep trying bringing the emoji guy up. If there are people that disagree, say I disagree in the chat.
Guest violation warning. Guest in your life has violated our hate speech and hateful policies behavior.
Pick me much? What do you mean by that?
Does that tell who said that? I think that was the
It was probably the guy that said the M word.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Hi Jess. I don't know what you mean by pick me. If it's about the prompt, I'd love to talk to you, but if it's not about the prompt, then that's kind of an ad hom, buddy.
Were you wondering about the report?
Yeah.
The report?
Yeah, there was some guy with, I don't know his name, a beard and shit. I banned him and muted him once he said reported. And I was like, no, we're not doing that.
Thank you. Guys, don't disrespect Cole as a moderator. We can't do this on our own, especially since we have 35 people in the chat right now. This is our third live we've ever done, so we
had up
weren't
to
expecting
69
this at all.
at one point. It was
So-
wild. Did you see?
Yeah, that was
when
a lot.
Yeah, thank you for calming the chat, Cole. I just kind of threw moderator at you, and I think you understood. You just caught on to it and took over. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, I heard you say my name during a discussion and they were still discussing, so that's all you got out. And I was like, I see that I can mute people now.
You're famous. Can I get a picture? Of course you can. Jess, though, seriously, if you do disagree with the prompt, feel free to join up. I don't know what you meant by pick me, but it seems like you're making a few comments in the chat, which might insinuate that you disagree with the prompt. If you do, please join up. We'd like to have a respectful conversation.
She's being a pick me right now.
I'm being a pick-me for having basic human for respecting trans people's identities. You two are doing great. Thank you so much, Needy. And you're a trans
need to
advocate.
check.
Brilliant. I love seeing that. Thank you for being here.
I'm gonna check my TikTok thing real quick.
Yeah, but if you disagree with the prompt and you haven't been accepted, just type "I disagree" in all caps so we can spot you out or request a join. And for all the warriors in the comments that are responding to all the transphobic people, thank you so much. You're doing more than we could ever ask for, and we love to have you here. You can always request up and say what you want to say via your voices, so it's easier to get across if you really want to. So yeah, thank you so much for all that you're doing in the chat, and we respect you, and we are Sorry on behalf of the transphobes that we're bashing right now. Okay, Ivy Cheese. Non-binary says agender is so new. You'd almost suspect they're invented for individuality. Hi, so, no. I would disagree with the fact that those identities are new. I mentioned it earlier, but Egyptian pottery shards found near ancient Thebes illustrate 3 human genders, one of which being non-binary. And in Mesopotamian mythology, there were a lot of non-binary identities. No, they wouldn't use the word non-binary. That's a recent development to describe something that already existed. Just because the word's new doesn't mean the identity's new. Because we have a word to describe something doesn't mean it. For example, gravity. Gravity always existed, but Isaac Newton came up with the term to help describe what was already there. They have rights except forcing others. Forcing others? Bob, would you like to discuss that? Come join up. The issue is they don't have rights because people deny their existence legally. I mean, look at Sir Donald Trump or whatever. If he's a sir, I don't know, but I hate him. And if you hate him too, you're in the right place. But yeah, no, their rights are actively being taken away in countries. So they don't have rights, first of all. The way we phrase human rights means that all humans deserve rights. So the why we say human rights, it means because rights they should be entitled to, but they're denied. And as for forcing people to use pronouns, yeah, some people can be quite defensive about their pronouns, but not many trans people are. People characterize transgender people a lot by saying that they cling to the idea of pronouns so much. Usually a trans person would just be like, those aren't the ones I want to use. We'll correct you and we'll move on. Yeah, if you would like to join up, request. I'm sorry for the people that came for entertainment and seeing that no one's requesting. They're either being shy and can't argue with us because they don't have any good opinions, or they're just not showing up on our end.
Also, a lot of people are bringing up how it's like a self-respect thing.
Coming out as transgender is a form of self-respect because you are making yourself align with the gender that you would like to be. Coming out as trans.
The self-respecting thing to do is to be out and be yourself, not
yes, to be honest.
Just being like having gender dysphoria isn't a lack of self-respect. So.
No, having gender dysphoria, you can't. The thing is, the cure to gender dysphoria is to come out as trans and have gender affirming surgery sometimes, but not always. Gender dysphoria is not a delusion. You know, it get me up tomorrow. Yeah, of course. There are a few people in chat which saying
I added Molly.
Wow, I see 3 people in a row. So hello, Guy, and Salty11 and Slathify. Feel free to join up. 18 plus live. So we're not talking about quote kids quote mutilating themselves. First of all, I don't think mutilation is the correct term. I would say, for example, circumcision or mutilation that like unfortunately, for example, a lot of African women are being forced to have at the moment. If you haven't, look up Congo.
Also Sudan's pretty bad.
Just as a side person. I'm not an advocate for transgender surgery. Like, for example, under the age of 16. It's also not legal in many places, so we're not advocating for it. I think being transgender and having surgeries are not the same thing. They're mutually exclusive. You can be transgender and want surgery. You can be transgender and not want surgery. Some people can afford surgery. Some people do it on the NHS and don't have to pay for it. But no, we're not encouraging kids to mutilate themselves. In fact, we're doing the opposite because a kid is more likely to harm themselves. A kid is more likely to harm themselves if their gender is being repressed.
Hey, user,
Like
we're not trying to make...
like kids will mutilate themselves. They will kill them. What's the friendly term?
Unalive
themselves. And like harm themselves over gender dysphoria, which is I think is more mutilation than coming out as transgender ever could be. By the way, you can do what you want, indoctrinated and brainwashed, manipulated thoughts. What's up with the? I don't think I'm brainwashed. I don't think I'm brainwashed at all, actually. If I'm brainwashed by anything, it's my political opinions, which I'm more open to critique from. But I think accepting trans people's actuality is something they have to live with every single day. It's basic human rights. Transgender people, I know a lot. Gender dysphoria is not a fun thing to live with. You can feel very insecure. And, you know, there are instances of, for example, transgender men who were female at birth, you know, hating their chest so much that they try to cut it off themselves and cause themselves a lot of harm. Like, people in the name of gender dysphoria will do things to harm themselves. Like, gender dysphoria is not an easy topic to talk about, and it's not an easy topic that people realize. Being trans isn't a choice. Coming out as trans is a choice. People will be, like, Are Therian rights human rights or animal rights? So a Therian is what's a Therian? That's a type of furry, right?
I'm pretty sure that is.
Yeah, that's where it kind of gets complicated for me is when you get into like
Hang on, we'll be
people
right back.
identify with like Fae and or like I don't really
So
know
a human will never be
exactly.
but a human. Humans are animals, so
We're
technically
only-
human rights are animal rights because humans are biologically animals. We came from apes.
We are great apes.
We are great apes. If you don't believe that, come back another time for our Christian live where we will discuss evolution with you. We will happily discuss that, and I don't know, maybe Cole will show up as well. But Jess added me and said, F, you talk about insecurity and you don't think it's a lack of self-esteem. What do you mean insecurity? I think trans people can be insecure, but that's not because they're trans. It's because the things that they're forced to live with. I mean, society discriminates against them, so of course they're insecure. Their body doesn't line up with their head, and it's sad. We descended from common ancestor, not directly from. Yeah, that wasn't me misspeaking. We descended from what's his name? The 3-letter thing that I spoke about on yesterday's live or the other day's live. Universal common ancestor, whatever his name is. Yeah, we came from whatever that is. Oh god, I'm going so off topic. I apologize. Luca, thank you so much. It is Luca. Yeah, we came from the last universal common ancestor, which is prokaryotic domains and bacteria. So yeah, we came from Luca. I kind of misspoke. Yeah, I'm not. Therians are people who identify as being a non-human animal, different from furries. Yeah, I have no problem with furries. You can dress up as an animal. I think when you're identifying as an animal, that's different. I mean, obviously humans are animals, but if you think you're a cat, you're not.
But I'm a stoat. No, I'm kidding.
I don't think that's a massive issue in society.
Exactly. Like trans
Someone
people are
thinking they're an
trans.
animal. I mean, usually when we're talking about Therians, we're talking about children. Okay, come on. You're gonna berate a kid for playing pray pretend? Come on now. Like, leave them alone.
Technically, you could identify as an ape, and that's nothing wrong because you are just an ape.
Yeah. But furries and furries and Therians are very different things. I have no problem with furries dressing up as animals, and most of them I've met are very kind. Most furries are very kind people. Therians, I wouldn't know, because I haven't met any. But for the person that commented that, Therians and trans people are very different things. They're adults identifying Therians. Again, this isn't the live topic, and I'm not awfully educated about it, so I wouldn't want to speak. But yeah, adults identifying as animals.
Exactly. All we're claiming is that you
Yeah.
can identify as a gender that exists within our social schema
Gender
as human
is
beings.
a social construct.
Or you
Different
could
types of
identify
animals
outside of
and
the
biological
gender.
classifications of what species you are is not a social construct, so they're directly different things. For example, you can't say that you identify as a snake because a snake is a different species. You can say you identify as a man or a woman or something separate because that is a gender, that is a social construct. You cannot identify as a black person. Race and gender are very different. I actually posted a paper about this when I was in school.
Technically, I don't
for my
have any.
school.
I don't have any reasons to like say that you can't identify however you want as like race wise, because I think that you just
Okay,
putting people
babe,
in
shut up.
categories, but-
Yes, you can. It's a very different thing. So, basically, race is a construct, but not in the way you think. Race is a construct based on people's phenotype. So you will see a person with darker colored skin and you'll think they're black. That is in the sense that race is a construct. Race isn't technically biological, as I can prove, again, maybe not right now because this isn't the context for live, but you cannot identify with, as we're saying, trans men aren't identifying as male, they're identifying as men. With this weird example, if there was a trans black person, you can like identify as something you're not, but the thing is, gender. The basis here is that gender is a construct. Race is a construct in a different way.
We do have
Exactly.
a request, by the way.
I won't
so-
get too much into it because it isn't
Yeah,
the
but
live
again,
topic.
this is not the topic of the live people. These aren't good analogies that you're making.
Exactly. If you bring up the word transracial, that actually does have a context, but not at all like you may be thinking related to being transgender. So transracial is when somebody is adopted into a family that is not of their race. So like, again, they're just very different. Like Effie explained, like one is based on your phenotype and one is based off of this purely like social human construct we have.
Yeah, so gender is a complete construct. Race is a like phenotypical construct. They're different. Link the race paper. I can't link anything. And it was part of my school at the same time. I don't really want to dox myself, but I can definitely bring it up in another time and read some off of it. But again, this isn't what the live's about. And we also
We have
a guest request. So hello, hello, Roach. Is that how you would prefer to be
Rogue?
referred as? Rogue.
Rouge? I don't know. How do you pronounce?
Please don't say a slur.
It's Raj.
Okay,
Raj?
Raj.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
sorry
you.
about that.
Hi, Raj. So, do you
Hey.
disagree with the prompt?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it says join if you disagree.
Okay, yeah, sure. No, that question was kind of an incentive for you to explain why you do. What point do you disagree with? Like, why do you disagree with it, etc.
It's more so in the sense of like what kind of rights are afforded to, like, I guess regular people that aren't afforded to trans people.
Ideally, none.
Good question.
Like,
So
ideally,
mainly
everybody
the
gets the same rights, is the thing. But
Yeah,
I don't
the,
think that
um,
that's the case. This would.
the term that we're using, human rights here, I've explained it a few times. Maybe it's not the correct term, or maybe we should change it a little bit.
Well, I
But,
just hopped in and I'm in the middle of work. That's why.
Oh, no worries. But when we say trans rights or human rights, we're saying that all humans shouldn't be discriminated against, and for that reason, trans people shouldn't be discriminated against based off their gender, essentially. That trans people do not have rights in the sense that they are discriminated against based off their identity, just like when, sexuality started becoming more spoken about in society. Gay people didn't have rights in the sense that it was, punishable by law to be gay. It's punishable by law in some countries to be transgender. So when we say that trans rights are human rights, we're talking about that no one should be punished for their identity that they cannot control.
So no one should be discriminated against.
With reason, I think that fascists should be discriminated against.
I think that
Can
nobody should
can
be.
we? Go
Nobody
ahead.
should be
My bad.
like. We shouldn't use prejudice. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
We shouldn't.
Prejudice, I
Like-
think prejudice should be dissolved.
Like, I think that if somebody did something wrong, they absolutely deserve, to be, at least they deserve a reasonable punishment for that. We shouldn't, like.
Democrats will turn you
That's
trans.
fair.
I'm not even a Democrat.
I'm not either. I'm an independent. I'm not even registered as one. So.
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. Anyway, sorry, Raj. I just wanted to respond to
You're not
someone.
even in this
Don't
country.
misrepresent my political views.
I was just gonna say that I feel like that's a very, it's a nice idea, right? Like for us to live in a perfect world where no one would get discriminated against. But I feel like if we just kind of deal with reality, regardless of what we want the world to be, people are gonna get discriminated against.
Oh, I know.
And that goes to everybody.
But just because people are discriminated against doesn't mean we should try and stop it.
We should
That's it.
always
Oh,
be
that's
trying
fair.
That's
to
like
make
saying
society better.
Absolutely, but I don't
gay people
think-
used to be killed, but I'm not glad that they're not killed anymore. Like, come on.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. I just kind of think it's not as prevalent as some people are making it out to
Might
seem.
not be prevalent to you, but it's prevalent to. I mean, people die because of this. Like, I
Well,
know people
fair,
that have
but
committed
how-
suicide because of it, or have been killed because of it, unalived because of it.
Because they didn't have certain rights that were afforded to other people, or because they were battling some sort of inner demon and lost.
No, because they were
unfortunately.
discriminated against for being trans, because they were bullied, or they were denied access to certain jobs because on the basis of them being transgender. Like, that's a right. For example, being able to go to a job. But I mean, I know people that have been denied a job because they are transgender.
I mean, yeah, equal opportunity. I
That's a
understand
right.
that.
Like,
That's
yeah, like
obviously
they're
a-
being denied opportunities because they're being
That's
denied opportunities
obviously
because
like
they're trans.
a,
That's a human
you
right.
know,
Opportunities are a human
That's
right.
obviously like a suable offense if they could prove that. Obviously,
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what happened, but yeah, that's fair.
And I think that we
So-
should always be trying to make society better. We can always make things
Yeah.
better. I don't think that there is an objective best society that exists. I think that we can always be reanalyzing what we're doing as a society and
I mean,
seeing,
how do
hey,
you
we
think
should
progress
improve
is
here
made?
this.
How do you think progress is made by not advocating for these things? I mean, how do you think we reached a society that gay people
No,
don't
I
feel
understand
just killed
that.
en masse anymore? Because we were having these conversations, and I hope
I
that
just
the sa-
don't
that the
think
same
it's
conversations will-
possible to legislate out the evil in people. Is what it kind of sounds like that you're trying
Oh
to do.
no, I disagree with. See, not to bring up my political opinions, but I'm a socialist. Okay, so I don't think legislation achieves anything. But I think the legislation that denies people's existence is bad legislation.
Which is fair.
Yeah, that's kind of what we mean by trans rights or human rights. A human right, is opportunities and legal representation. Trans people don't get that. So that's what we're kind of saying by the prompt.
I think I would just beg to differ in the sense that they are afforded that. It's just unfortunately some people do discriminate against them, and they do have a right to legally fight back, which is fair.
Okay, good. So you agree with this?
I mean, yeah, in a sense, I just think we're kind of whatchamacallit.
Hyperbole?
No, I just don't think I understand the question.
Oh, the question is kind of a dog whistle for disgusting transphobic people who think trans people aren't humans.
I'm already labeled that, so it's fine.
No, it's just, that the term trans rights and human rights is like a common movement, so we just thought we'd, reiterate it. I mean, we can obviously change it to something else, but just the kind of terming that we're using, I'm open to, changing that. But yeah, if you're not transphobic, first of all, thank you for being a good human being, and second of all, thank you for joining us in our time today. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure many people will label me transphobic regardless. It's just, I don't think...
Oh, that's not good. How come?
I definitely don't agree with, especially, I guess the gender affirming thing with kids. I feel like that's
okay,
a
so
little
this
bit
is
of a stretch.
a lot of people, sorry for interrupting you, but a lot of people bring this up. And, it doesn't say anywhere on this screen that we allow transgender people under the age of 16 to get gender affirming care.
Which is why I didn't bring it up until now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, of course. But a lot of transgender people and, people will hold that view that a kid at that age is not mature enough. I mean, I'm only 19, okay? So a few years ago, even at that age of 16, I agreed that people my age shouldn't be getting surgeries because your brain is still malleable, your brain hasn't started fully developing, but that doesn't mean that you should deny a kid being transgender. You should just deny them taking those steps. Because if they still feel that way in, 2 years, then of course. But the issue is I think there's a lot of fear-mongering in the transphobic community. We're saying that these kids are getting mutilated and they've changed their mind and they're stuck in this body.
There is a little bit of gaslighting in that sense too, that, people that are in support of it will say that that's not actually happening.
It is
and
happening.
Then something will happen.
So is like women in Congo being vaginally mutilated, but no one's talking about
Absolutely.
that because it's something that can be easily critiqued. A minority of things that's happening are being warped up to a big scale, and I disagree with that. And I think any trans person with common sense would also disagree with that.
I think there's a lot of issues.
Maybe Facebook is a little bit of a.
Facebook is not a good place for your sources, buddy. If you're on Facebook, first of all, Celeste, you leave. But second of all, Facebook is a place of fear-mongering. I deleted it ages ago.
Yeah.
Same with Twitter. If you guys are on Twitter, first of all, it's Elon Musk, guys, come on. And maybe with Grok now, Grok is a bit more reliable. I don't know, it's AI at the end of the day. But
Mecha mustache man.
Yeah. But
Yikes.
yeah, so many trans people don't agree with underage people getting surgery. And yes, it happens, but I think people are making it out that it happens a lot more. But
Yeah.
these things, the point is, people are bringing up these things not from a place of worrying for these children, but they're using it as an example as to why trans people shouldn't have rights. They're referencing it
They're
wrongly.
using it
They're
as a
referencing it
scapegoat,
coming from
yeah.
a place of hate. And that upsets me, because these things are problems, but the fact that people are bringing them up in the wrong situations are upsetting.
And it's really
I feel
rare that a minor would get any sort of surgery as well, even at 16
I know
or 17.
trans people, and they
And-
haven't transitioned, even in their adulthood, they're still not transitioned yet.
Yeah, but there are cases where either that child is in really imminent danger because of their body, whether it because it developed too quickly or because they're committing or trying to commit self-unaliving because of that. That is a rare case. And another rare case is if you're going off to college at 18 and you are turning 18 when you start college. A lot of 17-year-olds who are fully developed and already qualify for surgery other than that will also get that exception, but it is really rare. It's not easy to get. You have to go through a lot of therapy. You have to go through
I promise you have to get diagnoses before you can do
Yeah.
it. You have to get diagnosed with, in this country, you have to get diagnosed with gender dysphoria before you can take those surgeries. A lot of people say that parents are grooming kids into getting these surgeries. First of all, you have to get a diagnosis before you can do anything. There's a lot of background checks that people do. It's not an easy process. You need consent from your parents. And like, if your parents are transphobic, there is no way you're getting gender affirming care under the age of 18. First of all, most parents are transphobic. So this problem, it's not with trans people. The problem isn't with trans people. The problem is with parents that aren't like taking proper care of their kids, and that's unrelated to trans identities.
Can
Does
you
that make sense?
elaborate a little bit? Can you elaborate a little bit more on the whole like parents not
So if
taking
a
care of the
parent
kids?
will a parent being in support of trans people, brilliant. I will advocate that until the day I die. But some parents will grant a child maybe at the age of 14 or 15 to get gender affirming surgery, and at that age, that decision, like, it's I would urge someone to wait a bit, because there are so many outside forces that can make someone I mean, as a kid, your kind of job is to explore your identity, and saying you are definitively have like your identity completely settled at 14 or 15, it's not. I think most trans kids that are getting gender affirming surgery, first of all, you need parental consent. So it is more the issue of the parent and not the transgender kid in this case. If the parent is allowing their kid at that age, I think that's a problem. And I think the parent should be more responsible, wait a little bit longer, not because they're transphobic, but for the safety of the kid, for the but again, this is a rare situation, but just to elaborate, that's what I meant. I meant that it is not an issue with the trans kid. It's not the trans kid's fault. They're just looking for solutions to ways that they're dealing with immense gender dysphoria. And gender dysphoria is very difficult to live with. It drives a lot of people to self-unaliving and self-harming. It's a bad thing. So on a parent that wants to try and alleviate that gender dysphoria from a kid, it's not their fault. They just I think a parent should be responsible in the sense that they shouldn't grant it without talking more.
And Effie's talking a lot about like what legally needs to happen in the UK. I can talk
Yeah.
about what legally needs to happen in the US as well.
Yeah, I
have-
live in the UK, guys. The other two people here live in the US. I live in the UK, so I'm completely, all my opinions are based off UK law. So just a preface for that.
Yeah. So over in the US, we have something called the WPATH guidelines. When I say you need to see all these doctors, get these diagnoses, there's something that just your psychologist is going to be looking for over a 2-year period or more. And
And
they're
that applies to a
looking
lot of
for-
things. When you want to get diagnosed for certain disorders, if you're experiencing those symptoms over a month, they're going to wait years to diagnose you because things can change. And it's the
Exactly.
same with transgender people.
So, especially with kids, you're looking for 3 things. You're looking for insistence, persistence, and consistence. If they are consistently saying, this is the gender I am, if they are persistently saying, this is the gender I am, if they are insistently saying this no matter what they're wearing, no matter what their environment is, if they're saying this over 2 years, then they're going to get some sort of gender affirming care. Whether they need medical gender affirming care or not is another question. Because a lot of times, especially with minors, even teenagers, we're just talking about clothes, pronouns, and name change. Is
Just
it?
clothes and cutting their
But-
hair short, or growing
Exactly.
out their hair, or shaving their beard.
But if they are going to get surgery, they have to get through. So let's say you get surgery at 17, you have to have been seeing a counselor at least by the age of 15 that is going to be able to sign off on this for you. You've also got psychiatrists, surgeons, all this good stuff to meet these WPATH guidelines. So when it is happening, it's not happening just willy-nilly, not thinking that these kids are who they really are. Like, these doctors do know before they're making these moves.
Does that explain it?
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
It's-
I'm
it's
glad. Is there
also-
anything else you'd like to bring up?
I just want to bring up one more thing too.
Yeah.
It's that a lot of medical associations agree that like gender affirming care is medically necessary, and that it leads to
Yeah.
improved outcomes,
Yeah.
and that's evidence based too. It's not just we think it's this way. It's based off of like scientific research that has gone.
Like,
and
you can
looking
take
at-
depression meds for as long as you want, but that gender dysphoria is never gonna go.
And like this goes,
I mean, that's-
this is not even just for trans people. Gender affirming care is across the board seen as like some of the most
Yeah,
effective.
for cisgender people.
Yeah.
Like guys that can grow too much breast tissue, biological like males can grow too much breast tissue. get it taken away because they don't feel like it matches with their idea of their gender.
Even women when they're
Even-
younger.
even women.
Like, do you know how many minors that are girls get breast reductions or breast augmentations? Like, that is way more common than gender affirming surgeries anywhere in the world. Way
Quickly
more
for a
common, I
comment,
guarantee.
just because it's part of the DSM-5 doesn't mean it's a mental illness. Autism is on the DSM-5. Autism's not a mental illness. Thanks. Continue, everyone.
Yeah, breast
I don't know how
reduction
true that is.
breast reduction was done in 5,000 or 6,000 people in the U.S. in 2022 under the age of 19.
Yeah, those
And so
probably
that's
aren't for trans
8%.
reasons.
Yeah, and that's 8%
definitely aren't for trans reasons.
of 8% of all procedures, 12% of all gynecomastia.
Fuck, I can't say it either.
Yeah, it's 12% of all the procedures are under for age 19 and under. So it's,
Okay,
it's common to
Rycor,
see.
you're saying it, you keep saying it. I have a mental illness that's on the DSM-5, but I also have a condition that's on the DSM-5 that isn't a mental illness. Stop saying that because it's on the DSM-5 means it's a mental illness. It's not a mental illness. If you think gender dysphoria is a mental illness, you're saying autism is a mental illness. Autism is not a mental illness. Thank you.
So then, what would autism be classified as?
That's a neurodevelopmental disorder.
Sorry.
It's something. It's just that means that you don't have it just means that you're neurodivergent. It just means.
Okay, for a lot of people in the comments, let's not talk religion here. We do other lives where we talk about religion if you want to bring up religion, but this is not a religion-based live.
Oh, I was
for people
gonna-
defending their beliefs with religion, let's stop doing that. Okay, thank you.
I would be more than happy to bring up Heather after.
Yeah, but just at the moment, people saying the Bible as like the Bible. I've read the whole Bible. I've read the whole Quran. The Bible and Quran says nothing about transgender people. I've read all of it. I've read the whole textures, the whole scriptures. None of them say anything about transgender people. Thank you. It is a mental illness. No, it's not. Gender dysphoria is not a mental illness.
You actually can argue that the Bible brings up being trans, but only in the way that Jesus was trans, because he doesn't
Jesus
have a
didn't have a
dad.
Y chromosome. If Jesus
Exactly.
came from Mary without insemination. He didn't have a Y chromosome, guys.
There you go.
Or you got to appeal to a miracle that you have no evidence of.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, oh, he left. Okay. Thank you for being a respectful guest. Thank you for joining, and thank you for not jumping to insult anyone. Thank you for being respectful. We appreciate it a lot. He was not trans, Heather. No, we're not saying he was trans.
I
But
invited
if he
Heather
was,
up.
if he was born of Mary, the Virgin Mary, Mary was not inseminated. That means he did not develop a Y chromosome. So without a Y chromosome, he couldn't be XY, which is what you guys think makes someone a man. Just saying. Heather, I would love to come up, but please do not bring up religion as a basis
I'm
for your
fine.
argument.
I'm
you're
fine
gonna
if they
come-
bring up
I'm
religion.
not fine with that, please.
Oh, come on. Come on, Heather. Stop running. I see you're in the sprinter position. Oh, yep, no.
And let me up. Emoji guy, we're trying to let you up. I mean, I've invited you countless times.
Yeah,
It's not an issue on our end. We're really sorry. But it's not an issue on our end. You're making it out that we're not letting you up. We'd love to have a conversation with you. But it's not a problem on our end, it's a problem on your end. I'm sorry about that. But thank you again to all the people in the chat that has helped correcting these people. Palm is one of them. Molly as well. Yeah, Magla, all you guys. Thank you for standing up for us.
Did you see we had a
Orchid as
fellow-
well.
Did you see we had
Yeah,
a fellow
like,
stoat
just
in the
didn't
chat?
notice a few names, just so you know you guys are appreciated. Thank you for filling in for what we can't. Yeah, did Heather leave? Well, dang. Yeah, these people. If you want to come up, guys, say I disagree in caps, and we can try and bring you up, or press that little button at the bottom of your screen. It has 2 people on it and a tick. Core, I'd love to bring you up because I both have mental health issues and gender dysphoria, so I'd love to bring you up. I would love to have a conversation with you. We have to fight for you guys. Thank you, Molly.
Oh, we have 2 Mollys now. What?
Oh
Or
my
do
god, we
do
have 2 Molly?
Yeah, so there's this Molly here. I think do we have the other Molly still here? No, I think the other
Yeah,
Molly.
Emma, I also can't believe we're having this conversation. We are all human. I agree with you. I'm just curious what rights are trans people being denied. So I know people that are being denied jobs because they're trans. I know people that aren't legally recognized as the gender they want to identify as. There are a lot of rights being denied, but the main reason we put trans rights or human rights is because it's a common phrase. That's the reason we're putting it up here.
Sorry.
It's commonly said a lot.
And it's really
Music
hard.
Man, trans rights are the right to seek mental help, not affirmation. Guess what?
Thank you.
The mental health care that we get as trans people
Is affirmation.
is affirming our gender, our
Yeah.
It's
actual
also shockingly poor the way trans people are treated. By the way,
It's also
They're not
shown to
treated
be
very well.
that like affirmation is seen to be the most effective way to deal with this. Like if you try to reject identity, it actually just leads to catastrophic outcomes across the board.
Exactly.
So like, go figure. We've done research about this, and affirmation is what leads to the best results. So we're gonna do that because
and guess what, guys? Since there's no one requesting, do you guys want to hear about colonialism and how colonizers enforced the gender binary and got rid of all the previous identities that existed before the Western binary? Does anyone want to hear about that? Just because no one's joining, and it will definitely upset some transphobes, so it might incentivize them to come up.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
Awesome. So, colonialism victimized a lot. Only you can treat your dysphoria by accepting the truth. Yeah, the truth is these people don't identify with the gender they're socialized into. That's the truth. And if you want to expand on that, join up. Brit talking about colonization, spell it with an S, not a Z. So, we have in ancient Vedic literature, namely the Kama Sutra, which is 4th century CE, gender is divided into 3 natures. We have the Pumas Prakriti, which is a man, a Stri Prakriti, which is a woman, and a Tritiya Prakriti. The Tritiya Prakriti were discriminated against when the British invaded India. They exoticized and commodified the Tritiya Prakriti as unnatural, conflated them with contagion and dirt, and inaugurated centuries of persecution. These identities are now recognized as part of the Hijra community, and the Hijra community are individuals, generally assigned male at birth, but not always, who embrace traditionally feminine gender expressions. In Oaxaca, Mexico, a similar identity is the Muxe, and that's also marked by a shift from traditional masculinity to femininity, despite being distinguished from womanhood as a concept. We also have two-spirited folk, which is an Aboriginal specific term of resistance to colonization. It was a replacement to bardash, which was derived from the French bardash, meaning catamite or passive homosexual, and the Persian barda, meaning slave or captive. This was an umbrella term used by non-native anthropologists to describe anyone throughout the Americas that did not align with the Western gender binary and heteronormativity. This is like the Nadle of Navajo and the Lamana of Zuni. Another example would be the Mahu of Hawaii and Tahiti, who embody both man and woman spirit in one person. Before the 19th century, American missionaries imposed biblical doctrine to erase their traditions. They thrived as teachers, priests, and healers, and they were custodians of sacred knowledge passed on through chant. There's more. There's also the Bugis of Sulawesi and Indonesia, but there seems to be a lot of people in the comments right now who are being blatantly transphobic, so request up, or are you scared? You scared of my knowledge? Because I bet you didn't know any of this.
They're ready to jump
Bet
out.
you did not know about how the gender binary was enforced as a colonization tactic, because you guys are not only ignorant, but you're just respecting basic human rights. Losers! You're too nonchalant. Me? Why, thank you. But yeah, the bourgeois recognized 5 genders for at least 6 centuries. Men, women, and then transgender women, transgender men, and Bisu, which is embodying the totality of all identities, which were seen as bridging the gap between the people and the divine, which I think is awesome. But Dutch imperial rule disrupted this equilibrium by enforcing European binaries, again, so we can see the gender binary. Just man and just woman being enforced again to erase gender diverse history. A lot of people in the comments. Hello,
Nobody's
user
taking away the right to play-
656343787. I hope that's not your number. But nobody is taking away their right to pretend at all. We just aren't playing pretend with them. So they're not pretending to be a sex that they're not. They're just aligning with the gender that they are.
Yeah.
No transgender person ever is saying that they're aligned with the sex. They're aligned with the gender.
And Notorious, no, it's this is still, it's not a binary. It's
Hello,
gender's
Nate.
not
Aren't all these
binary.
based on the binary? No, gender's not a binary. Sex isn't even a binary. Sex is a bimodal distribution. Big word, I know. But that's why not every single man is hypertestosteronic and they don't all have massive muscles and massive beards. Gender, even sex, is a spectrum, with the middle being intersex and the end being female and another end being male. Not even sex is a binary. It's a bimodal distribution. Write that down. Binary, yeah. Binary means two. There's not two.
Yeah,
That's not my question. What was your question? You can either join up or type it in the chat. Yeah, I'm quite knowledgeable.
that's
Girl.
so forced.
So you-
Binomial distribution, so forced.
Bimodal distribution. That's so forced, Falca. Yeah, there's this guy on TikTok, who, when I was very young, he introduced me to the term, and I was like, wait, that's so correct. Oh my god.
I like
Yeah.
Forrest. Forrest is good. I like when he's on with what is it, Gutsick, and they do the line, and they're just
Yeah,
bashing people over
biological essentialism is
biology.
stupid, but deny science, guys.
Yeah,
Deny science.
yeah.
She reads a word and says write down and thinks she's smart. Oh, God user, I hate to break it to you, but I've written papers on this. I've published papers on this. Would you like to join? And we can talk to you about my knowledge even more.
If he's smart.
I am, guys, I'm 19. I'm not meant to be incredibly smart. Don't pre-colonial identities stem from the bimodal distribution? No, actually. A lot of them were spiritual. For example, I'm going to bring up the Bougies again. But before assimilation, obviously, the identity Bisu was all of the genders. So already we have something breaking from the binary. We have man, woman, obviously non-binary. We have analogous to transgender women and analogous to transgender men. They're embodying all of the genders. We have people who are just they're like there are a lot of T-man, T-woman, and one that encompasses all. No, we had MBs as well, which means non-binary.
have
That's
that
just
request.
that's kind of only like BC stuff. We have like Mesopotamian, like, and Egyptian stuff and Sumerian stuff, which I could also bring up, which have explicitly like non-binary identities, if you'd like.
We do
Reading
have a
and writing
request,
it
by the
down.
way.
I have I made a what's called a card on this, which is where I'm directly sourcing my information from. I wrote it myself when I was bored, just to make a place where I can write down all the information I learn over a long period of time. I could definitely post a link if you guys would like.
Hey, F,
I
we do
don't know
have a
how
request.
well it will be seen. We have a request?
Yes. I was just trying to.
Hey, come up. I'm sorry for talking.
I tried to interrupt you. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, Dr. Genius.
Good morning.
Oh, hi. How old are you, just for TikTok terms of service?
44.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm 19. Is that cool with you?
I'm 26. So.
Yeah, being
Okay, brilliant.
19.
Any reason you requested? Do you disagree with the prompt or anything else to talk about?
Well, I just enjoy the truth, and
We all do. I love the
I
truth.
think the truth really matters in a case like this.
Me too, especially when it comes to religion.
Well, I hope you enjoy religion just as much as you like enjoying the truth.
Thank you. You enjoy transgender people as much as you like. So what do you think them about?
I mean,
what do you think about them as a truth?
would. Well, I mean, the truth really comes down to that men cannot be women and women cannot be men.
Okay.
What's your source
So,
for
of course. So,
we could just
first
ask
of
what's the
all,
source for that. Like, that's just
yeah,
a claim.
citation,
Base the
please?
claim,
Anyway.
or yeah, you have to. If you're making a claim like that,
Well,
I'm just gonna ask you
Anyway.
where you're sourcing that claim.
So, yeah, so I think what you're referring to here is you're referring to sex instead of gender. So, sex is
That's
where,
incorrect.
no?
Your insertion is not correct.
Oh, okay, wow. So you agree gender is a social construct?
I don't.
No, so
I
you're
think that-
incorrect. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, gender perhaps is a personality trait. Sure, you can have
No,
different
it's not a personality
personalities.
trait.
Just like you can have multiple personalities.
it's
Just
That's a
something
mental
that-
illness called DID.
yeah, it is a mental
And
illness.
being transgender is not a
100%.
mental
I agree
illness.
to that.
I know
Do you want me
Paul
to
has-
give you
Yeah.
some sources as to why
No,
science?
I mean I'm
validates
sure
gender?
your professors have
Oh, I'm not
They
enrolled
should
in
have
school.
brainwashed you very well.
Oh, I dropped out of school.
Yeah, I flunked out of college
Sure, but
twice.
your sources come from professors.
No, they come
It's
from
not that you.
PubMed.
They come from scientists who actually
Sure.
do the
Yeah.
research, who have
Yeah.
empirical evidence. So if
That,
you're
that's
gonna say that this isn't
that's okay.
reliable evidence, this is empirical evidence, you just have
Yeah.
to come up with why the empirical evidence is wrong, and you've got a mountain
So
to
are you
fight uphill
telling me
with.
that there is a third sex?
There is a third sex.
I-
Sex is what's
There
called
is a third
Don't
sex.
interrupt me, please. First of all, sex is a bimodal distribution. You have two ends. One end is female, one end is male. In the middle, you have neither male nor female, which is what's called intersex people. There is a third sex, technically. It's a
There
classification
is
called
intersex
intersex.
people.
Yeah.
I know
Would you
one,
say that's a
actually.
third sex?
No, that's not a third sex.
Well,
Oh,
they
so what
don't-
is it?
They don't follow under like
That's a general. That's a general mutation.
Okay, so did you know? Actually, I would love to talk to you about this. Did
It
you
is
know?
a general
Don't
mutation. That's,
interrupt me,
that's
so.
please.
not a
So
third
under
sex.
that classification,
interrupt me,
we're
please.
just
We're-
mutated apes.
I appreciate you clarifying that.
We're
Yeah.
just mutated apes at
So
that point.
can
then.
I bring up? Do you know how babies form in the womb? So during fetal development, it's what's called the bitential tissue,
know.
which is the
Thank
prima.
you.
Okay, don't interrupt me, please. During fetal development, is the bipotential tissue called the premadorum that acts as a foundation for gonad formation. It is the YSRI gene, which is the sex determining region, which is found on the Y chromosome, is what triggers the differentiation towards testes. So actually, when you really think about it, the default is an ovarian pathway. The mutation here is the Y chromosome that attaches itself on, and that's what traditionally makes someone male presenting.
It's a plot twist. You're actually just a
Sure,
mutated.
let's
Yeah,
break
it's a
this
plot
down.
twist, your mutation.
I think you bring up a very good point. I think
Thank
I'm
you, I
willing
know, I'm
to
educated on this and you're
address
not.
this. I'd like to bring up a very good point here. Since you're bringing up intersex people, and you believe that there's a third sex, so you would
Oh no, I
also
never said that.
agree
You said that. I
you'd
believe
also
sex is
agree
a
that
bimodal distribution. There's no sexes, there is a
an
scale.
individual can impregnate themselves. Is that the third sex?
Excuse me?
I mean, there's
Please don't talk
Exactly.
about please don't talk about that on here, first of all. And second of all,
What
what
exactly are you
the fuck are you
referencing?
talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing.
Yeah, so a lot of people hold the view that sex is tied to
A lot of
gonads.
people?
Okay, excuse me. Don't interrupt me, please. This is the third time you've done that. I will mute you next time. People think that sex is from gonads, and if you don't know what a gonad is, it's a penis or a vagina. And people think sex is based off whether you have a penis or a vagina. First of all, it's not. It's biological attributes like reproductive anatomy, obviously gonads, hormones, chromosomes, but a lot of us learned that it's either penis or vagina or XXXY. Gender is not that simple, and sex is not that simple. It's not. When we say we're referring to intersex people, we're not talking about someone that can impregnate themselves. Someone can have a vagina and a penis at the same time. Someone can have a mutated penis. Someone can have a mutated vagina. Someone can have multiple penises. Someone can have multiple vaginas. Something can have neither. These are all intersex characteristics on the bimodal spectrum, which is sex. They fall in the middle. It's not a third sex, first of all. You're basing sex off gonads, and that's incorrect. No scientist will disagree with you if they know what they're talking about. And intersex individuals are real. They're not the third sex. They're a third classification because gender is sex is oversimplified.
They're
in
not a
science.
third sex.
Pardon?
They're not a third sex. You just
They are a
admitted
third category of sex. There are no set sexes. Sex is a spectrum.
that. Yeah.
And if you disagree, you're disagreeing
Even
with.
if you are. No, we're just trying to have a conversation, right? We're just trying to break
Well,
it
you're
down.
just you're stating incorrect information, so I'm correcting you.
Sure, I mean that's your opinion, but
no, this is.
Oh,
You're
no,
allowed
it's not
to
opinion, babe. It's
you know?
decided by multiple sources. If you think something I'm
not
saying
necessarily.
Do you think
Excuse me.
evidence is objective or
Excuse me,
subjective?
don't talk over me. Okay, sorry, that's Stowe actually.
Like, I know you're
so
getting very emotional about this, but let's just have a conversation, okay?
you're how old are you again?
Do you think
44?
yeah, do you think that objective...
Can you be
or-
more respectful to a 44-year-old?
do you
Maybe
think that,
you're speaking to like a 19-year-old here, and you're telling her she's being emotional.
Do you think that empirical
embarrassed.
evidence
Yeah.
is objective
You're
or
gonna have to get over
subjective?
that, but
I'm. Don't worry. I've been threatened to be doxxed on here
I
over the period of a
appreciate you.
few hours.
you know,
I
appreciate
happen
you.
to know more
Let me
about
just-
science
let
than
me
you,
just-
and that and
let me
you,
just
and you, don't interrupt me.
inform
Please.
you just a little
Don't
bit that
interrupt.
I
Don't
I'm
interrupt me,
muted.
please.
I got it.
Thank you. I know more about biology than you, and the things I've told you are true, and I can back them up with sources. If you disagree with them, you're disagreeing with the science, and you're not disagreeing with me. I'm not being emotional, I'm being logical. Thank you.
And the science is
All right,
objective,
you're
not
welcome.
subjective.
You're welcome. You're
Oh,
welcome.
no
I
problem.
appreciate
Continue.
you. I think
Why
we
are
have a
you a
lot in
transphobe?
common. I think we have a lot in common. I think we both,
Oh, I
have an
completely
opinion,
disagree. You're a
and we want to
transphobe. I'm
share it.
not.
No, I'm not. I'm not afraid. I'm not
Oh,
afraid of
okay. So
people
we're gonna pull that card. Okay.
who
So
believe
yeah,
that
you're
they
you're
are
you're
something
alluding
that they are
to.
not.
Okay, stop
No,
interrupting me.
no, no.
Jesus fucking Christ! You're a 44-year
No, I
old
think you're
grown man. You
interrupting
don't know how to have a
me.
conversation.
Whose panel is this? I think that's
Yeah,
ours.
yeah. Who's live in this, buddy? This is
I
our
hate to
live.
bring that up, but like you don't have
Yeah.
you don't have rights here. This is not
Oh,
the
okay,
government.
babe. Don't say that's not a good thing to say.
Well, yeah, but like
Let me just get my Latin dictionary up.
I
Real quick.
appreciate
Just
you very much. I really do.
oh,
And
no
I think we
worries.
have a lot in
So
common.
the word
We
phobia.
both have an opinion.
Excuse
We
me.
both have an opinion.
You're interrupting me again.
And we both.
You're interrupting me again.
I think you're. I
do you
think
think
you're talking
science is
over
an
me,
opinion?
actually. I'm just talking to you.
No. So you said
Hey,
you're not
let me
scared
take
of
this.
trans
Let me take
people
this.
because you're citing the ancient Greek and you're citing the Greek root phobos, and that means fight or fear, right?
Hey, Dr.
But the thing
Genius?
about language and babe, stop interrupting me.
Okay.
The name, the word phobia, right, came from the word Greek. But did you know that language evolves over time? That's crazy. The path to English, the term was adopted through New Latin, not early Latin, late Latin, before coming widely reused around England about like 1780 fucking 6. I can cite a source for that if you want. Phobia doesn't mean fear anymore. Even in science, even when you learn basic biology in biology class, phobia doesn't mean fear. Like hydrophobia, right? It's something that goes apart from each other. Okay? Phobia doesn't mean fear anymore. So you can cite what you think is knowledge as long as you want. But language changes, buddy.
Also,
I'm not your buddy.
we're not citing opinions. We're citing the science.
Yeah,
and
this
science
is we're not being
objective.
emotional. These are objective facts, and I can cite sources for you if you want. But I think you're mature enough to know that I
Well,
wouldn't lie.
correct. We are citing the truth, and the truth is
You're not
man
citing the truth
cannot
right
be
now
a
because
No.
you said phobia means fear, and it doesn't, so you're not citing sources.
and a woman cannot be.
What's your
I
scientific
agree.
side?
A woman cannot be male. A woman cannot be male. Transgender people aren't identifying with sex, they're identifying with the social construct of gender. Which, by the way, a scientist that I love called Dr. Blitz, PhD, go check him out, guys. He agrees with me, and he has a PhD, and you don't.
He would blitz you. He blitzes all of us.
I mean, I can agree with you.
Let's
as well.
stop
I mean,
talking
you
about
don't have to have a
communism in the comment
PhD.
section. You're gonna get this live taken down. Thank
But,
you.
but we like communism.
Just quickly, people. Like, I would love to talk socialism all day, but let's not do it in this chat. Continue, Dr. Genius.
Stotsky, is that correct?
Yeah,
Stotsky?
a stoats. Do you see the animal in the back? That's a little stoat.
Yeah, so did you know that science is
Stotsky.
intersectional? So physics and not biology? Yeah, it doesn't matter, they're intersectional.
So, Stotsky, I mean, we do have a lot in common. We both have opinions, and we both have a place to talk about them. So,
But I have
as if we're
scientific
talking
evidence.
in-
That's the
in
symmetry
real time.
breaker.
See, I
That's
don't
just
understand.
an
You haven't
I
even
do.
brought up why you're transphobic yet. Like, what's your grounding that a man could... We're not saying a woman...
Even
a
if
woman
it's not
can't be-
No, there's-
transphobia, it's just
the
bigotry.
the truth has nothing to be involving some buzzword called transphobia. There's really
Oh, transphobic
no
people usually
indicator.
join, so that's why we're associating you with it. Because if you disagree, the trans rights to human rights, and
I
it
mean,
says
you can-
join if you
you can
disagree. If you
state
disagree
in
with that, you're
general.
transphobic. So that's why we're assuming you're
No,
transphobic.
No, I've never disagreed with any of this. I'm just
Then
saying.
why are
I'm
you
just
here?
stating that a
Tell us why you're
man
here.
cannot be a woman, and a woman
Cut
cannot
the
be a man.
bullshit. Why are you here?
Yeah.
I just love the truth, and I think the truth is really helpful.
Define the truth. What do you
What
think the
grounds your
truth is that we're
reality?
ignoring?
Hey, hang on.
Yeah,
let's,
what
let's, let's just
reality
bring
are
this
we
into
ignoring?
When I
philosophical
joined-
question. What
When,
grounds your
when I
reality?
joined, I made it important to tell you the truth. And the truth is
What's the
Define
truth?
exactly how I stated it.
Go on. What's the truth? Tell us.
I've already stated the truth. It is a man cannot be a woman, and a woman cannot be a man. It's very simple. I'm not sure why it's difficult to understand that.
So
but
do you know what? Do you know
I
what
appreciate
gender
you
means?
guys. I appreciate you
gender?
guys. I really do.
Okay, well, stop dick riding us and let us speak. Thanks. So what do you think gender is?
And what do you think is
You
the
know, I
truth?
appreciate
Like,
you guys.
define truth.
Stop saying
itself.
you appreciate us. Jesus fucking Christ. Like,
I want to
holy
give
shit,
you guys a
dude.
big.
Hey, F, calm down. He's just rage baiting you.
Yeah, I know, but I don't take nicely to rage bait.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you for leaving. Just quickly, this guy, I know where this guy was gonna go. So just quickly, if he's still listening. So, you are confusing the term man with male and woman with female. They're different. We are talking about the social categories. Gender is a social construct. And if you don't agree with that, first of all, you're disagreeing with, like people that know more than all of us. But gender refers to, let me say this again, the socially constructed roles, behaviors, and attributes that a given society considers appropriate based on their phenotype. The two shouldn't be conflated, but you were conflating them again and again and again, and it was annoying me so much because you don't know what you're talking about, and your name was Doctor. I'm pretty sure you have to have a PhD to be called Doctor.
No, I think
You weren't
he
very
wasn't.
good at it.
I don't think he's using it in a littler sense, but
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. A man, I agree a man can't be a woman because a man is a man, and a transgender man is a man. A transgender man can't be a woman because a transgender man's a man.
yeah, you'd just be breaking the law of identity at that point.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be breaking the law of identity, and that's not logical. So your argument completely falls apart, buddy.
Right, that was pretty funny. Anyways, if I can interject really quickly, because I'm about to hop down because I'm going to have a lot of background noise.
Of course.
I just wanted to bring up a study by John Money. Again, if I had my computer, I'd look it up.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
But it was in I want to say the 80s, but I can't remember for sure. I know he took twins that were male, if I'm not mistaken. He medically transitioned one of them in childhood, and that boy grew into a man. He was still a man. There's just no way. It's an awful thing that this study happened at all, but it does prove, John Money was trying to prove that you can influence somebody
There's
to
a
be
Nazi
trans.
in the comments. Ban him, ban him, ban him, ban him. Ban Redneck Minster. He's got the Nazi symbol. Ban him, please.
Okay. Confirm. Okay. And so even though he set out to prove that you can influence somebody to be trans, even through the extreme measures of medical transition, you can't. He still knew he was a boy, regardless of the gender dysphoria that was given to him from the medical transition he was forced through in childhood. So I just want to bring that up too.
If the comments are saying the boy unalived himself, the boy unalived himself because he was stuck in a female body that he didn't align with. This is what trans people live through. Thank you, Molly. This is what trans people live through, guys. They're in a body that doesn't align with their mentality. So the boy killed himself, self-unalived, because he was in a body that didn't suit him.
Exactly.
Are you talking
That's
about
what
David
trans
and,
kids go
and
through.
Brian Reimer? Does that sound right?
Sorry, guys. Actually, get the redneck out of here. They're using the Nazi dog whistle symbol.
Oh, they've already been banned.
No, they joined again on an old account. They're a pastor as well, which is disgusting. Anyway, thank you, Cole, for bringing that up. That is a brilliant example, guys. You can't force someone to be trans. Being trans isn't a nice thing to experience either. You hate yourself because of it.
Sorry, I'm about to hop down. I'll keep an eye out in the comments.
Thank you so much. You do too much around here, Cole. It's okay. Feel free to take some time for yourself. Okay.
Yeah, of course. If I miss something with Nazi symbol or slurs, anything
No
like
worries.
that, just tag me. But I'll be keeping an eye out. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, Cole.
You too.
You say that we're scared of you. Come on up. Don't run.
Yeah, we're not. No, please, no. They have the Nazi dog whistle symbol.
Oh no.
Don't.
We can bring him up and pound them.
No,
you're wanting to
still,
run?
I draw the line there. I don't want to.
He rejected anyways. Yeah, I grant that you.
But he has a Nazi symbol in his name. I don't want to debate Nazis. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have two people that want to join. I don't know who joined first, John Frog or Crimson Flame. But so do you know which one was first?
Give me 1 second. John Frog.
Yeah, anyone if anyone joins and they have the two
I kind of
symbols
wanted
in
to
your name.
say that
Hi.
Hello?
aren't trans rights just human rights?
Yeah,
why
we
do
think they are.
trans
Yeah.
people need rights when they're just the same thing? You're treating trans people like they're not humans.
Oh no,
They're
we're
the
not.
same
We
thing.
this phrase here. People deny that trans people are human, which is why we use the term trans rights are human rights because trans people are humans.
I've never
The reason
seen
the
that
reason
in
we
my
use that
entire
term is
life.
because people constantly dehumanize trans people. So we're affirming that that's not the case. Trans people are human. Thank you for bringing that
I'm
up.
just gonna I'm just gonna say I feel like instead of becoming trans, you should probably like when you feel like you're not good in your body, you should actually take more therapy instead of jumping right in the conclusion that you're not wanna be a
Oh, of
woman or
course. See,
something like
this
that.
is fine. These are different things. So being uncomfortable in your body is called body dysmorphia. Being uncomfortable with your gender is called gender dysphoria. They're very separate things. Someone can experience
Yeah.
both. But they are different things. And usually, people, a lot more people experience body dysphoria than they do gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is exclusively characterized by being dysphoric about the sex traits that people view, like in a society, for example, about one's breasts or about one's vagina or about one's hair length. People that view it's like typically masculine or feminine. Body dysmorphia is a completely separate thing.
I thought the gender and body God damn, I can't say
It's
that.
okay, no worries. I can't speak sometimes either.
I just feel sometimes that they are connected.
Okay,
Like
Stoat, the Nazi joined
because
again. Please ban
oh
them. Their
god.
name is
Oh god, he's
Reverend. Please
back.
get rid of him.
Oh, I'll just here. Watch this. Oh, you say that we're scared of you? Hang on, give me a
Like
second.
I was saying.
Don't invite them up, please. I don't want to convene with Nazis.
Oh no, I
Anyway,
didn't. I wasn't gonna
thank you,
invite them
John.
up.
Continue. Sorry for interrupting you, John. Just
Oh
this
god, my
Nazi
internet
keeps
is
trying to join,
horrendous.
and I don't talk to Nazis. Sorry, I
Okay.
keep talking over you.
Like I was saying,
Mm-hmm.
I connect body dysmorphia and gender dysmorphia because if you don't feel
Mm-hmm.
good about your gender, that also correlates with your body.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oops.
That's true. But see, I know
I
someone that
really, I
has
really
both.
want to know. I really know what I want to know what happens if you let the redneck up. I really want
I
to.
don't want to bring him up. He has the Nazi symbol on his profile. You don't want to let him up.
Look, he declined,
I'm
people.
scared that something bad's gonna happen to
I
him.
invited him
He's
up.
gonna
Bloody
say the
hell.
N-word.
I invited him up, and he declined, people.
Okay, it's okay.
Oh
So
man.
people with gender dysphoria feel dysphoric about certain parts of their body, but people with body dysphoria feel it about all of their body. There is a part of gender body dysphoria like about certain sexual parts of the body, but with body dysmorphia it's a completely separate thing. For example, a part of body dysmorphia could be about your waistline, could be about the size of your thighs, could be about whether you have abs or not. Transgender people can experience this, but that's not the reason that they're trans. They're completely separate things.
Okay, got it.
No worries. Thank you for coming up and being so respectful. And don't worry, we won't let the Nazi up. I mean, they don't even want to come up. They're requesting our invites. But we
But
won't
if
let
you don't
them up.
mind me
I
asking,
don't talk to
what type
fascists.
of
Declined.
people, what type
But
of
thank you for being
people don't
respectful. If you have
consider
any more
trans as
questions,
humans?
if you have any
Yes, I have
questions,
a couple of questions.
Oh, bigots. That's who don't consider trans people as humans.
yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Wouldn't,
Yeah.
It's just
wouldn't
bigots.
bigots consider don't they hate the concept or do they hate the people?
Some people just hate the concept and accept the people, which is okay. Like some people's religious beliefs, like they say, prevent people from accept. But as long as you're nice to the person, I think it's okay. But bigots can either hate the person, hate the concept, hate both. Just any form of active discrimination about a certain group, I would consider bigotry.
I mean, you can do whatever to your body, but
Mhm.
come on, don't promote it. Some people just promote that and it just kind of ruins people with bad mental health
Oh,
and
I
feel
completely
like
agree.
that's the
I think
solution.
a lot of people can groom people into these things. But I don't know if you heard, but before you joined, someone did an experiment, not a very ethical experiment, but there was two twin brothers, and when they were younger, a scientist medically transitioned the boy from into a female body, and the boy growing up didn't like the female body, even though the body he was assigned, and grew up to be a man, and got so distressed with the body he was in, he self-unalived himself. I think that as men as any other experiences just goes to show you can't force someone to be transgender.
Yeah.
If you're younger, there can definitely be an influence of someone being like parents can be irresponsible in the sense that allowing underage people to get like gender affirming care that involves a permanent surgery. but not all transgender people require or would like surgery. And as long as you're above the age of like 17, I think these surgeries are okay to have, especially because most of these things, most gender affirming care are hormone blockers. And hormone blockers are completely reversible, and they help someone not want to feel self-schmuicidal. These things that people do because of gender dysphoria can save their life, which I think is a good thing.
It would actually be considered harmful
So
to
does it
deny
feel
access to
like
these.
they should do therapy more than just jumping to that conclusion? But
Well, they do therapy already.
Both in the US and in the UK, you have to have therapy to get transgender care.
Yeah, this is not
you
like
have to.
we try to medically speaking, the best thing to do is going to be the least invasive. So we're gonna start out with the small things and work up our way up, and so there's things that we tick off and before we come with why don't we let's try puberty blockers next. It's like when somebody has depression, they don't just
Hormone
throw them on the
blockers are
max.
reversible. Taking hormones is not coming in hot. So thank you.
Yeah.
I
So
know
yeah,
someone
it's-
that was a kid, took hormone blockers, and didn't identify with the same gender when they were older, and it was completely reversible. They had no adversible effects from it. And also scientifically, they are reversible. It's not false coming in hot, and you can look up the science if you like.
And the science says
And
that
you're also
if we affirm the gender that people identify as, they have just typical the same outcomes expected as cisgender individuals, generally speaking.
Yeah. But thank you for coming up. Is there anything else you are curious about or would like to ask about?
I don't think it's in topic, but I don't know if you're very knowledgeable about this. But I was gonna ask about pronouns.
What about them?
I don't get them at all.
I mean, pronouns is do you use he, him pronouns?
So
No, I don't really use pronouns.
Well,
I
you
just
do.
don't get them. I really don't.
It's
Like,
normal.
what is-
Some languages don't have pronouns. If you're coming from a language which doesn't use pronouns, like Russian, I believe doesn't really use pronouns. I could be wrong. There are different forms of pronouns. For example, the word I is a pronoun. The word you is a pronoun. The word we is a pronoun. The word your is a possessive pronoun. The word my is a possessive pronoun. I think the pronouns you're probably referring to are personal pronouns, like he, she, and they. Is that correct?
Yes, like this is a bad example, but Twitter, right?
Oh,
Some people have pronouns.
The cesspool. Yes, we're aware of the
That's what I'm talking
cesspool.
about. That's what I'm talking about.
Twitter's
Okay,
just a
well,
mess.
That's the type of
There are a
I'm
lot of
talking
rage
about.
baiters on
Yeah.
Twitter. Okay.
Yes, I know, but that was my main question. Like, I ate some stuff like that. It just makes my brain hurt.
That's okay. No one is asking you to understand pronouns completely. Does have pronouns? Oh, my bad. I didn't know that. Thank you for correcting me. But there are some languages which don't use personal pronouns. They can use other pronouns, but there are some languages which don't use personal pronouns, so forgive me. I thought Russian might be one of them, but it's not. But yeah, no one is asking you to understand pronouns, but they're asking you for when you get it wrong to understand that and just correct yourself with what they ask you. No one's asking you to get it perfect all the time, because no one can. We're all human. We're all fallible.
I make mistakes sometimes.
Also,
Yeah, I made
sorry
a
for
mistake earlier
interrupting.
today. Getting someone's pronouns wrong, most trans people will just correct you and move on.
I've
As long
been-
as you're respectful and you apologize, it's completely okay. People on Twitter are not normal people. People on Twitter are going to exacerbate things because they want their 5 minutes of fame and they want to be famous and they want to be controversial and edgy because it makes them popular and gets them more views. Anything you see on Twitter, I would just take with a pinch of salt, But as a rule of thumb, pronouns are confusing. Language is confusing. Everything about the human language is completely confusing. It's okay to get things wrong. As long as you understand that, as long as you're respectful about it, it's okay.
another question I have: why do people get defensive about their pronouns?
Mainly because pronouns especially the English language, it's the way that people denote someone's gender. And, if you were born a male and you wanted to be perceived as female and someone referred to you using he, which is obviously traditionally for males, They get defensive because it hurts their feelings. It hurts their feelings because by calling the person a he, it means that you don't look feminine enough, which hurts their feelings because they want to look feminine enough, for example. People won't typically get very defensive, but just know that if they do, it's probably because they're upset.
It's also possible
Gender, yes.
that it's-
Gender is a social construct, Jolie, XEX. I don't know, EXE. I don't know if that's a comment against trans people that you're trying to make, but it is a social construct, yes.
But but generally speaking too, if somebody's getting defensive, it could be that they're having a bad day, or that
Yeah.
with
You don't know what kind of bad day a bad person's having. Gender dysphoria makes people very sad. I mean, people can lead to like self unaliving because of it. Like people get defensive because it makes them upset. But your job isn't to comfort them when they get upset. Your job is to be respectful, and your job is to try and help them the best you can, is use the correct pronouns. Some people will wear what's called a pronoun pin, and it means they have their pronouns on their shirt, so it's easy to remember. I wear pronoun pins, so people know what my pronouns are. I'm gender fluid. Excellent. Thank you.
When you go outside, that is.
That was gender fluid.
But some people, like people that get defensive, they're just, most of them are young. And most of them are, sensitive because gender is a sensitive topic.
And it's like something that like you have to question yourself a lot when you're young, and it's just, it can be hard. So
being a kid is very difficult, and being a trans kid is even harder.
I generally
Most
try
adults
to-
won't get defensive because most adults are used to it. But if there are kids online getting defensive about their pronouns, it's best to remember: 1, they're a kid; 2, gender is difficult; and 3, gender dysphoria is even harder. But you have no obligation to be right all the time. No one is going to berate you for not being right. You just need to be respectful, and you definitely are. From the things that you've been saying on this live, I can tell that you're not a bad person. So you don't need to worry about that. It's going to be okay. I promise.
Also, another question that I have, that some people just call them a he because it's what they see. It's like their biology is what they're staring at, not at. Oh, I was just dropped my phone.
Oh God, my goodness. No. You okay?
Yes, I'm good.
Have you ever been
brilliant.
sitting up at like
Just
at night
people.
and your phone
Yeah, and drop it on your
on your
face?
face? Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But-
By the way, to the person, yeah, it's not Russian. It's Japanese, I think, kind of. It lacks personal pronouns in a certain sense. Just to bring that up. Sorry, folks, it's a mental disorder. It's on the DSM-5, but it's not a mental disorder. But yeah, some people, I mean, typically masculinity means someone like, it's like cisgender people is the norm. Cisgender means you identify with the gender you were socialized into. It's typical for if you see a masculine presenting person, they have a penis. That doesn't mean that if someone has a penis, that means they should be masculine, if that makes any sense. So people will just call someone a he if they look masculine. It's not, it's not damnable. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's what people expect. And it's the norm of society. So people will do that. I did that as a kid because I didn't understand gender. But as long as when you're corrected, you correct yourself, it's okay.
Okay. Let's see if I have any other question.
It's like you can leave, and then if you have another question, you can come back up. Would that be helpful?
I'm gonna follow.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so
Hope you
much.
guys have a
We don't
great day.
always talk about trans rights. We sometimes talk about religion. So it's kind of like a pick of the draw when you join. But thank you for following. We're very happy to have you, and thank you for being so respectful. Come back up if you have any more questions. We
problem.
just have a few people in the guest request box, which we'd probably like to talk to.
All right. You guys have a great day. See you later.
You have a brilliant day as well. Thank you so much.
All right.
What a nice guy.
I like it when
Okay,
they're
first
nice
of all, we
and
have
not-
a few. We have okay, 2 of the people that are requesting. I don't really want to bring up because of the stuff they've been saying in chat, but I will. First of all, is coming in hot, and I would just like to say, you said the effects of puberty blockers aren't reversible. They are. Puberty blockers are completely reversible. They have no adverse effects after coming off them, and that's why that's the first step in a medical transition. People don't jump straight to transgender surgery. That's not correct.
What are you talking about? I can't just say that I'm a female tomorrow and get my balls chopped off? What?
No way. Like, you can't do that. No. In both the UK and the US, you have to go through like therapy
Yeah.
and diagnoses before you can. I agree. It was a great conversation. You have to go through these before you can get any surgery that will permanently change. People like under the age of 18 are usually denied these things because obviously their brain is so underdeveloped and malleable. You definitely need therapy. I'm in therapy for schizotypal disorder and a borderline personality disorder and possibly ASPD, but it has nothing to do with my gender identity. And yeah, I think transgender people do need therapy because it's difficult being trans. I think being trans and experiencing gender dysphoria really, really hurts. So I think they should be in therapy. The problem is therapy isn't very accessible. I would love for therapy to be more accessible, but it's not. At least in the UK. But yeah, just to answer a few questions in chat. Okay, should we bring up Crimson Flame? I haven't seen them being disrespectful in chat, so maybe that'd be a good one to start with.
Yep, they were the next in line anyway, so.
Oh, brilliant. Hello, Crimson Flame.
Welcome.
Hi.
Are we allowed to call you Crimson Flame, or is there a
Yeah,
name you prefer?
that, yes.
Oh,
I would prefer
Perfect.
that.
Just for TikTok TOS, what's your age?
51.
50. Okay, I'm 19. You okay with talking with a 19-year-old?
He's like
That's perfectly fine.
He's older than both our age combined. Oh man.
Thank you. Did you disagree with the prompt, or is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
Well, there's a couple things I'd like to talk about.
Of course.
First and foremost, now you got to kind of bear with me on this one.
Of course, you're 51. I mean, it's amazing that you're having these conversations. Thank you for being respectful.
I had a nephew.
Mm-hmm.
His father and his mother raised him the way he wanted to be raised,
Mm-hmm.
as a female.
Mm-hmm.
We no longer have this young man in our lives.
Did he
Yes, he did.
he committed self-unaliving?
Yes, he did.
Do you know why?
Because he wanted to be, he dressed like, acted like, everything.
As a female? As a woman?
Yes, as a female.
And
But he was still unhappy.
Mhm.
He was still doing everything that a woman wanted to do, to be a woman.
Did
this,
they
that,
have
and the other.
gender affirming surgery? As in like
Yes, he did.
all of them?
Yes. And he's still committed SA from being unhappy. What do you tell someone like that? What do you
So-
tell the family of that person?
So
Because they did
I
everything
know
right.
someone that was trans and also committed that horrible thing. See, the problem is sometimes being transgender can be harrowing. Even if you're getting all the surgeries that you want, you're still at the end of the day still going to experience dysphoria because you weren't born as the gender you want to be aligned with. It's a difficult thing to talk about, and I think people can even if you get all the surgeries you'd like, you can still be depressed. I mean, being depressed and wanting to commit such an act and being transgender, you know, they're separate issues. They can affect each other, but they're separate. And I apologize to hear that you've lost someone. But there are other reasons separate from their identity that means they could have ended their life. I think what to tell someone, what to tell the family, tell them that you're sorry. Tell them that there is nothing they could have done. If their family referred to them with the correct pronouns and helped them along their journey, there is nothing more that family could have done. And that family was a model, and you know, something we should all look up to. But sometimes someone being depressed is inevitable, and if you don't get the therapy that you need, sometimes you can just have enough. And I think having these conversations is difficult because, you know, there are obviously, even given, you know, being treated the way that this individual did, sometimes mental health issues are inevitable. I wouldn't say that they were caused by being transgender. I mean, we'll never know at the end of the day if it was, unless of course they specified in like maybe a note or something. We can never know why they did what they did. And sometimes you don't need to know what they did because it's not about why. It's about that they did, and that you have to work with what you have, and that there's nothing more you could have done.
Well, see, this is my whole thing. This is
Mhm.
my whole thing on it. I
Mhm.
mean, the entire family, all of
Mhm.
us, we played into his dysphoria
Mhm.
instead of trying to get him psychiatric help for
Mhm.
that dysphoria. We played into that dysphoria.
Mhm.
So
Okay, I'm just going to point out a few things here.
So can one thing I
Yeah,
want to bring up
go
is
on.
that so one of the reasons why we like to have these conversations because we live in a society that generally doesn't completely affirm that these people exist, and I think it's really important that we do because we do see that when people are respected, that their identities are upheld, we see that these rates of unaliving self unaliving go down. And I think that's just based off of science that we have, like empirical evidence, um, and it's been repeated multiple times. So we know that this is the best thing that we can do is to affirm that what they are, um, and the idea that it could be that they were not getting enough treatment. They didn't feel like it was enough. They felt it could have been that society was trying to pressure them into rejecting their identity, and I think it's a huge problem. But I think the most important thing is that we look at the broader picture and we do what is scientifically going to be the best thing for these individuals when we can.
So basically, we just have to deal with the fact that we attributed because we didn't deal with the dysmorphia. And
It wasn't your fault. I think we
no,
have
it
to
is
affirm
our
that.
fault
We
because
live.
we
It
deal
was
with that on a daily basis
exactly.
because
You did the best.
we didn't deal with the dysphoria. We played into the dysphoria.
Okay,
And that's
can I stop
why
you there
he
really
did what
quickly?
he did.
First of all, it's dysphoria, not dysmorphia. They're different things. Just to correct your language really quickly. The most effective way to deal with dysphoria is to get gender affirming care. And if you gave her gender affirming care and you did all that you could to make sure that she felt safe and valued in her identity as a woman, if you did that, even if it was hard, you made that effort to do so, the dysphoria wasn't the problem. Because dysphoria can't necessarily be handled by therapy. Dysphoria won't go away when you talk to someone. The most effective way to treat dysphoria is to get the gender affirming care that will seek to erase it. If you, like you said, did all the things that you could, there's two things that could have happened. It was a separate issue from her identity, or it was the societal pressures of being transgender which got to her. Because being trans in this generation, I mean in any generation, is difficult. It's very hard, and it could have gotten to her. And it's hard to talk about, and it's emotional, and even I'm getting a bit upset thinking about it because it's a reality. I've had friends that have done the same. I've tried to do the same myself for separate issues, so obviously I'm not the most educated, but these things, it's not because of anything you did.
One thing I do want to bring up too is that I mean I don't know if you're intentionally doing this, but I think we need to try to not misgender people.
Yeah.
I know you've brought up him, but I think it's
her pronouns were she, her.
Yeah.
Even if she's gone, even if she's passed now, that doesn't mean that her gender can just you can stop playing into it anymore. She was a woman. She might have been a male biologically, but she was a woman, and she would have wanted you to continue to refer to her as a woman because that's what she was.
And this kind of brings us to the fact that we don't live in a society that fully accepts these things yet. Like we are still struggling as a society to get everything right. I make mistakes.
Thank you, Juno. Thank you, Juno.
And like it's just a fact of the matter that even if we did our best, people are going to make mistakes. It is going to be sometimes harder for them to we're just kind of making they might have a bad day, and as a society, our mistakes make their day worse, and that's kind of unfortunate at this point. And I wish that didn't happen. But it does.
I think we can all agree here. We wish that didn't happen.
So,
does that make sense?
I see it like this. It's something that we have to deal with on a daily basis. We have to
You have to
realize,
deal with, or what she had to deal with? Because
well,
remember, this was her gender dysphoria and something she had to deal with, hating herself every day. It might have affected you and that you had to try and accommodate for her, but at the end of the day, the fact that she ended her life means it was more severe for her than it ever could have been for anyone else. It kind of sounds like you're not listening in a way, but I don't blame you because this is a difficult conversation. But the fact that you're misgendering her even now kind of hints to me that maybe you didn't affirm her as much as you think you did.
we have to deal with the loss on a day-to-day basis.
I know,
Every
but while
day.
she was alive, she was dealing with the gender dysphoria every single day, and sometimes it can get too much. And I've had to deal with the death of, and I know it's very hard, and you're doing an amazing job. But
I think
coming onto trans rights or human rights lives, assumingly saying that trans rights aren't human rights is not what she would have wanted.
so, and I think that while what you experience is tragic, I think that we need to look at what the science says, and because anecdotal evidence is it often can be misleading.
Harrowing.
I mean, and like I understand that these feelings are very strong for you, and that
They're
they're
valid,
completely
and
valid.
you should.
Yes, and you should feel them. This means that you're a good person. You have empathy. But the best thing to do is to look at, maybe let's look at the bigger picture and see what, the overall best thing to do is. And it sounds like you were doing your part and trying to at least help. And that's good.
Yeah.
But just because one person,
She would be happy.
I think just because one person, unfortunately decided to take their lives, that doesn't mean that this wasn't that we should change the way that we do things when we know for a fact that this is the best thing that we can do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I in no way have said that they don't deserve rights.
I know. Just because
Yeah.
the reason I assume that is because you joined up.
You
I
guys
apologize
said
for
that I said that,
using it.
and I in no way said that, and I in no way feel that, and I'm sorry.
The reason it's
but
okay. The reason we're saying it is mostly because you're referring to her using masculine pronouns. That was the main reason. But
Yeah.
I understand that it's a difficult topic, and getting pronouns wrong isn't transphobic. But if while she was alive you refer to her using she, it would confuse me why you've switched to using he now.
Well, because inevitably, yes, when that person was alive, I did refer to them as she in every
Good.
sense of the word.
We're glad. Thank you for doing
After-
that because she would have
after
wanted
said-
it.
After said event took place, yes, I did revert back and start referring to as he because
Why did you do
inevitably the cause of it was the effect of us playing in to that,
I'm gonna stop you right there because that's
understanding
not
that
how
he
it
had.
works.
and that's
Please.
what caused it.
Please,
That's
you
what caused it.
will, as someone who's experienced suicide, being
And I have
transgender
too.
is not the cause for it. It is the society that she was in, and unless she left a suicide note, which some self-unaliving note, which said in words, it was because of this hormone therapy that I decided to self-unalive. Unless there is a written statement or something, or she told you, you can't say that that's the reason. Unaliving, you can't say that that's the reason. The affirming your niece as a woman would have helped her stay alive, not made her kill herself, self-unalive herself. Okay, you were, like Juno said, the word playing in is an issue because you should have been accepting her, not playing into something. I appreciate your age, and I appreciate transgender people must be a recent development in your life, and it can be difficult. I mean, my dad is 55, and he doesn't. He struggles with trans people as well, but they've always existed. They've existed for as long as time. We can date transgender identities back to ancient Mesopotamia, which is in 4,500 BC. Transgender people aren't new.
It's just that we understand
talking
better
about
now.
trans people and not stigmatizing them anymore is new. And I appreciate it must be difficult for you. But when you say that feeding into the delusion, quote, of your, yeah, come on up, Juno. Quote, feeding into it was not the issue. The issue was either a comorbid depression alongside being transgender, or someone else wasn't affirming her identity. It wasn't because you, quote, fed into it. You, quote, feeding into it was helping her. Okay? We've accepted up a friend named Juno. And if he has something to say, I would encourage. He is around your age.
Can you hear me?
And yeah, we can hear
we can hear
you.
you fine.
And he is
Awesome.
he can probably help you more than we could. Just
I
for
can
the age.
translate. How you doing, Gen X bro, Mr. Crimson?
Juno's oldie as well.
Yeah, I'm also Gen X, by the way. So this was your niece?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be tough. But I am noticing in your language that you keep saying we were playing into, and you do keep saying stuff about him and stuff. And I'm not blaming you at all, don't get me wrong, but that's how society treats these people. And it's tough to break out of it. Now, my best friend, her son transitioned at like 14, and I had to hold my best friend's hand through this for years. She couldn't understand why. I'm sure your family went through all that stuff, right?
We still are. This
Yeah.
happened
Okay.
like 6 months ago.
Yeah. Man, I feel for you. What was her name?
Bill, but that's neither.
See what you did there?
That wasn't her name. Her name wasn't
I
Bill.
even stressed her to try to get you to stay in the mindset of who she was.
The hurt is still new. Yes, Bambi, the hurt is still new, and we appreciate that. But her name wasn't Bill. Her name was something else. Do you want to share that? Share what her name was?
Her given name at birth was Bill. However,
Her chosen name.
as things progressed, that changed in Sarah.
Sarah,
Can we call her Sarah from now on?
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. How old was Sarah when they started expressing they were Sarah?
At about 16.
And how old was it when Sarah passed?
22.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's
Yeah.
big. Well, listen, I'm really glad. Listen, I don't know, your name's Crimson. I'm really glad you're up here to talk about this stuff, and I can sense the anger and hurt. I'm sure this ripped your family apart. I'm sure even the start of it ripped your family apart with having this child wanting to become someone different. That's got to break. Where do you guys live roughly?
Well, that portion of the family lived in Michigan.
Okay,
I have
yeah.
since moved back to Georgia, where I'm from. But
Okay, yeah, those are places that don't accept this as much as a lot of other places. My best friend that went through this lived in Los Angeles and was an artist and in, a very forward-thinking place, and I watched her not be able to understand this. So, it's a tough thing, but it sounds like, you did your best and um try to understand that this one incident is not your family's fault. It's society, and it might not be connected to the change, you know.
I just know that we did everything that we could possibly do, except for put them in psychiatric care for
Therapeutic and not psychiatric. There is a difference. You don't need psychiatric help for being transgender. You need psychiatric help if you have a mental illness like I do. There's a difference.
I know what you're feeling right now, Crimson, because I feel it too when people correct me on little things like that we've been
I
saying since
apologize.
we were kids. We've been saying that stuff since we were kids. I'm 50, by the way. I heard you're 51. So
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're feeling there. But just don't take it personal. Just try to listen and go, oh, yeah, maybe we don't call it that anymore. And I think you're doing that somewhere inside you. and that's awesome. And that's all I really want to come up and say is, this isn't your fault. And try to know that just because it didn't work out in that situation doesn't mean it's not right for everyone else that's trying to do that.
Thank you, Juno.
And to give you freaking kudos, man, because at our age to keep trying to change, I know you keep saying playing into it. Um, that's probably not the right verbiage. But and dead naming her, Um, but Sarah was Sarah. Sarah no longer was Bill. And I'm sorry you went through that.
We're all sorry, and we're glad that you're coming up here because it means that you aren't silent about it. It means that you want to talk about it, and we are eternally grateful that you're talking about it because it needs to be spoken about. And you coming up here means you're open to changing your mind and learning, and that is good, and that is exactly what she would have wanted.
And I think we can all agree that you did you seemingly tried to do the right thing, and I think that's good. And try not
And you
to
did
take it
all that
on
you
your
could.
yeah. And like if we look at
Just
what the
because it
science
didn't
says,
work.
the evidence says that you did supporting somebody's identity is the right thing to do. It actually is like really really harmful if you reject their identity and try to force them into like a line that they're not in. So
And just because it can internally feel like you didn't do enough, but you did all that you could. If you referred to her using the correct pronouns and you called her Sarah during the time that she was alive, she would have been glad. And it's not that that didn't work. It's that the depression and the self-unalivingness would have been because of societal pressures or a separate issue. A lot of people think that as soon as a trans person gets affirmed with the correct care and the correct pronouns and name and appearance, that suddenly gender dysphoria goes away. It never goes away, but it's a good way to treat it, because just not to get too personal with it, but if you hadn't have done what you did, the brave thing that you did to change your mindset and call her by the name and the pronouns that she wanted to, if you hadn't have done that, it probably would have been worse and probably would have happened sooner. Can't know for sure, but the fact that you did what you did is honorable, and we should all aspire to be open-minded like you are. But it's not the fact that it didn't work, because it did work. It was just an unfortunate time and an unfortunate society that doesn't have enough people like you in it. Does that make sense?
I just know that I feel that we screwed up.
You didn't screw
That's
up.
what I know.
I promise you,
hold
as
on.
I have trans siblings, I have a trans friends, and their parents don't affirm them. And that causes them to be, feel these feelings. And the fact that you didn't fail her. You didn't fail anything. The fact that you did is amazing. And I take seriously, at your age, like, it's not common to be able to change your mindset so quickly and be able to accommodate for these things. I know and I understand that it was hard as shit to try and do that, but accepting her was, like Orchid said, was probably why she kept going for 6 years. She was probably depressed and upset that entire time and wanted to die for that time. But the fact that she waited 6 whole years, you did that. You kept her alive by affirming her gender.
You and like it you didn't fail her. You did the right thing. Molly said a really good thing. Failing her would have been not accepting her.
Yeah, and you did. So you didn't fail her at all. And I know that it's hurting. And it's
Crimson.
easy when you're hurting to fall back into, old cycles. But she helped you grow as a person. And I hope that vice versa, even though she's passed, she can still help you grow.
Crimson, how
Uh,
do you feel like you failed her? I might have missed you if you said that before.
because I feel like had we not done as much as we did do and gotten her the therapy, that everything would have been all right.
I hear you.
So
That's
I feel
yeah.
that I
First of
feel
all,
that because we did this, we pushed and it wasn't right.
okay, so
So
um,
what we've seen is that if you,
therapy. Mm,
I was gonna say that what we've seen is that if you like reject, like if you would have rejected her identity, that's the thing that we would like consider pushing,
mm,
and that's pushing in the wrong
yeah.
direction. That's saying, hey, we don't like you, and that what ends up happening is that like people internalize that and say that no, people are rejecting me as being like real and rejecting my feelings. And this goes beyond just like
Mm,
like gender identities and stuff, and like why we're saying that like we understand that you had these feelings and these feelings are valid is because the science shows that we need to accept people's feelings because these are real things that people feel, and if we reject
it is
them,
easy. It is so easy to like want to blame someone's passing on something. So you can
even
blame that
yourself.
passing, and it seems what you're doing is you're blaming yourself for not doing enough, and you're blaming the transness because it's easier to blame the struggles that she was experiencing than to blame the society that didn't accept her.
from the outside, I see the same thing too, Crimson.
Mm,
Listening to what they're saying, it sounds like yes, you did try. You're taking on blame that you shouldn't. The therapy, I'm sure she had to do therapy regardless to have the surgery. I did she have the surgeries? I didn't catch that bit. Um, but there's a lot of therapy involved in that. So, you did a lot. Um, and what I'm hearing too is that you are calling her again. In the last
yeah.
5 minutes, you've been calling her, and that's awesome.
Yeah, we're proud. We're proud. And I'm just some random person on the internet, of course, but it's good to talk about these things because there are a whole load of people in the comments right now that are just as proud of you as we are. And everyone here unanimously agrees that it wasn't your fault. Self-unaliving is a difficult topic. And especially when it gets so personal, you want to blame it on something. And depression can hide behind things. Depression can hide behind a lot of things. I had an eating disorder, and my depression hid behind that. So if I had been successful in my suicide attempt, my parents probably would have blamed the eating disorder instead of the depression because the depression was hiding. I think that's the same with what Sarah went through, is that her depression was hiding behind her being trans. That kind of sounds like what's going on. And that's easy, and it's easy to blame the wrong thing, and it's easy to blame yourself for not spotting it. I know my parents would have blamed themselves for not spotting my depression instead of, helping. But these things are sneaky, and Sarah probably didn't want to concern you. Like, you were trying so hard to make her feel good that she didn't want to worry you about depression because that would be another thing she probably felt like a huge burden. And you affirming her gender would have helped her more than you could ever know. Especially, like, I am very impressed with how accepting you're being to this conversation. A lot of people, especially at that age, will just come up and be like, I don't get it, and I'm never going to understand it, and it's just men and women, there's nothing else, and you're doing none of that. And I think this is a learning experience. As sad as an experience it is, it's helping you learn, and that's beautiful.
And it's right to
And
want answers to these questions.
but sometimes there isn't, and
Yeah,
you'll never know.
that's what I'm saying.
And that's the
It's
saddest part.
it's in our nature to want like answer to these very hard questions sometimes of why is there evil in this world, and like sometimes there just isn't an answer really. I mean, there's like religious reasons about that, but like at the end of the day, it's a
Evil is
complex.
bad.
Yeah,
Evil is sad.
why bad things happen to good people is just it's just an unfortunate truth of reality, and we really want to have answers to this, but sometimes we just don't, and it's kind of frustrating. But it's supernatural. It's expected to want answers to why this happened, and what if is a big thing that we want to, what if I could have done X, Y, or Z, but it seems like to us that
It's
you did what you
useless to
needed to
think that
do.
way.
Yeah, it doesn't really help you. It seems like you did what you could, and for that I mean, I could say that I bet you she would thank you from the bottom of her heart for at least
Yeah, I
trying.
mean, I
It's
would
all
have
what we could ask.
loved to have you as my dad instead of my mom and my dad that are transphobic. I would have loved that. And I'm just, I don't know. I have my brother's trans, right? And he's not accepted by my parents, and he is probably an example of what would have happened if you hadn't treated Sarah in the way that you are. And we thank you for being here, and we are ready to hear you talk about whatever you want to help, process this. And I know it can be quite taboo, but if you have the money and if you have the want or need, I would suggest, talking to a therapist or someone you trust about it. Because, there's not, unfortunately, these things are sometimes locked behind a paywall, and that's not right. But you talking about it is the best thing you could have done, and getting other people to help guide you in that situation is going to help even more.
I just know that basically the entire family, the entire family is carrying this weight. Some of
That's
us
hard.
are saying one thing, some of us are saying the other thing, and it's creating this huge rift
Yeah.
to where
I
I
can
have
imagine.
separated myself and other members have separated themselves, and it's driven a wedge in a family that was extremely close prior to said event.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
this can happen when bad situations occur. It's we're at heightened emotions, and we will naturally sometimes act irrationally sometimes, or sometimes we're just the ideas that we beforehand didn't really bring up come out, and they can cause conflicts, and it's unfortunate. What I would suggest is maybe seeing if, like, I don't know, it's hard to say if, like, how big of a group it is, but sometimes therapy across the board or just having somebody to mediate in the middle really can help a situation.
I like writing things down. If
Good.
it's not too much to ask, getting every person in this family circle to write down how they're feeling about this. And you can all read each other's notes, because talking is hard and you can slip up and say things you don't mean. If you take a day, maybe a few hours, and you write a piece of paper and encourage everyone else to write on a piece of paper how this has made everyone feel, so you can all understand each other a little bit better, might be helpful. It might be an insight. There's going to be the wedge that has been drawn is gonna it's gonna prevent empathy and compassion, because you are split by this. I think it happened because of this. I think it happened because of this. And it's easy to tell someone to not do that. It's easy to tell them to not think about why, but everyone is going to be thinking about why. But you'll never know why. And that's hard.
I want to jump in and say something to Crimson too. Sorry to interrupt.
No
Um,
worries, of course.
was this your wife or your siblings' kid? Was this your brother or sister's kids or?
It was my wife, yes.
Okay,
Her
all right.
brother. It was my wife's brother's child.
Right. God, that's so you're just slightly disconnected from that family too, so that makes it a little harder. However, you coming up here, even if you came up here to say this stuff's terrible, you shouldn't be doing this, you still listened, and you still, I feel you taking this in. You might be that one piece in that family that helps pull everything back together. So I give you a lot of credit, and I think you coming up here and listening, you might be the one piece they need to come together as a family.
Well, I really can't see that happening because me and the wife are no longer the wife because of said event.
Oh, yes, yes. That, that's terrible. I'm really sorry to hear that. That kind of stuff does happen, man. When families explode, they can explode in many ways. Dang. That adds an extra layer to your grief and your situation, man. I'm really sorry.
That's really hard. That's incredibly hard. And if it's not too much, if you're okay to talk about it, is there a reason? Was it like differing of opinions about what happened, or
She, my wife, ex-wife, felt that we should have been doing something to prevent or to help in a different way.
okay?
And
Did
she
your
blamed she
did your
blamed
wife use the correct pronouns? And Sarah's name?
when she was around she would, but when she wasn't she wouldn't.
Okay. Did you
Um
do the same? Did you you use she while she wasn't around, or did you also use like he and her dead name?
no, I mean I was full in. I was full
Yeah.
in.
Okay. So I can see there's a divide here.
And my ex, blames me or
Oh,
part of me for that loss.
right.
Fuck her.
Because yeah, because you affirmed her, your ex-wife thinks that because you affirmed her, that led Sarah to do what she did. Is that kind of a summary of the position that your wife holds?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of
Yeah,
all,
fuck her.
that's disgusting. And I hate that some people reveal their true colors only in situations like this. I can't even imagine how hard that must be to experience not only a death but a divorce or whichever.
Whatever happened.
Yeah. Was it who initiated it, if I may ask? Did you take the initiative and disagree with her, or did she take the initiative in this situation? It's like it sounds like she wasn't a bad thing to lose, and obviously that's from an outsider perspective, and obviously you loved her, so it must be extremely difficult. But
Well, me and my, I still call her wife, but
of course you can call her whatever you want in this space.
me and my wife, we pretty much grew up together.
Mm,
We dated since we were in high school.
wow.
Are
Um,
you talking to like a therapist at all about this stuff? Because this seems like some
Mm,
pretty, like, I mean,
yeah.
it seems like some
I
really
really
intense
would
stuff
recommend.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
like it. I don't know, like for some people, especially me, like I always thought, like when I was a kid, that therapy was taboo, but I feel like it's the most helpful thing I've ever had in my life. Just being able, even just talking to a friend to get this stuff off your chest.
Mm. Yeah, like Maglev said, when we're in pain, we instinctively look for someone to blame. Your wife looked to blame you, and you're looking to blame yourself, and you
I mean,
shouldn't take that burden.
well,
It's
I
not
said
yours to
earlier
bear.
oh, yeah,
Mm.
I said earlier though that like we want to find answers to these questions, and sometimes there just aren't any. And this is just
And
deeply rooted. Like this is like our human curiosity drives us to do these things, and
mm,
we often can come to illogical conclusions, and I think that's the worst thing that we can do. Um, and logical people stop acting logically when they're very emotional.
yeah,
Our brains don't handle emotions well. It's kind of
you're
sad and
probably feeling
unfortunate, but
difficult emotions right now because someone you loved and appreciated for many years was being irrationally emotional, which is expected. It is unfortunate, but it's expected, and she wanted to blame someone. And she jumped to blame you because a lot of people view being transgender as something that drives suicide, self-unaliving. They think that feeding into the quote delusion is what drives people to self-unaliving, and I can hear it in the things that you're saying, that she got to you and she's feeding those ideas in your head. And the fact that you're up here and you're challenging them together with us, it's good, because what your wife was doing, expected. Right? No. Like a logical conclusion to what emotions she was experiencing? Yes. That doesn't make it right. But I think the best thing we can do moving forward is for you've taken the first step, you're talking to someone about it, even though we're not licensed therapists, we're just random people on the internet. You've taken a first step, and that's amazing. Moving forward, therapy. Talking to someone else, a third party that's not involved in the situation, can give you a good perspective. I don't know about the US. I'm assuming you're in the US. I'm in the UK, so I apologize. I'm not very educated. Doesn't have to be paid therapy. It can be a friend or online, like just like there are some like free nonprofit places. But talking about this, like what you're doing with us now, it's a good step. There are a lot of different things you could be looking for right now. Your grief from the death, your grief from breaking up with your wife, and there are things that you can do, and there are things that you can't. You can't bring back what happened. You can't stop what has already happened, but you can talk to people and you can communicate. Even if your wife doesn't want to be in a relationship anymore, she could be blinded by grief. You
It
didn't.
could also. Sorry, go ahead.
No, continue. I'm not very. I'm young.
Right, you've never been married, right? You've never been
No, I've never
divorced.
been married.
I've done this too, Crimson. I've been married and divorced. I had a wife for 18 years, so I know what it's like to have a long-term partner, and to break up over stuff that is not awesome. But I want you to know that if you did your best to make sure Sarah was Sarah, you did the right thing. She did the wrong thing, but it's not always about right and wrong, and there might also be something else. Your wife might have had all these feelings for years and just finally used that as an excuse to end it. You know what I mean?
Well, I know my wife and we grew up together. We went through high school together. We went to college together. So, and we inevitably, she asked me. I didn't ask her. She asked me. We got married. Everything, and I lifted her up in everything. I classic shoe on the other foot, I guess you could say. And we never really had any major disagreements except for this event.
Yeah.
And that event is what destroyed my family.
Yeah. You have kids too?
Yeah.
Yeah. How old are they roughly?
Well, my oldest son, which was he was 16 at the time, and the youngest boy he was 14, and our daughter was 12.
Yeah, that's a lot for 3 kids to have a family breakup, man. You're going through a lot. I I'm really glad you're here, and I'm glad you're listening to these kids that think they know it all. Because listen, you and I know they don't know it all.
Well,
You
I'm not
know,
a
we're
kid.
you guys are kids. Trust me. To us, you guys are kids. But to be open to listening to them, you are an awesome human, and your life, good things will come to you being open and maybe it is your wife. One day a light switch goes off and she's like, wait, I was wrong. and she wants you back. You never know, but um, you're doing the right thing though. I think, you should focus on the therapy and finding your way out of this space that you're in and this blame that you're doing to yourself and to the situation from the family. It's not your fault. This has nothing to do with you. You did awesome as a Gen X bro. You did awesome and you're still doing awesome, and just keep learning, keep growing, man. I got to get off though, but I appreciate you listening to me and to these other people, which I called kids. They're smart kids, trust me. I've known them a long time. Keep
Thank
listening.
you.
All right.
Thank you, Juno. Thanks,
Take care,
Dad. No.
Crimson.
Goodbye, Juno. Thank you so much.
How do I drop?
I got you. Oh,
Okay.
you dropped.
I'm glad that Juno took the time up to come and talk, because as much as I can say, I've never experienced marriage, I've never experienced divorce. I've experienced, self-unaliving and issues with trans people, so I can help in that regard, but I'm young, I'm probably a quarter of your age. And that definitely you can take everything I'm saying with a pinch of salt. I mean, Stubb's older than me. He's 26. He knows more than I do. But I think here, the fact that you're up here talking is amazing. I think, we need to get you off TikTok Live, and we need to get you into a place where you can talk as freely with us as you do with other people. I think, the fact that you're doing this right now is showing that there is a potential to keep mulling this through with your family, or at least someone else, like a therapist.
And at least you won't have the feeling that you did anything wrong in this case.
Yeah, you didn't. As we can say it until we're blue in the face, and you might not feel it. A therapist might be able to much better help you mull this through. They're much more effective rhetorically and psychologically.
They're
And
actually trained to do this properly.
Yeah, they're trained to help people. We're not. But I want to affirm that this was not your fault. And as much as people in your family can say that you feeding into it is what caused it, you feeding into it, quote, kept her alive for 6 years. 6 years is a long fucking time. 6 years ago, I was a baby. 6 years ago, Stoat was in his 20s.
Yeah,
like,
I was
6 years
dropping out
ago,
of
you were in your
college.
early 40s. Like, a 6-year period because of you. You kept her alive for 6 whole years. Some families don't even do that for months. Some families can't even keep kids alive for a month. You are an amazing person. And for however long we talk on here, or for however short we eventually talk on here, it is admirable that you've come up, and this is a space where you can talk, and we will help you with how you're feeling as much as we can. Exactly. What a great example you are of someone learning and growing and wanting to be better. Even when there's no more better to be. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I kind of got to get back to work. I'm a contractor. So.
Of course.
Hey,
All right.
you got to get yourself
Take
working
massive
right.
care, and I hope
Yeah.
some things that we said today resonate with you. Sarah would be proud. Just because she's not here anymore doesn't mean her memory doesn't live on in your hearts. And don't let something tragic drive you apart from people that you love. And I encourage you to look into some way of communicating with your I don't know, maybe encourage your wife to come up and talk to someone. I don't know how contact works with a divorced person. There can go many different ways. But you're the change people want to see in the world, Crimson. All of these people, we have 11 people here right now, and they're all agreeing that you did the right thing. And the fact that you want to continue doing the right thing, thank you so much. And we appreciate we're keeping you here for a while. We'll let you go when you need to go.
Yeah, don't feel that we're
We
holding
don't want to keep you
here.
for longer than you need. Sometimes things can be talked about a lot, and it makes you feel very upset. Sometimes mulling it over too much can be upsetting. So remember, after this call, and after you get off work or something, take time to yourself to process this.
And you're always welcome
You're not
back
to
here.
blame. Yeah, you're always welcome. I'll note down your username just in case. So you can come back whenever if you need it. And we'd love to hear from you more. And if you have any questions or anything, come back.
All right. Well, you guys have a good day.
You
You
have an
too.
amazing day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow.
I don't care if we destroyed our viewer count. That was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
This is the reason why I like doing lives. Is that it feels like there's, you know,
W
we might have
crazy,
not
guys.
like we might have not.
For the people that sat here the whole time, Juno, thank you. The people that have sat
Thank you so
through
much,
this
Juno.
whole conversation,
That was great.
thank
to
you
have
for staying. You did not need to stay through this, but the fact that you were here supporting someone you didn't even know, amazing.
I think
Thank you, people.
mental health is one of the big things that people need to work on in this world, and like it's okay that we don't know everything. It's okay to have these feelings. I think it's just important to know that the best thing that we can do is talk to somebody about it, get the help that we need, and you know, if we all do this as a society, we can actually like, you know, maybe fix some of
Praise
these.
Crust, dude. Crust is a transgender crust. And we need to praise the transgender crust,
was
guys.
it?
Transgender people need our help. And this guy, despite all being at odds, this guy learnt and adapted, which I think everyone should aspire to do. Thank you, everyone, for being here. There isn't anyone in the Crestbox right now because we were all sitting and listening to one amazing thing had to be said. I think there's one person that disagrees in the chat right now, and I'm just going to say that I hope you sat here and listened.
Yeah.
And if you sat here and listened to that story and you still have some fragment in your heart that thinks trans people are the problem, I'd like to talk to you. And I hope you can come up and I hope we can have a conversation because after witnessing that, I don't understand how you can still have hate in your heart.
Speaking of crust, the Icelandic word for octopus literally means coal crab. Based Icelandic.
That's amazing.
It's not hilarious.
We gotta get someone. We gotta get our viewer count up. We have to argue with someone.
Also, the Swedish and Finnish words and stuff are all like either like inkfish or ink squirter.
Squirter. Okay, but keep it PG, please, babe.
I figured I would just bring up some funny facts just to try to lighten it a little bit because
that's
quite
a heavy topic, and you know, I hope the memory of Sarah lives on in those people's hearts, and I hope they can you can see how we progress in that conversation.
Yeah, at first I was like, this is gonna be
Like,
a really
that is
shit
insane.
conversation that like I was worried at first.
Yeah, like
of,
I was scared. Like it was definitely like
I've started like hovering my button over the mute just in case I have to like immediately if they start saying something bad. But yeah, I mean even if we just got like one person to start affirming.
yes, you know, it was lovely listening to him switch to the proper gender. That was like a catharsis. Like that was it made my heart flutter a bit. Like
man, I was almost
that's the
getting
change I
teary
want to
there.
see in the world. Okay, buddy.
Well,
you know,
I felt
it's
like
a
it's
personal
just-
topic.
Yeah,
and
it's
he
a personal
handled it
topic for a lot
so
of
well.
us too. That these are very deep emotions. So.
And wow.
All right, where are the trans folks at? Come up here. We'll pound you. No.
Yeah. I'm gonna reference that for the rest of my life. I am never letting that go. What an amazing, amazing person we should look up to.
Yeah. Just like Ian will just fold or destroy his viewer count just to fold one person. I'll gladly destroy my viewer count just to help somebody out. I think that's just like
that's amazing.
That's what's like the morally right thing to do. I think in that point. So
wow. Trans rights are human rights, guys, and we just saw that in practice. That's amazing.
Good job, by the
I
way.
think.
You did great.
Fuck, he's 51, dude. That's like talking to my dad.
I think it's. I think that we can bring up the whole problem of.
I think I was kind of cautious to speak because I'm around the same age as Sarah.
Well, I am too, but like I think bringing Juno helped too because like he actually could.
Juno,
interact
if you're
with-
still here listening, Juno, I think you helped a ton more than we
it's
could have.
hard. It's hard for somebody like that's not like your age to like interact with them. I think a lot of the time, unless if you're used to it. Like I think I can I think I can relate to some people sometimes, but it's much harder I think for others
I mean,
sometimes.
marriage,
Yeah.
like I didn't really understand at the first point. Like the more he opened up and the more I realized what this had done to his family, I was like, fuck, I can't help. I don't know what to say. Like, this is sad. Like, I'm gonna cry about this when I go to sleep tonight. Like, so thank you for coming up, Juno, and emotionally regulating all of us. I see you in the chat. Okay.
Oh, you're actually gonna
Thank
sleep
you.
tonight? No.
No, I'm not gonna sleep tonight. I'm gonna cry about a random person I've never met. That's wow. That was yeah. I am so happy about him progressing, and yeah, I hope he can get some mental help. And
So God isn't real. No.
then don't. But fuck, we need to. Okay, let me talk about something controversial. Bring in the transphobes. Okay. There's this thing that I read the other day, guys. It's called it's from the Anarchist Library, and it's called the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. And I don't agree with accelerationism because it kind of facilitates fascism. But in this context, you know, I'm quite open to it. And there was this, and I read it, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. It's a Marxist analysis of gender. And they said that the place to understanding a social system is its material base, right? And gender's material base is produced by the division of what we call reproductive labor. And that is anything that helps produce the next generation, sex, birth, and childcare. And it just made me think about how gender as a construct is so political. And I think it made me realize how these concepts can be so difficult to talk about because it is inherently political. Like sex, in a sense, is probably one of the most political things you can ever, like, the sex, the classification. I mean, maybe intercourse, I'm not sure. But these things are so political. And I understand why it gets, especially with age, it gets so hard to talk about because it's so intrinsically tied to how people see the world. And, you know, questioning how you see the world is difficult. But the way gender differs between cultures is determined, like, almost identically by how reproductive tasks are split up between the genders. And
It's also, I think, partially shaped by language too, like how we can describe things.
these particular characteristics, for example, having breasts, you know, being a stay-at-home mum, or things like that we typically gender, this is the superstructure of gender. So while gender is produced by the material base, it also involves an amalgamation of various stereotypes, dress, speech in its superstructure, which is how we differ when talking about gender, which is why earlier I was having such difficulty explaining why a woman is someone who identifies as a woman is something valid to say, because it depends on culture. If someone has been here for the whole stream and saw how I was reacting at the beginning, I am not very good at debate. And especially considering this topic, I'm quite reactionary. And I think maybe the first two conversations we had here weren't very productive. And I apologize for that. If anyone was here to experience it, I got quite upset. I was being very emotional. And I think that can definitely impede the way that I argue. But I think since then I've gotten a bit better. And the more I do this, I think the more I will be able to productively argue. And, you know, a lot of TikTok debate culture is watching people get angry and emotional. But we just are here to educate people. That is the sole purpose. And it's frustrating when someone doesn't want to be educated and just wants to argue. Hold on.
Oh, you
Killings
mean
you've
like this
done
person?
lately? Yeah. Okay. For people that are unaware, by the way, the two lightning bolt
That's
emojis
an
represent
SS.
the SS.
Yeah.
That is a Nazi thing.
The-
That is, and I don't debate fascists and I don't debate Nazis.
I'm so
because they
glad
don't
that he
understand.
ran, because that's just such an SS thing, or
Yeah.
such a fascist
I'm glad
thing
he
to
ran
do.
because it meant we could
Yeah.
have other conversations, though.
It also meant that
Um,
I can say that he ran, and he says, you know, oh, stop running, you scared, and then
Yeah.
he ran. It's like,
Christian and a Nazi, guys. I don't like religion, but thy neighbor is not feeling very loved right now,
you
dude.
shall, but you
Like,
shall know them by their fruits.
yes. I mean, Jesus said this shit, man. I mean, I'm convinced Jesus was a socialist. I don't like Jesus, right? But he wanted to give to the poor. I mean, kind of.
he had some
I
good
won't get into
ideas
that.
for the
If you want to
time,
join up
but
another time where we're talking about religion, I will talk about that more. But yeah, wow, there's wow. Maybe have we cleansed the are the
you cut out
transphobes
there.
like?
Have
Yeah,
we
I know.
cleansed them?
The
No.
transphobes are so touched by this story, they're not transphobic anymore. That's amazing. Glad we did that.
I think we killed the stream by just pulling out for so
I'm
long.
glad. You know, we can always stream another time, and I think that was a
Yeah.
oh, that's a little cat. That's awesome. Oh my goodness, look at that. I think these conversations, we can sacrifice views for these conversations because the people that stuck around now have an extremely touching thing to remember. Like, when we debate people being transgender, this is actually what we are talking about. Like, this is what being transgender does to a person. Like, gender dysphoria causes so much wanting to self-unalive. And the fact that Sarah kept on going for 6 years is amazing. And, you know, I imagine it was hard for that whole family, but they did it. That's beautiful. It's easy to get emotional and caught up in these discussions because, you know, people that aren't Juno stop with the rose toys.
Hey, at least it's not donuts.
But these conversations are hard because for someone that isn't informed, they don't realize that this has a bearing on reality. You know, it's easy to get emotional because of conversations like that. Transphobes don't realize that these things are happening. I mean, the person today, like, they were talking about how trans violence isn't a real thing.
Oh no, not the donuts.
Like, I don't know. I'm gonna get better at debating as time goes on, and I know I'm just a random kid on the internet. To most of you here, you have no idea who I am.
You're not just
My
a
name's
random
Effie.
kid. You're a wonderful person. That's what you are.
And I struggle with debating, but I'm glad that we have we've been going for so long. First of all, this is like 4 hours, 5
4 hours,
hours.
6 minutes right now.
Um,
I think
if
that,
any of you
that
have
was a
stuck
good
around that
place to
long,
kind of end though too. So
really, fuck, darn it.
oh,
What?
Car. Is Juno saying that he sounds like Carl from Jimmy Neutron?
From Jimmy Neutron? No, Juno, I think you sounded like a very educated and very lovely person. And we thank you very much. I don't know, I'm glad we changed topics. I think religion becomes too easy for me.
Man,
It's like, I know
we
it
had
like the back of my hand.
60 plus viewers at one point. We had 69
Yeah,
at
like,
one
we had
point. I was
69
like,
viewers,
nice.
that's insane.
Yeah,
When
was.
he said, how do I drop?
I'll clip it on
Juno.
Twitch. Problem solved now.
Yeah, well, do we have much active Twitch viewers?
No, I don't think we have any right now. Let me check.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't.
It's up there for
Just I can't cross view, so I don't know.
yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
But we do stream on Twitch chat if any of you prefer Twitch.
Yeah.
Same username. There is a less active, albeit. But there is a Twitch chat.
completely Wasteland Dead. Yeah.
Cake's on there sometimes.
I was watching it on whenever I stepped away and to use the restroom. I just pulled it up on my phone instead on Twitch.
Is this being recorded? Is my crash out at the start being recorded?
Yeah, it is.
Fuck, no, I was so unfounded.
It's okay. I mean, I bet you if anybody watches this, it'll just be the last one anyways, because that was the actual
Yeah,
like.
but
reasonable
thank you all for
chat.
being here. This is the third time we've been live, so we're not very well. No, that's a lie. Stoke goes live on other people's accounts a lot. I'm quite new to actively debating. I usually
I
debate
can't help
via
myself.
text.
I can't help myself from bashing like young Earth creationists. It's a bad addiction. I'm sorry, people. I'm
Thank you,
sorry, and
Orchid.
then I pull in the.
Orchid is such a beautiful name, by the way. I'm eternally jealous. Like,
I also pull in the flat
Orchid is
earthers all the time.
beautiful name.
And the flat earthers are awful. I hate them, but I can't.
Yeah,
help
but
myself. It's so bad.
I'm used to debating homophobes, and I'm used to debating flat Earth creationists. And you know, talking about colonization and Congo and Sudan and Palestine and Ukraine. That's the thing I'm used to, because being transgender is such a personal thing for me.
It's hard not
It's
to get
difficult for me to
emotional.
debate.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I mean, my brother's trans. I'm agender. Most of my friends, well, they're not friends anymore, but my old friends were trans. Government name is Jasmine. So that's still equally as beautiful. My one of my brother's girlfriend, she transitioned and her chosen name is Jasmine. I think it's beautiful. Jasmine is a beautiful name. I think anything that relates to a noun, like noun names, they're awesome.
Oh yeah, the voice actor for Jimmy Neutron is a woman.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah,
They
I
do
saw
not
this
have
the
human
other.
rights, but it's not a trans right. No one wants. Oh, hello, we have our first transphobe.
Okay, maybe.
Do we want to end the live or do we want to debate them? You choose, love.
Come here. If they run, they run. In the end.
If they run, they run.
Yeah. Mike Smith.
They
what
clearly
a
wouldn't hear from the
generic
emotional
name.
term
Oh, they
of interest
joined. I'm
experience.
surprised.
Hello, Mike Smith. Hiya. Just for TikTok's term of service, how old are you?
I'm over 40. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's fine. You just need to be over
Okay,
18
awesome.
for TikTok.
You just need to be above the age of 18 and not driving in a car. That's all the requirements for TikTok Live.
I'm
So
not
you just need to-
driving and I'm over 18.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. So, I saw your comment that they do not have human rights, but it's not a trans right. No one has to.
No. I said that they have human rights.
Mhm.
But just because you choose to be trans, which that's what it's called, it's a choice.
No.
It's not a choice.
My
It's-
dog. No, it is a choice.
Is your identity? Do you choose
Because
to
my
be a man?
dog can meow. That does not make him a cat.
Yeah, but do you choose to be
So
a man?
this is what's called a false equivalence. If you don't mind me explaining just a little bit, a lot of people
Okay.
think transgender is a choice, but at the end of the day, a lot of trans people suffer from what's called gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is a medical condition. It's diagnosable. It's in the DSM.
I'm very familiar with the dysphoria that you're referring to.
And that's not a choice. You can't choose to have gender dysphoria. Would you agree with that?
Gender dysphoria is actually classified as a mental illness.
Just because something is in the DSM-5 doesn't mean it's a mental illness. Autism is in the DSM-5, but autism is not a mental illness. I'm quite educated on this as being mentally ill, autistic, and experiencing gender dysphoria. They're three different things. They're different categories.
So you can also be.
I got
trans
one question
without-
for you.
You can also be trans without
Let's- they'll talk.
necessarily having gender trans or dysphoria. Like if I want per se like saw myself as a woman but was still comfortable in my body, I wouldn't have gender dysphoria necessarily. So at that point,
So
you
you
lose all.
are you a trans man or a trans woman?
No.
So Stotsky
just
is
doing a
cisgender.
hypothetical.
So he was born a male
Yeah.
and identifies as a man.
Yeah,
I
and
was
I-
born
Okay.
female and identify mostly as a woman.
Okay.
I was just
Let me
running a
ask you then.
hypothetical
Do you have you ever been born with a prostate?
Excuse me?
Were you born with a prostate?
No, I was born with a vagina and boobs.
Yes.
Prostate?
The thing is, in every animal on the planet that is male, that's a mammal, has a prostate if you're a male.
Hi, so that's
And if
actually,
you're a female,
that's not true. So,
you have.
in the animal kingdom, we see masculinity.
My wife's a doctor.
Excuse me. Thank you. The concepts of male and female lose coherence as we examine the animal kingdom. Sexual dimorphism can completely vary or appear entirely absent. So clownfish are what we call sequential hermaphrodites. That means they're capable of changing their sex over the course of their lives. Banana slugs are simultaneous hermaphrodites, which means that they possess both male and female reproductive organs and produce both types of gametes.
But they're
Saying
not
that
mammals.
all male species have prostates is factually incorrect. Just because your wife
What I
is a
said
doctor
was
doesn't
all
mean she's correct.
mammals. I made the statement of all mammals.
You didn't say mammals, first of all, and I would
Yes,
also
all
reject
mammals.
male mammals. And not to, that's irrelevant. We're talking about gender and not sex. There's different things. Would you like me to talk about that, or do you think sex and gender are the same thing?
But you see, gender is a choice.
No, it's not. Gender dysphoria is not a choice.
Well, you
So
see,
how could
that's in
gender be a
your
choice?
view.
No, that is just a
That's your
scientific fact.
that's your view.
That's a scientific
Yeah,
fact.
a great example
Really?
with a mammal with masculine
Gender-
anatomy would be
gender
the
is
female
not a choice?
hyena.
Gender
A
is-
female hyena has a like a penile erection, but they're still female.
So these ideas of gender are we get these senses of like who we are like as a kid, and they become stronger and stronger as we grow up. To some degree we have the choice of like if we investigate these things, but to the point that we choose like how we identify, I would just say that's completely false.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
But you
Mike.
see, it's
Do you know?
identification.
Excuse me, please don't interrupt me. We're trying to be respectful here, especially when you have a disrespectful opinion. It's hard for us to stay respectful.
I just have
That's
a different opinion, ma'am.
I would.
It's a
I'm sorry.
disrespectful opinion.
Sorry.
It denies the
clashes-
existence of people.
and it clashes in the face of science, which is like
Yeah.
I
So
would
let's
consider
just
wrong at that point.
I'm gonna
So-
ask a few questions. Do you know a transgender person?
I know a person who is fighting a mental illness, yes.
So, transgenderism is not a mental illness. I would ask you to refrain from referring to it as such, as I'm not going to continue having a conversation with you. I have what's called a mental illness, and I also have what's called gender dysphoria. They're separate things.
Look, I'll just pray for you. I'm really sorry that y'all are fighting this. It's a shame.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for praying for me. It means a
I
lot.
will. Thank you.
Are you going to stay up or are you going to run?
Actually, I have to run to work.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
thought
I
so.
grant that.
Okay, bye-bye. I'm sorry you
Bye-bye.
didn't have a good enough argument.
Maglev, bring Crimson back.
Yeah.
No, actually, I had a really good argument, but that's fine. I mean,
Oh, but you're leaving. So
Yeah, you can-
say
you
the
can
arg-
run, though. Oh, here I
Oh,
am.
damn. Of course he left. Fuck.
I would run too.
Bring Crimson back? We'd love to bring Crimson back.
Bye, weird.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
I have a
mental
job.
illness, praying for me. I
Oh,
hope
hi,
he comes
Dusty.
back when we're debating religion. I have a job. We all have jobs here at Mike Smith. I thought you were leaving to go to your job. Why are you still in chat? Bye-bye. You don't need to be here. You need to be working at your job. You don't need to be in a chat debating with a 19-year-old about definitely wrong opinions. It's kind of a loser thing to do. Get off this app.
What
Go
are
do
you, a
something.
loser? What are you, lame?
Yeah, what are you, lame? You got offended by a 19-year-old and you had to run?
Thanks, Orchard, for all the gifts. Thanks, everybody.
No, it's
who
okay,
sent
Dusty.
gifts to
Dusty,
Fuck
Dusty, I'm gonna be honest with you here. I lied. I don't have a job. I'm unemployed. But that's from the name of anti-capitalism.
Are we saying that communist is the way, brothers?
Don't bring up communism. No, they're gonna attack me even more. Wait until he finds out there are employed trans people. Dude, I loved how he said. I love how Christians think that them praying for me is an offensive thing. First of all, they're looking out for me, and second of all, I don't think it does anything. Like it doesn't. It definitely doesn't do anything.
It's not even like an ad hom. It's just a personal attack.
It's just like thank you for thinking of me and wanting me to go to heaven. You know, I don't think heaven and hell exists, but thank you for wanting me to not burn in hell forever. Like, you know, it's kind of you. Yeah, Cole is employed. Yeah, no. You can still be anti-capitalist and have a job. If you don't have a job, you are just not like you're not gonna get like you. There's like I don't have a job because of my mental illnesses. They reject me because of my mental illnesses. And I'm too young. I'm 19. I can't even leave the house without supervision. Like I can't have a job. But if I could have a job, I would, because surviving in this capitalist society requires you to have a job. You're not any less valid in your socialist beliefs just because you have a job. Just to affirm that. Yeah, prayer does nothing. Yeah, people have done studies on it. And you know what I hate the most is when, you know, someone has cancer or something, and then doctors like do surgery and like what use the knowledge they spent years gaining to try and save someone's life, and they're like, God did that. No, babe.
I like it when
The doctors.
when you can just bring
The
up the stem what is it, the paper that was like looked at cardiac surgeries.
Oh, your
and like
mm.
yeah, the
Butt steak joined. Hello, butt steak.
that's the name.
Sorry, I don't usually say hi to people when they're joining because it pressures them to stay. But butt steak. Hi, you want to talk? Dude, butt steak is epic.
Yeah, Cole has a Cole's parents help them with like
I'm not judging you, babe. We are not a place to judge here. We're probably the people that judge people the least. I'm unemployed because of school, but when I'm home, I make a shit ton of bread. No one is saying, do you want to join up when you're Slammer? We would love to talk to you. Remember, this is a space where we're being kind and respectful. There are countries that deny trans people to have rights. For example, they're allowed to be rejected from certain jobs. and they are discriminated based off their gender, which is why we say they don't have certain rights. They have deal with human rights, but trans rights are human rights, and sometimes trans people don't have the rights they deserve. And I believe those rights are human, which is why we put the statement that we do. I see you haven't requested, and that's normal. Some people don't like requesting to join, but I hope that, explains it a little more. Just want to say that
I think that sometimes people think too.
Yeah,
that,
no,
like,
of course, Cole.
I don't know, like when somebody says no one is saying that trans people don't have rights, I think that's like, we're not talking about you. You're not the problem, really.
Yeah, you're, or a lot of people are quick to defend themselves, like with like white supremacy, like straight supremacy or whatever. A lot of people get defensive and think we're calling them out. We're not calling you out, we're calling the system out. Hospital? Josh, you okay? You in hospital, dude? Oh, look at his bio. Do you want to join up? Or do you want to...
Yeah, you want
Do
to
you want to converse via chat? But remember to be
Come on,
respectful,
don't
please,
run.
because we're talking about a serious topic. But Josh, if you're listening... Tacos.
How is this not facts?
Yes,
it's not
taco.
facts because that's just not what science says.
Yeah, the scientific consensus is wrong, unfortunately. But Josh, if you're listening, you can either request to join up or you can say stuff in chat and we'll respond to it. I mean, the live's not nearly as busy as it was a few minutes ago. So we have plenty of time. Well, I have all day. I don't do anything. I'm unemployed, but still has
Same.
things to do.
We're both no lives, and we're okay with that. They can call us a no life, but they're
I have
just
based
wrong,
political
so they can
opinions. I
cry
don't need a
about it.
life.
Yeah, like you can call us no lives, but like you're still wrong.
Yeah, you're still incorrect. I think he left. That's a shame.
I can actually.
It's
see
just
it.
I don't like people that come in and say something inflammatory and then leave. Like you're not offending us. You look stupid.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't.
Yeah, he
accept
did.
it.
That's a shame. His bio was interesting. Yeah, we agree. A man is a man. A man can't be a woman because a man is a man. A trans man was always a man.
Oh, was he saying that when he said hospital? Did he mean that like people belong in the hospital? Because that's
Mental hospital, probably. Yeah, dude, I was in the mental.
Same.
Yeah, I think they should also be in the hospital for their gender affirming care.
Yeah.
That was amazing. That was really good, guys. That was amazing. Yes, the simple law of identity, social and logical. Transphobes are illogical. Transphobes just... they rub me up the wrong way. Today's been busy though, fucking hell. We had like 70 viewers at the highest point.
We had that. We had let's see.
I've
We
nearly
had
been sectioned.
18,000 total viewers.
That's insane.
1,868 comments.
What?
Yeah.
Guys, it's our third live. Yeah, I've been sectioned, and I'm not good at masking. I burnt out, and all my masking ability is flown away.
Yeah. you did a great job. I think it's like practice make perfect with this.
Yeah, at the beginning, like I have no practice. If I say something wrong, I'm sorry. I'm just not good at this. I'm not used to debating by voice. I have a stutter, which is really bad.
I don't know. I don't think that it's that bad.
Thank you.
Hey Nova,
But,
you should join. You should watch Allegedly Ian if you don't already.
Yeah,
Join the
guys,
Discord.
when we
Join the
finish our
Discord.
live, there was a creator on here called allegedly.ian. To completely spell like that. And we're massive fans of this dude. And usually we debate religion, because I think that religion as a concept, Christianity, Islam, Abrahamic religions, not Buddhism, not Hinduism, these institutionalized religions are dangerous, and they colonize people and colonize, a part of no freak out. The things I was saying earlier about historical enforcers of the gender binary, like with the Bisus and these people, their identities, the gender binary was enforced using religion, because these people during the imperialist era used the Bible and used the Quran to say that they had a divine obligation to civilize these societies. Mainly when we do these lives, that's what we're talking about. This is the first transgender live we've done, and it's been very successful. There are a lot of transphobes in the world, guys. Yes, I completely agree. Religion was created as a form of control. I also believe that religion was created because men were jealous that women could create life and they couldn't. Damn. I mean, Eve coming from a rib. I mean,
Yeah,
seriously,
it's
not to
clearly
cross.
because it was Eve who bit into the apple of knowledge, and she
Yeah,
was the one who did the
Eve
first
ate the
sin.
apple and Eve ruined society. Eve cursed us, guys. That's why I hate women. Because Eve ate the apple. Eve ate the apple and
I quote, her pains were greatly increased in childbirth. So even before eating the apple, she was still going to have pain in childbirth.
No,
So
what made her,
suffering preceded the fall of man, guys. God is evil, I'm telling you. Just, I find again, I'm talking about this because our view count is low and there's no transphobes right now. But like, God can't exist. An omni-God can't exist because there's suffering and genocides happening in Gaza and Congo and Chechen, Sudan and Ukraine and like it's selfish to say that
or
a
we could
God that
do-
helped you find their car keys
do
isn't
that
saving
one.
a child's life in Gaza. Selfish. Eating an apple narrowed the birth canal.
No, it made our heads bigger. That's actually like a
Yeah,
logical
it made the
explanation.
baby's
'Cause
head bigger, yeah.
Well, but that's the reason why we have like issues with or like humans have issues with childbirth is because our heads are freaking huge and our waists are narrow. So it's like they're two conflicting things. and
I
they're
love
just-
me a man educated on birth. Come over, babe. Sorry.
I would if I
Effie, I
could.
have too many voices. Yeah, so my accent is normally Scottish, right? So I learned to mask my accent from a very young age. And it means that sometimes I go American, sometimes I go standard British, sometimes I go high pitched, sometimes I go low pitched.
And then when you're
Like-
mad, you go Scottish.
When I'm mad, I go Scottish. It's really embarrassing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's
I
why
find it
that's
cute,
why my
I don't
voice
know.
changes so much. Like, so, hence the Adam's apple. Exactly. Like no one could. Like the people that came up with that name, geniuses. Like.
No, but you just replied to yourself. Congratulations.
A lot of people have twisted. Oh wait, my parents also believe in such religious bigotry, and I want to say not all religious aspects are bad, but a lot of people have twisted completely. I disagree with religious beliefs as an institutionalized thing. Religious beliefs themselves are okay. It's
I
the
don't know.
afterlife belief that people that like say believe in a hell. You're okay. I can't say that word. You're wankers. Okay, like if you believe that just not believing in your religion like earns eternal damnation, you're not moral.
Oh, here,
And I think
atheist Mo.
when these religious beliefs get mainstreamed, they become weaponized. Religion before it was weapon. I mean, you see this with Buddhism, right? I was Buddhist for a long time, but I've kind of separated that because I discovered Pure Land Buddhism. Buddhism for a long time was very focused on not having an afterlife belief, but it was institutionalized in Asia and in that sort of sector of where Buddhism is very popular. And there's something called Pure Land Buddhism, which it shows how when religions are institutionalized, like they start creating afterlife beliefs. And these afterlife beliefs are made to control people. Like Buddhism is about that. Buddhism discriminates against idolatry. You're not supposed to idolize anyone, which hence the Buddha isn't a like a supreme individual. It's just a guy. Okay,
They make giant
and
statues of
what
Buddha.
pure
What?
yeah what the Pure Land Buddhism does is it makes another it makes deity, and you won't achieve nirvana if you don't say you trust the deity. It's just it's Christianity wrapped up in a spirituality, like little bow. Like I have no issue with religion. I mean, in the Old Testament there was no mention of hell once. It started off with 4 different words that none of them meant to imply eternal damnation. It's the New Testament, and you guys can obviously you don't have to trust me with everything. But the modern translations obviously include hell. But originally, the Old Testament said nothing about hell. It was the New Testament and fear-mongering from the Catholic Church which developed this idea of hell to try and, get more money. yet religious people are refused to accept the possibility that if one god is potentially real, all are real. And there's so much religious infighting. Like, do you know how much Muslims and Christians hate each other? Like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I think a religion becomes a problem with
What are you
afterlife
saying?
beliefs.
Are you saying holy war bad? How dare you?
Yeah.
Guys, most wars are caused by religious beliefs, okay?
Sure, but if you guys are fans of the religious, debate, we also do Loves and Religion. We mainly do Loves and Religion. This was a one-off today. There cannot be both an all-powerful and all good, because if you're all powerful, you could stop suffering, and if you're all good, you don't. Someone that allegedly Ian likes to run is that if there was a button which cured all cancer, would God press it? Would you press it? Yes. Would God press it? No. Who's more moral, you or God? And if God would press it, he actually wouldn't, because he has that power, so he hasn't already.
Yeah, it just runs you into a contradiction of what, like...
Yeah. No one ever has been name 3 different transcendental spiritual states. Maglev, you're fucking hilarious. Dude, join Stokeland. We have a petition right now to make you join Stokeland. We want you in there so bad, Maglev.
How dare... Oh, yeah, and also, if you're in Stokeland, to those who are blessed and have passed the trial of the vote there's this one from Maglev, so... Vote!
Yeah, so the New
Get out and
Testament was
vote.
written after Christ. I think even the Old Testament was written after Christ, but it was written, like, soon after Christ.
doesn't know
The
what
New
Stokeland
Testament was...
is.
Stokeland? So Stokeland is
No,
Stoke's
no,
server with a small selection...
You don't speak about Stokeland, it's Fight Club.
Fight
Oh,
Club,
no.
okay.
No, it's just my Discord
Call
server.
sign Mama's Boy. Do we have a COD fan in here?
I don't know. But
Call
yeah,
of
no,
Duty
it's-
fan?
It is my Discord server.
I was a COD tryhard dude in my teens. I dropped it now. But remember, guys, if there are any transphobes, please, I'm sorry for changing the topic, but we'd love to talk to you. And if call sign Mama's Boy comes here, first of all, I accept you.
So Maglev, the reason why that
I love dominant women too. But
reason why we
unfortunately,
don't,
guys,
invite
I
you
was
immediately-
turned bisexual by this absolute idiot. I used to be a lesbian, but he ruined my life. Yeah.
That's like
Just
you,
play with
a
my
you
skull on
problem.
my son.
Why did you just like not? Why did you fall for somebody who lives over the pond, man? What a dumb move.
Oh, guys, you live so far away from me. Yeah, Stusty, I forget you have a fucking son. Like, dude, like, that's insane.
He's like Juno age, so.
Is Jess still here? Jess, if you're still here, you can... You're just lurking? Okay. Thanks for being here. Hello, Scream Queen. What exactly are trans rights to you? So trans rights to me is not being discriminated against in a place of work, not being denied a job because of someone's identity, being legally recognized as the gender they identify with. Stuff like that.
AK just not, if you're gonna give something to
Yeah.
everybody, give it to everybody.
You know.
Not just, everybody but trans people, because that's just,
Mhm.
that's all.
Mhm.
That's all
Using
we're
correct
asking.
pronouns if they ask you.
And like teaching it,
Like, cis people, everyone uses the correct pronouns for cis people, but for trans people, they have to work for their pronouns. They have to look like the gender they want to be to earn those pronouns. I don't think that's correct.
And part
I
of it
think
too
that's
is
fucked.
like just like saying, hey, we should allow age appropriate, books and topics in school. That's all. Like it's all just part of teaching what we know is fact.
So yeah, Scream Queen, those are what we call trans rights. And I think human rights is having the ability to not be discriminated against. I think everyone needs protection and jobs and housing. And sometimes the gender that they are not that they want to be. Thank you, Cole. I think I sometimes dumb my language down a bit when I'm on these lives. Because you are it is the gender you are, and it's the gender that you want to align yourself with, like stereotypically. You have an urge to present with the other sex. I think that's You don't like pronouns? Are you anti-nouns?
No, I think you're con nouns.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. It's con nouns.
I love dumb woman and sub woman. That does what I mean too. Not me looking through my following. It's like usually one lightning bolt is fine, but if it's two, it means SS and the Nazi party. But yeah, I also agree. Everyone deserves protection.
No.
Everyone deserves protection, jobs, and housing. And some people, trans people, are denied those things based off the fact that they're trans, and that's wrong. I just found out my granddaughter might want to start identifying as they, them. Okay, so I don't know, how old you are, but granddaughter, so you must be, I don't know, above the age of maybe 40. And I think binary trans identities with, she, her, and he, him can be easier to understand. But as soon as you venture into the non-binary sphere, it can be a lot harder to understand. I appreciate that. But just with a little bit of background, non-binary people have existed forever. The word has existed forever, but
We haven't
but like
understood everything about them until more recently.
yeah,
But
I mean, the earliest written record of a non-binary identity was in Mesopotamia in 4500 BC, which is insane. Like, that predates capitalism.
wait, why do you not say
Um,
BCE? Excuse you. Why are you using this theology or theist terms? No, I'm kidding.
Before Christ.
Before Common Era.
I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I understand quote binary, quote trans identities can be easier for people to understand, but non-binary identities I appreciate can be much harder. But sometimes it could be an issue that people. Hi, Astrid.
Hi.
They them pronouns. See, people the singular they them has existed for I think since like the 16,000s. For example, an example of how we use it. If you saw a wallet lying on the pavement, you were like, "Oh my god, someone's lost their wallet." That's you subconsciously using the they them pronoun to refer to someone whose gender you don't know yet. For example, if you see money and you see someone who's lost there's like a £10 on the floor, $10 for Americans, sorry.
That's
If you
fine.
see $10 on the floor, you're gonna be like, God, I hope someone finds that. I hope they find their money. I hope they remember that their money is there. We subconsciously use they them as a gender neutral pronoun, and I understand enacting that language can be very difficult, and no one's expecting you to get it right 100% of the time. But if you correct yourself and you're respectful towards it, that's all trans people are asking you to do. I've never known a trans person. Of course, especially with age, the fact that trans identities are being more spoken about is amazing. But I appreciate that with age, obviously, you've lived through a time where trans people were hiding. And now that they're coming out, it's good. Yeah, Astrid can speak.
Sorry, I was just driving. I pulled over.
course.
I just came up to say there's actually 3 different identities in Mesopotamia that are gender non-conforming / trans. There's
Sorry.
a priesthood of Inanna, who's the goddess of love and war, who took on female identities. They were exclusively males, but took on female identities and duties.
Mhm.
There was a prostitute cult, sort of priesthood to Inanna.
Dude, are
also.
you talking
Just
about
a different.
are you talking about the gala?
What? This is wild.
The
I've never heard
Asanu,
of
the
this before.
Kurigu.
Mesopotamia
What are we
culture
talking
sounds
about? I know
wild.
what you're referring to.
I can't remember the name. I was reading a paper on this the other day.
No, it's okay.
Uh,
No, we have the gala and the Asanu and the Kurigu.
yes.
Yeah. So just for a bit of context, the goddess Ayana, or Ishtar, as per the successor of civilizations of Babylon, there are a set of male priests known as the Gala, comprised her cultic-ish personnel, but they adopted feminine names and composed songs in the dialect which was reserved for women, which is called Emissal. The term Gala is likewise homophonous with Gala, which meant vulva. So as early as Mesopotamia, which is again 4,500 to 1,900 BCE, you have very existing identities. But until she actually comes out, of course, and the only thing that trans kids and trans people ask is that when they come out, you're there for them. Gala is come in Portuguese? No way!
Okay. I just
But
wanted
yeah.
to say that
The
I'm
name for
actually
nipples
out on the
and-
town, so I'll see ya.
Go, Astrid, go.
The word for nipples in Nordic languages
Oh.
are hilarious. They're like breastwort or something. It's like, why?
Astrid,
Why?
did you leave? Astrid, if you left, like by accident, you left. But also, I said go go go, as in go go go. You can speak, not go 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 leave. Just in case that's why you left. That wasn't what I meant. Please
You
come back.
bully. You damn bully.
No. Yeah, W Astrid. And if Astrid, if that was an accident, please go back up. We'd love you. But yeah, all trans kids are asking you to do is when they come out, when they feel safe enough to come out, that you accept them. You ask questions. It's okay to ask questions, and like questions is all a trans kid will ask for. You are allowed to ask questions, and you're allowed to get it wrong.
Oh, Trans said that she just pulled over to say that.
Oh, okay, never mind. Ignore my invitation. Okay. But yeah, no, all trans kids are asking for is for affirmation. It's a difficult time. Yeah, of course. In society, it's so easy to be teased, and we have been live this whole time, Lise,
For
yes.
4 hours and 40 minutes at this point.
4 hours and 40 minutes. It's difficult, especially with a society that discriminates against these people.
So yeah,
You can feel for them.
That's kind of
But
why
that
we do these
doesn't
lives
mean-
too, is to like
Yeah,
try
that
to
does-
prevent people teasing
yeah.
and that kind of stuff.
That doesn't mean that someone should repress their identity. They should always be honest with themselves, or it can lead to bigger problems. Self-repressing someone's identity can lead to massive issues in later life, as I did myself. When I first came out as lesbian, maybe I was 14, I compulsively tried to look as masculine as I could because I thought women wouldn't like me if I didn't, and
Based?
I kept denying the presentation I wanted, and it wasn't very good for me. And with like especially non-binary people, like denying their like gender, and even for their safety, a kid at whatever age will only come out to people they're comfortable to. And coming out to family is the first step if they're accepting enough. Coming out socially to other people is a later step, and they will do that when they are ready and when they think they can handle the backlash. Obviously the backlash it's severe and it's difficult, and it's hard, but just because someone will and everyone will anticipate stigmatization, that doesn't mean we should hide them away. We should just be there for them when things get hard, and we should take appropriate action and be open with each other about when the identity is being discriminated against. I think that's as much as you can do. And by joining and talking about it, we thank you. You're doing as much as you can. And even before she comes out to you, or before they come out to you, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for talking about it. It's the best you can do. It's the best you can do. I also see that the emoji guy's back. I'm gonna try and send you an invite.
We've sent him like a million invites.
Yeah, we've been trying for a lot, trying to send you an invite, and I don't know why it's not working. I suggest looking through your there's a little in notifications. There's a little bit which is like TikTok, like the notifications TikTok sends you. Check if there's been any like live violations. If you've been on lives before, you could have said something whack, not intentionally, but the TikTok moderation is really bad. But you could have said something and they could have like denied your access for a little bit. So if you're active on TikTok lives, that might be the reason. If not, just create an alt account, come up and tell us that you're the same. You're the same person with the emoji. Much respect to those two that do come out in LGBT because I'm biased. I never have. Well, thank you for telling us. There is so much. Are you eating?
Fight me.
Anyway, coming out is hard, and all you need to do is be there. And thank you for telling us, because coming out is difficult, and even though we're just strangers on the internet, there's still some people you've told. There's still more people you've told, and living authentically at the end of the day is the best thing you can do. And it's scary, and you're awesome for just existing. Thank you for being who you are and as accepting who you are, even as a grandmother. Hats off to you, dude. That's insane. Thank you for dropping by. We'll always even we're always here to talk. Trans people need voices. LGBTQ plus people need voices, and we thank you for being a voice here.
What
It means
happened
a
to
lot.
their voice? No. I'm sorry.
You're on thin ice, Buckaroo. Wow. Do you know Jess, the girl that was calling me a pygmy? She's still here.
I'm
You know,
surprised.
Jess, if you want to join up, I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding or something. I mean, you being here for this long, I'm sure you're fine. But if you want to join, feel free. Anyone here, even if you just want to talk, like we're at a low viewer count right now. So if you wanna like talk about just trans people in general, even if you're not transphobic and you would like to come up and talk, the moment we don't have any people that do not agree with the prompt. So if you want to come up and just talk, request up. We're not discriminating at this, man. I don't understand what pygmy is. So pygmy started as like someone who yeah, she first joined. She's been here a while. A pygmy is someone that looks explicitly for male attention. That's what the term started as, but now it's just someone who just, wants attention. But it started as a woman who explicitly wants male attention and will do anything to get that. So I'm not really sure why I was going to pick me, because the only male attention I want is from Stoat, and besides that, I don't want male attention at all. You know,
My name? No.
men T
Men,
emoji, men T emoji, like gross. Yeah, I don't think I'm a pick me. I'm sorry if it came across like that. I wasn't being I was being quite volatile at the beginning of the stream, and I apologize. I don't know how long she's been here, but if you witnessed that, I apologize. Probably did sound a bit like a pick me, but if you're willing for a conversation, I'm happy.
We need to
We're
work
probably
on you,
gonna
like,
s-
not just, like, jumping on rage bait. I'm sorry, but...
Yeah,
oh
I
boy.
can't.
It takes
Yeah,
practice. It's hard not to
yeah,
at first, but I think it gets better with
I,
time.
yeah, I cannot discern between what's rage bait and what's not rage bait at all. I only got rage baited once, good ratio. Thank you. But yeah, fuck my life. Like I cannot like tell when someone's being serious or when someone's just trying to annoy me or they're being genuine. I struggle with that a lot. So if that's why you called me a pick me, Jess, I apologize. I'm a slave to my emotions, and I mean that literally. Like I have, like I'm completely like at mercy of my emotional outbursts. You think me of it? Yeah, it's difficult. Emotions are difficult, and that's why just to bring up, not to bring it up again, but I'm glad that guy came up and spoke to us about his emotions.
It was a good conversation we had there.
It was a stepping stone in his journey.
Yeah.
And this is what this live is really for. Obviously, TikTok debate culture is mostly about hearing people argue online, but we just genuinely care about trans identities, and that's why we do it. If I get defensive, it's because it affects my life directly.
Yeah, we're all humans.
Yeah, well,
Big
we're all
man.
humans. Yeah, we
Yeah,
are all
yeah.
humans, big man.
You're not the
See,
problem,
some
trust
trans
me.
people will be so blinded by their hatred that they will just reduce trans people to,
Subhuman.
I mean, we have guests on here that come up and just like say slurs and say the N-word, and it's like you're responding like that to saying that trans people are human. There's still a society needs to learn. Like this is
Yeah.
why we do this.
I think TikTok
Because-
kind of destroyed our viewership thing after we had those 2 warnings about guests.
Yeah, but exactly like Cole just said, if we educate one person, we're winning. It doesn't matter what. I mean, 12 viewers? That's insane. 12 viewers is amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty
Even
good.
if
I
it's
mean,
a
that's
majority
still better
people
than
from
what we
people-
had from the last stream,
Yeah.
so that's good.
There could be 2 viewers here, but because we educated one person, I'm happy, and this is the point of this live. A lot of people, like, I mean, take Q-Top, right? He's a Christian debater.
Oh god, no. I really
He
want
does
somebody
it
to
to
try to
rage
run
bait
tag
people.
on us sometimes.
Dude. Yeah, I would actually love for a Christian to run tag on me. Like, I mean, most of the people I debate with are pretty smart, and they know tag is stupid, so they don't. But I'm waiting the day that they run tag on me, dude.
I think
I can't
PMars would
wait.
be maybe somebody who would come up, but he joins live.
There's someone someone who just, I don't know if they still join, but if they're still here, but at the bottom it says someone joined, and I clicked on the profile. Emperor, dude, nah, take that picture off your profile. No. Sexuality is fluid, okay, but that doesn't mean you need to you be fully moved up on a Thursday afternoon on a TikTok profile. What does sex me cash up mean? What does that mean? What are you doing here? I mean,
Ooh.
if you're trans inclusive, brilliant. Subhuman trans people, would you like to request up? We can have a conversation. See, for the person that said all people are human, Big Matt 716, this is the reason we do it, because people will say that trans people are subhuman. This is an example. If you're still here,
I just sent them an invite.
we are all humans, but there are people that don't think trans people are humans. And also, Vril, I can't help but notice you haven't request.
I sent
You
them
haven't
an
requested.
invite.
Yeah, we've invited you, but you know, without questions, tagged eyes. Yes, Lise. Lise, you did amazing, by the way, the other day on stream. I'm so glad you joined up. Even though the guy was like objectively stupid. Make insane asylums great again? Yeah, I've been in one of them. It wasn't great. You can request up if you want to talk about it, but being trans is an immense
They left
illness.
already.
Oh, they left?
They left
God,
already.
these people, guys, they say things and they leave.
Oh, I think Cole muted them, but also.
Oh, Colt, thank you.
But I sent them an invite too. Maybe
I
they're.
can't help but Vril, you said that they're subhuman, but you're not joining to tell us why they are subhuman. Maybe they are.
Oh, they accepted.
Hello, Vril.
Holy.
Why do you think trans people... Remember, first of all, just as a preface, don't come up and say slurs. We need to know your age for TikTok's terms of service, and please don't be driving.
Alright, guess I gotta go then, since I'm driving right now, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Come back when you're not driving, if you'd like, if you're still alive.
Yeah, it's just TikTok terms of service rules. We don't make the rules.
Yeah, and I hope that you don't think trans people are subhuman, and I hope that was rage bait. Link, if you're still here, dude, like, request up. I see you have a Christian profile picture, so maybe you can come back when we're debating religion if you'd prefer. Yeah, don't comment and drive either, people. You can crash.
Yeah, don't text and drive. That's actually worse. That's so much worse.
That is so much worse. Hi, Astrid. That is dangerous. Dangerous.
Hello.
Hi, Astrid.
Hi. I just reread the paper I was reading. So there's the Pili Pili, which is a cult of performers who are basically like trans mask.
I
people.
think I actually have this written down. I love how
And-
we unite to find this information.
Yeah. And then there's the Gala, which is the other way around.
Yes,
who
which
are
is the Kalu
priests
for
to-
Atticans.
Yeah, they're priests to Enki, or created by Enki to sing laments for Inanna. And Inanna herself, one of her blessings or powers was to change the gender of people.
Yes, yeah, yeah. So, in the Attican era, from which a hymn depicting the goddess possessing an ability to quote turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man quote. It's a hymn from a hymn that emerged. I have that written down too. I love researching this stuff. And thank you for coming up. And I actually remember going on the Wikipedia page for these things. Like, it's crazy what you remember. Like,
I was actually writing a little social media. I'm the social media
Epic.
manager for the activist group I'm in. I'm writing a
Oh.
thing about sexuality and gender in the ancient world right now that I'm going to share.
my
So I've been
my
working on this.
my one is called Imperial Colonialism and the Erasure of Historical Gender Identity. That's what mine's called.
Wait.
Oh, it's not something you can look up. That's the working title. It is
Oh, okay.
posted on the record right now. But this is where I'm referencing. This is the thing I have up on my thing, so I collate my information.
We only talked to Crimson.
Yeah,
for
thank you for
40 We only talked to Crimson for 49 minutes, but it felt a lot longer than that.
That's still like a long time though. I'm glad we were able to do that.
Yeah, I was going through I can actually see how long people were like up for. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, TikTok Live Studio, not the worst app, but also not great. I don't know. It seems like it has a lot of functionality.
Yeah, thank you, Astrid. Thank you for being here as well. Thank you for joining up. It's really nice to have friends here. It's very nice to have friends here. You know, one day we should do this about ableism and watch as the
Yeah.
TikTok bros go
I want
wild.
to do Evolution one too, at some point. That we are.
Me too. I really want to do a thing about
If a
evolution.
stoats
You're
a
gonna have to
weasel
make
urinate.
that one. Fuck, I know I'm not as educated as I want to be.
I mean,
but I usually focus on scripture. See, a lot of it, right?
Dusty's
I've got
asking
my
what-
Bible.
Dusty's asking what your problem is with Nietzsche.
So Nietzsche is the most misogynistic person in the entire world. I can't. I'm gonna load up Discord on my PC here and read you the. I read Nietzsche, right, and I hold that Nietzsche only became popular because he was easy to read and he wasn't revolutionary or anything. He was just really bad. And that's why he became popular, because he was easy to read and people didn't want to read actually good people. Let me read you the list of things that Nietzsche said, which is transphobic. Here we go. Okay, so, quote, "Everything in woman is riddle, and everything in woman has one solution. It is called pregnancy." There are different translations for this, by the way, because obviously he was German. "Thou goest to woman, do not forget thy whip. Man should be trained for war, and woman for the recreation of the warrior. All else is folly. Woman wants to be independent, and for that reason she begins to enlighten men about, quote, woman as such, quote, this is one of the worst developments in the general uglification of Europe. Shame is in woman. She is not shameless, but shame means there is no truth in her, that soul is not yet present in her. When a woman has scholarly inclinations, like myself, there is usually something wrong with her sexuality." Yeah, so that's my collation so far.
Yeah,
He's not great.
He doesn't sound like a great person at all.
Yeah, so that's why my username is Nietzsche Sucks, guys. This is my alt account I go live on. I do have a main account, but I don't really go live on there, so there's not much point for mine. That's my tactic with Kant and Hegel. If I don't read them, the smartest people read them and make their stuff easier to read. Dude, I read Hegel mostly because of when I was like a baby Marxist. I was like, I want to read his dialectic so I can learn about how shit his idealism was, because I'm a very anti-idealist. I'm a dialectical theorist, obviously, as a Marxist. Yeah, so I read Hegel, and I was like, shit, dude. This, like, it's like, he's really hard to read. I have a Discord where I keep some evolution sources that I can send an invite. Oh my goodness, Lise,
Yeah.
that'd be amazing.
That'd be good.
Should we, wait, let me send you. Wait, let me send you it.
What breakdown do you have? Generally none, but that's the thing, is that some people disagree that trans people don't deserve rights, and that's the problem.
Oh wait, is there comments that I've missed?
Yeah,
What
I
right
mean,
don't you have? So people are rejected from jobs off the basis of being transgender. People are discriminated against in the workplace. People are not seen as their chosen gender. People are hate crimed and not accommodated for correctly. Police have been showing a lot of brutality towards transgender individuals. Same with black people. Same with people of color. Same with gay people. I think violence and anti-violence to a person is a human right, and the fact that trans people are being harmed off the basis of being trans denies their human rights. Thank you, love. Yeah, so that's what I mean by that. And it's not us, by the way. We're not transgender. We're allies. So it's not you. I usually see people use the term "you" in the direct address, as being something.
Please, why do you have so many aggressive? There's just like an aggressive amount of channels here. What the hell? Holy shit! Like, look at the server. Have you looked at it? This is insane.
Which server?
Lisi's,
Which server?
Or Lisi, the server that he invited us to.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see that at all. Wait, atheist.
Yeah, this is an aggressive number of channels.
Holy shit, dude. Lise. Wow. This is
Somebody got bored
insane.
one afternoon and just created all the channels.
Whoa.
Oops, all channels.
Oh, I don't have permission to view any message history.
Yeah.
What did I do? Okay, that's either a me problem or a
Go to the
I don't know.
church channel journal. Oh, nope. Yeah, we don't have permissions.
Wait, what? Debunks. Yeah, I was excited to read. Let me fix it. Thank you so much. No worries, take your time. Discord fucks me over. I do not understand it at all.
Come on, Effie, you can do better.
Is William still here? I hope my response was adequate for you. You probably left as soon as you commented it, just because you were trying to
Yeah,
raise bait.
this just sounds like what people do.
What's an issue? If you're asking a question, just stay to hear the answer. Maybe you're not helping anyone but us. You're giving us engagement. which boosts the live, and you're not listening to the answer of the question. It just doesn't help anyone.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
Cole, I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
I think
Yeah, me too,
We've
Cole.
we've pretty much wasted out all the people who were going to join. It seems
We've exhausted all the transphobes.
I do think that the live got kind of. It might have been after the two from that one person saying that word. I think that
Yeah,
kind of
I do
shot
think that might have
and also us talking
I think
for
that happened
50 minutes about somebody about something. I think killed the interaction, which is like that's fine.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But
Yeah, I'm fine.
but yeah,
Be fine
so
with
I
that.
think
I'm
that we
fine.
had a
I'm
I think we had a good
impressed.
stream. 5 hours.
Yeah, Cake made a good point. Sometimes I can be very loud and aggressive, and I'm sorry that I drown you out.
Yeah, sometimes no, it's all good. I think you always have really good points. So
Yeah, I need to work on that.
yeah, but I think
work on
here.
that
I
and
mean,
dropping
it's.
people.
I mean, we're all get better as time goes on. So
Yeah, I got mad at the beginning because my audio kept not working, so I kept leaving, and then I was messaging you like, "Let me in," and you were saying things that I didn't agree with. So I was like, "Let me stop misrepresenting my opinion."
well, I don't have Discord open because like, go ahead and send me a
No, I
message on
know.
Discord.
I just got frustrated because this guy was an absolute twat. I'm sorry. I felt like I was being mean. I'm really sorry. But you know, Kate makes a very good point. I do drown you out sometimes. But I hope that that's just this live, and I hope that Brother Religion, you do know more than me, and I hope I don't drown you out in those lives. I mean, this is your live. Like, this isn't my live.
It's our live, comrade.
Come on. Come. He said that. Yes.
Our live.
Oh, Funny PP was here. Funny PP was here.
Okay.
But yeah, please, no debate with the prompt, but human rights only exist as insofar as the systems can enforce them. See, we agree. Usually the thing here is not a dog whistle to say, but it's mainly to attract the people that think that trans people are subhuman, which you've had a few of in the chat. That's the reason we put it here.
It still blows my
Yeah,
mind
like
that
literally
people still
like
think that.
10
It
minutes
just-
ago, we had someone that joined, said subhuman, and then left. That's the reason we have that. I agree with you that human rights only exist insofar as systems can enforce them. I mean, not to bring up my socialistic tendencies, but oh, not again. But yeah, if you're still here to hear the answer to that, Lexi, if that's what we can call you, yeah, that is the title isn't supposed to be perfect, because if the title was perfect, more people would agree with it, and then we wouldn't have people to debate, basically.
All right. Well, that was fun, everyone. Thank you, everybody who came here. If you're in
Stoat needs a
Stoutland,
nap.
yes,
Stoat needs a nap,
I need
chat.
a nappy. If you're in Stoutland, go vote. Go do your part in our communist society. I don't know.
No, it's not communist if there's democracy.
Well, it would be communist to let everybody have
Whoa!
a
What
choice.
the fuck is that, Dusty?
And thanks, Dusty. I don't know what.
And guys, if you are interested in religion, hop over to Religion, who I believe is streaming tonight, or Blitz PhD if you're interested in science. Thank you so much for joining. We'll probably be live soon again. But thank you so much for joining.
As long as you
Thank
go to
you for
sleep.
helping. Thank you for defending us in the comment section, and thank you for being lovely people. Lovely people. There are some amazing people. And for all the people that were putting anecdotes in chat, we respect you. We love you. We're here for you. And we're just going to do the best as we can to try and help spread love in the community. Thank you. And I guess that's my sign to leave. Thank you, everyone, so much. And hopefully we will live soon.
Okay, bye. Thanks, F.